Can't take it no more. I'm going crazy. Is this a game or is it love? Please tell me, baby. I want you with me. I see it clearly, you and me, eternity. When the stars kiss the sky, love to see them in your eyes. Could I ring you up tonight? Maybe now's not a good time. Praying the moon reaches to the stars. Hold me in your arms. I wanna lie here close to you. Don't leave so soon.
You know, I have never felt so miserable. Sometimes I lie awake in bed wondering if you and me would even last forever. But I need to know that you'll stay with me. You gotta tell me now. Here we go.
Can't take it no more. You're being so cruel. Is this a game or is it love? Quit playing the fool. Let's try to be real.
This has to be real.
So open up and let me know just how you feel. When the stars kiss the sky, love to see them in your eyes. To tell you that we're more than friends. Hope I don't sound too desperate. Praying the moon reaches to the stars, that we don't tear apart. There's so much of my love to see if you stay with me. When the stars kiss the sky, love to see them in your eyes. Could I bring you up tonight? Maybe now's not a good time. Praying the moon reaches to the stars. Hold me in your arms. I wanna lie here close to you. Don't leave so soon. I've never felt like da 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 da. I've never felt like da 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 da. Baby, stay with me. Da 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 da. You gotta tell now your love came all over me.
Hello, one and all. My name is Gavin, and welcome to Groove of War Day number 2. I'm joined by Daak and Kaal. How are you guys doing today, Daak?
Doing fantastic, but the weather is terrible here.
Yeah, you're pretty far up north, and up towards just way more colder places than
Ottawa,
I'm at.
so
At
it's basically right up by Alaska, basically. Coldest capital of the world.
Kaal, our newest co-caster for today. How are you, sir?
I wore a t-shirt today, so I'm doing great.
I feel that.
My weather is
Just-
much superior here.
I feel so mocked right now.
Well, as we mentioned, welcome to Groove of War, a one-week Swiss tournament into a single elimination bracket, just to sort of explain the format and how we got here today. As mentioned, it's a Swiss tournament. Everybody plays 4 or 5 games-ish, and the top players from every single pool, players are split into pools, top player from every single pool faces off in finals bracket at the end of the week. So, Swiss round 1 started on Saturday. Swiss round 2 starts today. So everyone who you'll be seeing today already has either a 1-0 record or a 0-1 record. Now, that includes me and Daak. Both of us are actually playing in this tournament as well. One of us had success, the other did not. Kaal, you're new to the cast. Who do you think won their game, and who do you think lost their game?
I think Daak said he won. That's if I remember right. But I have no guess since I haven't played either of you yet.
That is correct.
Correct. Daak won his game. Yep. I'm sitting at a comfortable 0-1. I lost to RedHalo. I think he might be playing in our 4th match tonight. We're still lining that up to see if it'll happen. But regardless, yeah, your commentators are also playing, and some of them are doing better than others.
Yes.
And then,
I missed the tournament by 1 day. I was getting my 200 stars.
how are you doing on that, by the way?
I already finished.
Congratulations.
Oh my
dude.
god.
That's impressive, actually.
That is very impressive.
Do you have any advice to anyone who's making a 200-star run?
Yeah, follow the S rank guide that's on the official Discord. Because you don't want to think that I like me and end up restarting this Caesar maps like 30 times.
What
And the puzzles are probably some of the most fun that I've had with the game. I'm looking forward.
I've been really enjoying the puzzles.
Yeah.
The one winding path one. Oh boy, that one I was.
God.
That one was. Yeah. I remember I was looking at the early ones. I was looking at the early ones. I was like, "This is fine." Then I said, "What does 25 look like?" And I was like, "What monstrosity is this?" Because by the time you reach that level, you know that every piece is almost every piece is relevant, and you're like, "How is this even possible?"
That's the sledge one, right? The last one.
Yeah, the one with like. I remember a part of it is just getting out of the castle because there's doors to break and everything.
Yeah.
Huh.
That
So
was just a pain.
the single-player content is incredible in this game.
Yeah.
Today, we're here for the multiplayer. We're here for the PvP.
Yeah, that's true.
And like we said, Saturday was the first game of our Swiss tournament here. We spotted some pretty early trends pretty quickly. Daak, I know that you had something you wanted to talk about in particular, based on our first 3 games.
Well, I mean, even those first 3 games, I think it was a pretty good example of what's on everybody's mind, pikeman spam, which is, I think it was pretty good on Saturday when we showed that Zakdar did a fairly successful application, while Pepto, who's actually going to be playing this next game, didn't have so much success last time he tried it. I definitely think the strategy isn't particularly broken, and we'll see if there's some good games here that I can point out some particular things about the strategy as a whole.
I think it's probably one of the most overplayed strategies. I don't think this is as effective as a lot of people are making it out to be. Swords generally are almost as effective as pikes, but they cost less gold, so you end up having more strong tech units in the mid game for real fighting.
Absolutely. The basic currency in this game is swordsman units. No unit outtrades swordsman's unit cost for cost.
Yeah.
Well, building is a cost, but fun fact, giants actually trade unfavorably cost-wise with swordsmen. Get that in your head.
I think that's been memed because it also takes 10 turns to make the correct amount of swordsmen to kill a golem with.
Right. That is the reason why swordsmen aren't overpowered, but it goes to show that you should build a swordsman every turn. It's a good idea.
Absolutely. That's one of the core gameplay tenets of both Advance Wars and this game is to make from every factory that you have.
Yup.
I think one thing we mentioned the other day was how pikemen seem to be a solid intro strategy, but one that the average player who's not doing research might not be able to beat. But
Yeah,
if you're in tournament and it's day 4 after launch, I think our day 2 strategies are going to be vastly different than our day 4 strategies. I think we're going to see a lot of people, especially the guys who went 0-1, they're sitting down, they're going to the lab, and they're like, what went wrong? How do I beat this strategy? And we're going to see like some really aggressive and correct counters to strategies today.
Definitely. Even today, I expect the level of play to be that much higher than Saturday, just because people have to game more, they're playing more games, the ladder's probably getting more competitive.
I've yet to find a good ladder match. I'm waiting for that.
They're up there. When the queue times start getting long, the games start getting a little more competitive.
All right, so like we said, we have a match upcoming. We'll be back in just a bit before we get to that match, so we will see you guys on the other side of a brief break. All right, and welcome back to Groove of War. Wanted to give a slight apology for the delay on this match. We're scheduled to start around 6:35 today, but our upcoming opponents are having some scheduling issues getting into the lobby. So you're gonna have to listen to us talk for a little bit longer while we get that match or a match lined up for you guys. I think we were talking about just general strategy differences between day 2 and day 4. What do you think would be a real striking thing we'll see that's a big difference between early in the week and midweek like today?
I think the biggest thing is people are going to start catching on to mages and archers. Mages
on
are
as
actually
in-
insane units. People, they have 5 movements. They actually have the
Absolutely.
same mobility as dogs.
And
People don't realize
pretty much
that.
Validate dogs, and I think that's a big problem with the dog balance right now. Is they are not very strong in a world where mages exist. They're only used
Dogs
for fire.
are a very different purpose. They're still fodder units at the end of the day, right? They're fodder units, whereas mages are actual high-value targets, I think.
The issue is the cost is not too different. You don't take too much of an economic hit, while mages have far more firepower and utility.
Yep, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Plus, mages are actually good versus pikemen, whereas dogs,
Yeah, they don't.
some people say they're not bad, but I really don't think it's a good matchup.
But you have to crit, is the problem.
Yeah, and mage crit is, that's the big thing with mages, is they're not good on every map. You need some forest in order
That's
to
right.
really take advantage of them. And
There's a couple
archers,
maps in the pool that are just filled with forest choke points, though, that mages are great in.
yeah, that map, I was playing on one of those maps and I just spammed like 3 mages out and it was incredibly effective. My opponent tried building air units and couldn't engage anywhere.
Oh, that's a mistake.
It worked really well.
On the topic of map pool, by the way, currently we're still playing under an unlimited map pool. So first pick goes to coin flip. So that's something that will change in the very near future.
I imagine we
but-
might even change for playoffs.
Absolutely, if not by the next
Yeah.
round of Swiss.
That's probably true. I remember someone on Reddit I saw had I can't remember the name of that map, but it's that map where Nuru can absolutely break it by putting a trebuchet down.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous. But that map has. I looked at it. I was like, I don't like this map in the first place. I had 1 game on it. It wasn't a very good game.
There's a few maps that just have wagon cheeses and different first turn advantages that are insurmountable that you can't win on. Like Ferrari River, Harmony Harbor, Manta Bay, and then there's the Glen, which is where Nuru and Veldar just can't lose on that map. But
Right,
there
which-
are like 10 or 11 or so actual good maps in the pool, though, so that's better than Intelligent Systems ever did with Advanced Wars. There were, like, no good maps in Advanced Wars. Had to make
Oh
custom
my
maps.
god.
Well, it
Stan
does.
Island. That was their idea of a balanced map.
It does make sense in the sense that the map pool as it is isn't designed to be like incredibly competitive. It has a mix
Yeah.
of casual maps for your friends that's just under the 2-player, has 2 base category.
Yeah, there are a few good maps, though. That's the one good thing about the map pool right now.
So
you
there
can
are
actually
actual options
Yeah.
compared to earlier games in earlier series.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I have a sneaking suspicion, but I have no good evidence for it. But the map pool changes based on how many games you've played or something. Because when I started off, I got Ban Ban Beach like twice in a row, and I haven't seen Ban Ban Beach in a very long time. But I keep getting these huge maps compared to before,
Well, I mean,
where
there's
all
like,
maps were like really small.
there's like 35 maps or something like that. So
Yeah, it's probably just a statistical bias, but
yeah.
it'd be interesting if they did something like that.
And also, to be fair, like just keeping an eye on Discord and keeping an eye on match channels, it seems that most people are pretty inclined to play the more balanced, more competitive maps. Like there are a few cases where we play on crazy maps, but for the most part, people have been picking things out in the quick play pool that are relatively balanced.
Yeah, people have been pretty good about it because definitely there's a few maps where I'm like, yeah, if I host, I could pick this cheese map and win at least 80-90% of the time, regardless
Yeah,
of
that's
scale.
not cool, man.
But I think I haven't seen anybody really do anything wild yet.
Yeah.
I know in my one game, I was really interested by one of the things my opponent did was because he had a map where he was able to get his commander to one of my cities really early, but it would end up being an overextension, and it was just it was close to being cheesy, but it ended up being a really interesting line to play. So I hope we get to see some more maps like that.
There are a couple maps where the bases start near each other, and it seems like it'll be like a first turn advantage, but it ends up that there's so much flank play that player 2 can make a comeback and doesn't immediately lose.
Yeah, we'll definitely see more flank play in general just going forwards, because there are the units for flanking. I mean, that's the best use for knights. A knight flank can really put a lot of pressure on a position.
Yeah.
But that's,
Not only-
again, things that take time planning to set up.
Not
And you
only
need
can
some
it,
build-up to happen.
Not only does it put pressure on position, but also puts pressure on a commander. Like, Knights are one of the only units that, like, purely checks a commander that has that movement speed.
Absolutely. I think it does about 40% damage.
37%, I think.
On crit, yeah, something
Yeah,
around 40.
depends on their terrain, but yeah, it is. They chunk commanders.
So not only do you have to, like, defend your soft positions, but then you also have to worry about, well, do I go defend with my commander and accidentally get in range, or... I mean, Knights are a good reason why Nuru is so strong right now. Actually, on that topic, Kaal, give me your thoughts on commanders early on.
Okay, so it depends on the map pool. On the smaller maps, the closer maps, Valder is definitely like a S tier commander, because being able to spam out a soldier every other turn is just really, really good. But then there's the units that are good on the commanders that are good on every map, and I think it's Nuru and Tenri are probably the top 2 commanders right now for every map, just in general.
I think.
Go ahead.
I mostly agree with that, but the one thing I'd object to is I think Nuru struggles a bit more on small maps because Nuru's big power plays are usually buying a super expensive unit that does an immediate crit to something and wins the game kind of right there. But on small maps, you can't really afford to hoard 1,250 gold for that dragon. It's a lot more expensive, whereas in big maps, you can just throw it out there. And the other aspect, too, is that even if you're not winning the game off Nuru's group, which I've seen so many times, just the fact she has a unit right at the battlefield is so much bigger on big maps. I really don't think she's too strong on the smaller maps, but on the big maps, she is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I think just the reason that her unit acts right away is really the huge problem with her, or has full HP. If her unit could start with half HP, or her unit started deactivated, I think it would be much easier to deal with.
What about
She'd be much more balanced.
what about move without attack?
Yeah, I don't think so.
That seems clunky to implement.
Yeah,
But
it seems like
as
a
a
good problem
whole-
to implement. But on the whole, I think it'd rather be deactivated or half HP.
I'm really struggling to see if it works while deactivated because allegedly the beta meta was pretty balanced, and if her unit comes out deactivated and she still sees any kind of tier 3 or tier 2 play, we'll know that she has been the most broken thing that's ever been made, because half of her power probably comes from the fact it is an immediately available unit.
Yeah.
It's pretty nuts.
As far as other units go, the second secret commander, Mercia, Emmerich, are probably the ones that I would put below Nuru and Tenri. Oh, well, and Valder on the non-small maps. I think they're all fairly well balanced and have pretty decently strong grooves, that being too overpowered. I think for sure the worst CO in the game, I can say without a doubt, is Koji. He's awful. Don't play Koji.
I think I have to disagree that Valder isn't great on big maps, though, since I often play him on.
I think he is great on big maps. I think he's one of the
There's,
I think
Great.
he's
best
actually
COs.
comparable with Nuru because on big maps you don't always get a fight. Your commander doesn't always get a fight very often, and he can actually use his groove without fighting. That's one of the great things about him. Plus,
that's true.
in the late game, when there's dragons everywhere and trebuchets and giants, and you don't want your commander anywhere near the front lines, which only happens in big maps, Valder can actually help while being far from his army, and that is an amazing asset to have on big maps, I think.
That's true, but I think Emmerich is better for that aspect in the late game.
I feel like Emmerich,
Elder Crystal.
people are underrating just because they aren't playing enough mages. Emmerich, I wasn't compelled to play him until I saw that one puzzle he had where he used the mages to get a crit. That is an amazing...
very, very good.
Yeah.
One side note, by the way, about this tournament format, our unlockable commanders are not available for playing this tournament.
Yeah, I think that should be for the next one. This one should be okay that they're not.
Which
there
is
was
The first unlockable commander that you get for completing the campaign is just okay. She's not really that great. Second one is good, and the third one is just he's worse than Koji. He's just a meme.
So someone's gonna put him in the tournament just to bad manners on people,
Yeah,
right?
that's the BM commander. You pick him when you want to just beat your opponent with skill, and they can't even touch you. You know.
See, if you win, the secret ability with him is he's kind of like Victory Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! If you win with him in game 1, you probably win the rest of the match because the other guy's gonna be so tilted.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody will understand what we mean once you get 200 stars.
Is that the unlock requirement?
Well, it's 194 stars and then a secret quest. Right.
Oh my god.
Yes, there are 3 unlockable commanders.
Well, once again, I'd like to apologize for the delay, guys. We are still trying to line up our first featured match of the night. One of our players, a little bit late, just a little bit. We do have, like I said, 3 matches lined up, and the other 2 matches are scheduled on time. So we do have games happening tonight. You don't have to worry about that. But until then, we will just keep telling you guys about this fantastic game that Chucklefish made. What do you guys think the future is for Fog of War formats and other things that you want to see in tournaments or in other tournaments?
I think there'll be 2 different formats for games. There'll be no Fog of War and Fog of War, and some people will want to play Fog of War tournaments, and some people won't. And I think that's fine. That was exactly the same way it was in Advance Wars, because the problem with Fog of War is that you have to have maps that are made to be played with Fog of War.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just having some sort of way to, we might have to use some custom map feature to show production. I think is a pretty good compromise, because then it prevents the whole random, oh, on turn 1, I built a dog and you built a spearman, so now I lose the game kind of situations. If you can at least see construction, it makes it a lot less coin flippy, I think.
Nah, I think the
But if that's
Fog of War
what
meta
people
for
are
maps
looking for.
is it's good to have the dogs, for instance. They give 6 view range, and that's great for Fog of War. But the thing is, you have to have protected strongholds, so that you can't just get cheesed by a dragon going around the map and stuff like that. So you probably have to put walls around strongholds in certain points, so you just can't get cheesed every game. But the different maps is really the big issue with Fog of War maps. And I've been looking through the map pool, and I really don't think that there's really any good Fog of War map in the map pool right now. They're mostly all meant to be played no Fog of War, I think.
Yeah, and on the topic of map design, just to everyone watching who ever plans on or has made a map, always test wagons to see if they're going to break with first turn advantage. Yeah. I think it's only maybe 10% of maps, but it is really frustrating to have any games where it's I guess wagons break the map.
There are some maps in the map pool where you have to build a wagon first turn, such as TikTok Canyon.
Yeah. I know some maps straight up disable wagons too, which is kind of a big move.
Yeah, that's
often the better way of doing that is just
Rimy Ruins that does that.
Yeah. Oh, I think that map is that was a really interesting map for me, because I was playing it against.
Personally.
It's a strange map to me, because I was playing a game where I was against someone who actually spammed pikeman and trebuchet right at the bottom, and it was pushing fairly hard. I had my commander pushed up fairly hard, and Sigrid was pushing in, had a trebuchet lined up, lots of pikemen, and I was sitting here with like a few soldiers and a archer. And basically, I sort of realized that my best play was to build a golem, and I really don't like golems in general, right?
Why?
They're pretty inefficient unions, and my opponent already has a trebuchet out, and it's Sigrid. Like Sigrid can potentially one-shot my giant, right? So it was a really terrifying decision for me, but it turned out to work all right. Sigrid was down to half health, so she had to respect the giant, pushed her all the way back. The trebuchet wasn't able to crit the giant, which actually puts it down to 40% health, which means that the giant can still one-shot the trebuchet, which is really...
I like the giants.
I was
crit.
surprised.
It's one
I
of
was
my
surprised
favorites.
by how powerful the giants were.
Well, it's at 40% crit, it does 100% of the damage they would do at full health,
Yeah, and
which I think is really good.
giants have way more mobility than they look like they should have.
Yeah, like 5 movement.
What?
That's really good.
Yeah, that's insane. They're dogs, basically. They're
Yeah.
big dogs.
I love people who play giants into Sigrid, though. Like, I won a lot of my early matches from a long game, late game giant on my opponent just by having Sigrid's basic kill heal.
Yeah, that was half the reason why I was so scared of building a giant. I'm like, I'm gonna build a giant before I have any serious army against a Sigrid. What am I doing?
Yeah, I think I'm like alone in the opinion that I don't think Sigrid is a very good commander at all compared to some of the others.
I'm starting to subscribe to that. Like, the more I play, the more matchups I get into. There's just so much more pressure I have to worry about from a Valder or a Nuru that I can't exert as Sigrid.
I think that Sigrid is simply a worse version of Tenri in the end, because she wants to counter units, but she wants to be in the fray. But for Tenri, she can yoink a unit from 10 tiles away, so there's really like no contest there in terms of utility.
I think that it's hard to rate characters like Sigrid, Sedge, Caesar, all those characters, because I think they're very, and Emmerich even fits in this, where they are specific playstyle characters, right? To make the most of the groove, you gotta adjust your whole playstyle around it. Like Emmerich, you gotta be playing mages and
I don't think you
being able
necessarily
to use
have
that
to be
defense.
playing mages with the Emmerich, because you have, you can use his defensive utility to make a push, and then make your units so much harder to hit that you can get an advantage against the opponent.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, it will work best if you use mages with it and really build around it. Same for Caesar. Like, Caesar, I imagine in the future, could potentially threaten some really scary kills just by using his double move. Like, these characters require you to build your army in a little different way, and I think people just need to play more, experiment more, get better, and then we'll start to see these characters really start to shine. Like, Sigrid probably also requires a different playstyle, right? You gotta be much more aggressive than most commanders.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Right, Sigrid
I feel
assumes that you're killing a unit at the cost of, or rather, while saving attacks on all of your other units, right? Because Tenri can yoink a unit, but at the end of the day, someone has to kill that unit afterward.
Right, but she can do it from relatively safely, so you're not really... I mean, if you're in a situation where there's just somewhat of a standoff, and you yoink a high-tier unit, you've got an advantage on the next turn when you decide to attack again.
Right.
and I think it's also the fact that you get a full heal isn't something that you really chase as much as it is just like a little bonus on top, right? It makes it so hitting a Sigrid that with Groove feels incredibly pointless. Like, why bother? I mean, why bother hit commanders in the first place? But especially with Sigrid, you don't want to be like, oh, I chunked her down to 1%, and now I'm going to lose because I just lost a huge amount of value for no good reason. The other part of Sigrid, I think, is just the fact that you got to leverage the threat of the removal. I think is the big thing, right? It's a lot about just the fact that most grooves end up being more about the threat than the actual hit, right? It's a turn-based strategy game. You can see it coming from a mile. it's going to be a lot of, oh, I have to make this terrible change in my position, or else I'm going to get wrecked. So it's hard to evaluate characters when people aren't at that level yet.
All right, guys. It looks like we're still trying to find another match. It looks like our second round matches are going to be ready soon. So we're going to take one more break, and we will be ready hopefully very soon after the break. So we'll see you guys on the other end of the break. Thank you for sticking around. This is Groove of War, and we will see you guys in a few minutes.
It looks like it. Your bestie, Star. I'm doing good. And Daak, if you lose, you're off the team. Alright, so they're playing the Glen, which, in my opinion, is not one of the better maps in the pool. For the simple reason that Valder, Nuru are really, really strong on this map. But you can see they're both playing the correct CO, so it should end up being okay. Yeah, on these one factory small maps, Valder is just really, really strong. He's probably the best CO for these types of maps, and Nuru is close second because of her ability to just spawn units too. So that's a pretty typical moves right here, just going out for the village and the tower. But we'll see what they actually start making, because you don't actually have to spam swordsman or pikeman on this map.
Right. I think my mic was muted for a little bit there, but hello and welcome to Groove of War. Sorry about that. I'm joined by Kaal, and we are watching Daak versus GanbaRimi. On your screen, Daak in the blue and Ganba in the yellow. Ganba playing Nuru, and Daak playing Valder, which, as you mentioned, Kaal, are basically the only two COs of choice on this map.
Yeah, they moved they did not hear my entire rant on this map. It's a pretty terrible map, I think, in my opinion, because there's really only two viable COs, and there's only one factory, there's only one tech option, and there's not really that much of a battlefield. There's really only that big choke in the middle, so it ends up being a lot of stalemate-ish most of the time, or if there's a CO with the correct power, they can just force the victory on the other side. But there's just some typical movements at the beginning here, just taking the income and posturing towards middle. It looks like what is this? Looks like Nuru is just gonna ignore the tower for now, which I think personally is the correct play.
Agreed.
There's really air units are not going to do much on this map. The mages are in position for it to spawn from a tower to immediately counter any air that comes. So you won't really have the opportunity to make flank plays with them or anything like that. And Nuru is getting very aggressive this early on. And Daak's just trying to put on a little bit of a defense here. We'll see how it works out.
Note that, like we mentioned earlier, I think this part got lost in mute as well, but because this is a Swiss bracket, and it's round 2, you always play opponents who are the same record as you throughout the tournament, throughout all 4 rounds. So both of these players did have to win a game to get here. So this isn't day one. I'm just joining a tournament for fun. Both of these players won their first games. I believe that slide was wrong when we were previewing the matchup. So both players have won a match. They both know what they're doing to some degree. Like you said, I think tower first is not the best strategy because if you're not building anything out of it, then you've wasted a turn. Not enough to make a massive amount of difference, but with this aggression by Ganbi, we'll see what happens.
So Ganbi made a slight mistake in where he placed his unit last turn. He should have moved Naru to a position where he could kill this skeleton off by letting his archer moving into position closer, but right now he can't get it off and get a charge to his groove, which is what he really wants. He's not really in danger of dying from any of these sorts of units. Dog, Mage, and Valder himself are not really going to do enough damage to actually kill Naru off, so he can advance forward pretty safely.
Good to note the next turn is favorable weather, so that archer does get that.
That's very true.
Quick attack on commander versus commander. It's going to put Valder at the disadvantage.
That's a pretty good choice because Valder has to cross the river to get back, and he'll be in a get the defensive malice from the river of -2 defense, which he can take a lot of damage in.
Both skeletons can counterattack, but won't really amount to much with this forward movement.
I think again that was an error in positioning from Naru. She should have put her archer advance forward more to either bait an attack from the skeleton, or to advance forward in the next turn to attack Valder or that town up there again. I think he's going to lose a lot of tempo if he had otherwise. It's where he's got a defensively placed right here. It's not doing anything next turn. He doesn't have the movement.
Knight spawn, by the way, from Ganbi.
And Knight's really good aggressive and defensive option. He can watch that that mage from the bottom, as well as any sort of push out from the middle. Again, he really should have placed that archer better. So Valder, Daak going for that really quick harpy. We'll see if a mage comes out real quick here from Naru.
Now the harpy does cover one tile of the forest on the top right.
Behold the fell gauntlet.
Valder with the counterattack and the +3 forest.
And Naru might have just overextended here. It should be okay.
Well, she can't escape into the mountain. The harpy and the
Can
commander
run
will
back, I
chase.
think.
The dog will block as well. The dog can't make it into the forest, though. So Naru will be able to escape, but it's going to cost him quite a bit.
I don't know if they actually can escape. I'm not sure if the skeleton or it's one shot by the archer here.
Yeah, but then Ganba's slasher will kill the 7 skeleton.
Yeah, it should be all right.
Well, he really can't run that far anyways because he has to walk through the forest tile anyways. So
Yeah.
he's still under threat to 1 dog, 2 dog, a mage. Valder himself could chase you, 4 down.
That was a mistake.
Clearing skeleton.
Yeah. He should have had the archer clear the skeleton. It has a crit. It could have finished him off. Oh,
Well, he
that was
doesn't.
in range too.
He makes the way
So he
out
has
because
he
of
had a crit
favorable.
there. He's alright.
So
he
Naru
can actually
will-
get out and block with the slasher.
Naru can escape all the way down to the tile under the slasher. The knight can help avoid a 2 space flank with the dog and the mage.
So this should end up being alright, and he should be able to get a mage out to counter the harpy next turn. Or this turn.
Which, by the way, Valder's also under threat.
Yeah, he's in a big problem too.
He can heal off of the village,
He
of
is
course.
next to his
But
town though, so
Right.
he can heal. But he'll probably groove next turn to get the skeleton out. 'Cause he doesn't have any problems except for the archer, and I don't believe the archer will kill him.
Naru, by the way, has 80% charge right now.
Mirror is ridiculous.
And if he doesn't build this turn, he'll have 1100 to drop.
I think it would be a mistake not to build a mage. Even if he does get the dragon or whatever next turn, or golem, whatever he wants to build. He definitely needs to position slash defensively, though.
Certainly seems like both teams are in a position to throw this match right now.
Yeah. Need to make some careful moves here.
That's the correct move in my opinion. He has a wall now. The knight can move up in that regard. Mage spawn for the Harpy. You
Yeah,
mentioned.
absolutely. I think at this point, I would say that Nuru definitely in the more advantageous position. She's up 300 gold. And is only down a little bit in charge. So Valder is going to get this skeleton not charge off here in all likeliness. But he does, at the same time, he doesn't want to back up. He needs to stay in the fight. Likely that dog is going to die to the Harpy. Or to the Harpy and a skeleton crit.
Do you think the Harpy's actually going to go forward with the archer there, though?
I think so. It's only 30% damage.
I mean, I guess you might as well go for damage like that as long as the mage is out there to counter you anyways. Like, move forward while you still can.
Yeah. And his Harpy, if he doesn't move his archer next turn, and he just goes for the crit, he might be in threat range, so he needs to be careful.
Should be noted that,
Rise from your grave.
okay, so Groove goes off. He's gonna drop it on the mountain.
I think
So the
that
Harpy...
is somewhat of a mistake, actually.
Well, he does move it. Okay. So the Harpy can still move on the dog.
Oh, I see. He's going for the attack on the archer. That's a pretty good play.
It should be noted that next turn is bad weather, by the way. So the archer will be -1 range.
That was a good play from Valder there. So he made up another 200 income in difference. And he made up the full difference killing that soldier. Might have some problems next turn dealing with the knight.
We will turn on battle animations for the rest of the match, guys. I know for a lot of people's personal matches right now, they have animations off. I'm the same way, but for spectating purposes, we'll keep animations on for you guys.
No, he can't build a dragon. He doesn't have the tower. So the Nuru has no possibility of getting the one-turn kill right now, except for the Trebuchet. But he doesn't have the charge or the gold this turn. Next turn is a different beast, though, and Valder will either need to move back and heal at that village, or just move back and disengage. But I think he wants to just heal, or try and force Nuru out. Because Nuru really needs to disengage right at this point. She doesn't have any sort of front line at all to protect her.
She also doesn't really have anywhere nearby to fall back to, because the top
Yeah,
right yellow village is not an option, and the nearest one from there is all the way behind a factory, behind a mountain and a river.
He might end up losing a village and losing a game off that overextension that he did in the beginning. We'll see here in a minute what sort of planning he has.
That Harpy just paying dividends.
The Harpy was good, but it probably wasn't the best decision at the time. It's simply the Nuru overextended and lost too much of her stuff. That's an interesting decision. He's putting the mage directly on the bridge in a position that he might be threatened next turn and won't be able to take care of the Harpy. And I don't think that just 2 HP on Nuru and the archer is worth that. He's gonna go take out the dog. It's another 200 gold, but his knight is dead next turn, I'm pretty sure.
Also weighing the fact that the knight's dead as opposed to your commander or other units.
Right, I think that the Harpy does like 80% to a knight, doesn't it? So it's definitely dead next turn. And Nuru herself is going to be in trouble. And I think the archer may end up dying as well. And if Nuru doesn't gain charge this turn, Actually, no. She does. She charges 10% this turn, so she will have Groove on the next turn. So that's something that Daak needs to be real wary of. So I think because of that, Nuru is not in any special danger because Daak can't put his commander into play. So she's just going to move back. The thing that Daak needs to worry about here is his positioning. It's really going to be a hard calculate here for how he should kill and how he shouldn't.
Are you gonna steal less damage in bad weather as well, by the way?
That is true. I forgot about that. It's a 0.9 or 0.8. I don't remember.
It's a point. I think it's 20% less.
20% less. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had to heal there because he doesn't want to die. The mage is going to finish off that knight. And then we'll see what Daak decides to build. I think he... Oh, that's interesting. I don't think that was correct at all.
So let's look at gold totals here now that the groove is up. GanbaRimi did bank a little bit of gold this turn. 700.
He's got 700, which is enough to summon a knight for any sort of play that he wants to make.
Probably not play that he wants. Well,
yeah.
he doesn't really have a great play regardless.
Yeah, and you'll see here the mistake that Daak made is attacking that that mage with his own mage. He should have just sacrificed the harpy and taken out the knight, but now Nuru is going to get in a position where he can take out the knight, or he can take out the harpy and the mage without losing the knight at all. And this is trouble. Well, that's an interesting play. I didn't expect the Nuru to go for the soldier. I suppose that means that his knight is not going to be able to kill by any of the remaining units on the field, though. As long as Baldur doesn't come into play.
Well, he could go if he doesn't retreat the knight back.
I think he's going to use the knight to destroy the mage, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Important to note that on the Glen on this map, 1 health units, I mean, you typically use them as body blockers or
That's
utility in that
absolutely
way. And on a map like this, where there's only, you know, a few one-on-one chokes, then that's actually pretty valuable.
That was a good tactical play by Daak to go for that other tower to just deny it for Nuru and force her to take a couple turns in order to
Return to
reacquire it. So Daak has got his groove charged again, and he gets a charge on the dog. So dog's gone, but I think he's going to lose that knight in return.
Which, by the way, losing that tower, Nuru can only summon from structures that she owns.
Yeah,
it's a
big blow.
That removes a lot of lethal options, which Nuru might need to escape the situation. 2 units left on the field for GanbaRimi.
Yeah, you can see Daak's economic advantage here, which is pretty impressive considering he went second. But we'll see what Nuru does with the groove in order to even out this advantage. She has 600 gold, which only makes her a knight, but she can use that to get a charge on the other knight if she wants.
Do you see a way out of this for GanbaRimi?
I don't think it's over yet, but I think he is on the back foot.
Nuru cannot make an aggressive play here.
I think he might just want to make a mage or to pull that harpy from the mountains. Because the harpy is a big problem for him if it heals up again. Because he has nothing that can counterattack it right now. It's just free damage. But he has several options. He can go back and make a defensive treb and try and keep a hold of the village up north, or a defense. Well, actually, he can't. He doesn't have enough gold.
6 movement crit.
Yeah.
Had to move his unit there for it.
Important to note that you can't round corners with a knight to get the crit.
Oh,
you
really?
You can't cheese your movement to get it. You have to always be advancing.
So it has to be 6 in a straight line, even if you're forced by a unit blocking
No,
it?
it's not 6 in a straight line. It's you have to be 6 tiles away. So say that. Hopefully, I'll get another choice to say this, but it must be 6 tiles away from the starting position. It can't be like. Say
It's
that.
not 6
say that,
tiles of movement. It's 6
yeah.
physical squares away.
6 physical squares away, not 6 tiles of movement. Yes, that's correct. So because he did that, I want to say that he might actually attack with Nuru and summon from his barracks this turn.
Summoning from his barracks will naturally limit his options for building off of Wargroove, but
Yeah,
there's-
I think maybe summoning another archer and getting a swordsman from the barracks might be the better play, but we'll see.
that knight position does close off a few minor aggression plays by Daak. Obviously takes movement to get around the knight.
Help here!
So he did go ahead and summon an archer. I think that he's going to lose that knight the next turn. Oh, unless he does that. That was good. So he's trying to save the knight by doing that. He might have failed anyway. I think the harpy plus a crit from Valder will kill that knight anyway.
Absolutely. Pull the pikeman back or forward.
I
RP
think
plus
he
Valder will finish it
might
off.
have to sacrifice it for damage. I'm not sure. Because a soldier crit against the knight is only 30%.
No matter the order, the harpy has to get involved, so there goes the harpy move.
So Baldur can kill the knight here. Ooh, that's
Rise from
interesting.
your
Valder can
grave.
also
So he's
overextend
going for the
here.
crit kill on the archer. That was really good. And that might be game right there.
-2 defense, by the way, because of the river.
Yeah, that was a big positioning error by Nuru. Excuse me. That was a big positioning error by Nuru to put the unit in the river there. You almost never want to put your low health, low defense units into rivers. And that's going to be the turn for Daak. I don't think Nuru has any hope of a comeback here. She just only got 500 gold. Yeah. A second heartbeat coming out from Daak is just a GG, and there it is.
But GanbaRimi calls the match early, goes ahead, and puts out that surrender. Very impressive first showing by Daak, especially on the second turn there. This is a best of 3 series, so they'll be getting us into another lobby fairly soon. But what did you think of that game? What did Daak do right? What does Gambi need to change?
I think you really saw the strength of Valder on that map. You keep your commander in play, but you also have him having utility. He doesn't necessarily need to contribute himself. His groove is always effective. He has more unit count, and the Nuru only got her groove off that once at the end, even though she had it for 2 turns earlier. Is the real reason that match ended so quickly, I think.
Right.
Well, it ended in Balder's favor so quickly. She just held it for way too long. She should have tried to get an advantage by using it earlier. Holding the groove to try and get a lethal in is, I think, the biggest mistake that any Nuru makes. Groove should always be trying to use as soon as possible to gain any sort of advantage. And again, that was probably Baldur's best map in the pool. It was, I don't know if that was Daak's pick or if that was Runeski's pick, but that was definitely Baldur's best map in the pool, I think.
Well, the good news is we'll be able to ask.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, this is a best of 3. Both players are in the lobby. Format says that GanbaRimi, aka Rubestry, gets to pick the map out of the 2-player map pool. So we're likely going to see a map that favors Nuru much more than the Glen. And this would be one of them.
So this is definitely a map that I think favors Nuru a little better, but it's also a good map for Baldur because there's a big open space and he can just advance steadily with a big line of soldiers that he can make from all these racks. This is a 2 racks map, very different from the 1 racks map plus a tower from before. Means we're going to be should be seeing a much bigger unit count. And Daak going second again, it looks like.
Daak on the west side, blue playing Valder. GanbaRimi, aka Rubestry, is playing Nuru as yellow on the east.
Okay, so here's another thing that if you're looking for tips on how to play better, you should always advance first to take your economic tiles in the front. If you go behind, you'll be forfeiting any of the contested tiles in the middle. So always advance first to take your income. And that's really going to be the tale of this match, is who can control those 2 middle villages.
Which, by the way, we mentioned this earlier as well. Your option to take your second production building often changes depending on your output. So you don't take a tower when you're not building air units. It looks like with the way he's moving right now, Ganba is going to be taking that factory before cities.
I believe you always should go for the second factory because it can make more swordsmen to let you expand faster.
Right. But that's definitely like a conscious decision commanders will make as well. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Especially on the map. This map, factory first.
It's an interesting buys here from Nuru. She went for a pikeman first, like she was going to start pikeman spam, and then went for a soldier second to expand behind. I think if you're going to go for a pikeman on the first turn, you want to build a second one and try and get a little bit of early pressure in with 2 pikemen. So I think that was a bit of a mistake on his handed buy. He probably should have bought soldier otherwise. Or a swordsman, I'm sorry. And Daak on the other hand going for a mage, which is really good because if you look at this middle area, you got the 4 force there, which is a guaranteed crit for the mage if you can control that area. Interesting that Daak chose to take Baldur at the top to take that max, because it puts him out of the action for a little bit, and he gets his crew charged real fast, so he generally wants to be in the action. This map is called the Narrow, by the way. I don't think we mentioned that. And I think it's one of the okay maps in the pool. It's not especially a great one, but it's not a terrible one either.
Our dominion grows.
Next turn, you'll probably see Nuru attack that income building. You'll see a little bit of the first turn advantage on this map coming into play, but she will take a crit from the mage in return.
Which, with a nearby building to fall back to and heal on, it's not the biggest of things
Yeah,
at the
I
moment.
think it's okay to take that little bit of damage in return for just killing a higher income.
Especially since your knight will be ready to crit the following turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight's really good on this map because it's got the open areas and lots of areas to move your knight around in.
See, and that's the first problem right there with what Daak just did. He put his mage on the higher lane there, so when that knight does move, he'll be out of the range of the knight, but you also won't have that tree cover below the villages. It'll be much easier for that knight to crit anything above the villages rather than below it.
I'm not sure why he did that. I was trying to think of a reason why he might move his mage there, and I can't think of it.
The mage does cover both every eastern tile on that on the center blue village, so
That is
I mean
true.
it's still doing things, but again, I mean now you've got a little bit more to worry about with the knight's movement. Knight can move up to 2 east of the bridge, like right there,
Yeah.
just out of range. I'm sure he planned that out just to keep that knight in mind, but the knight can.
I think it's a mistake not to keep the mage down in the south where it's got all the crit spots. It doesn't really do anything on that northern lane.
Now it does offer a bit of pressure considering the mage is up there with Valder now as well. So both of those units can move at the same time.
It's an interesting decision to go in for that skeleton. It doesn't really do much.
It charges groove at the very least.
Yeah, it charges his groove, but he gets more groove charge if he destroys that building. I think that was a mistake.
Also puts you a little bit closer to Valder for a counterattack as well. So your
Yeah, I think
CO's in
this-
threat there.
He has kind of put himself in check here.
Note that Daak in the blue also has a 1-turn economy advantage, and he's going to get his final building next turn, while Roobstree is going to be 2 turns off from his complete economy.
Yeah, Roobstree actually opted not to take that that last village with his northern swordsman.
Right, it moved
I think
west.
to get to move a little closer to kind of keep Valder a little bit in check. So we'll see in a second swordsman at Nuru now, and along with the knight up top. So the Valder should not be able to advance up much there because the knight is in crit range.
Both of them, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, so he advances to the river, which is a mistake.
Well, to be fair, one tile to the east, and Valder was in lethal range to 2 knights and commander. So
Yeah, that's true.
that was not the worst of the 2 bad spaces for sure.
I think he might have been better served by moving onto the forest and then next turn moving across the river. But we'll see. I think he can take big damage from Nuru and the swordsman here.
With the knight out, Nuru has to retreat now. Off
is
that
true.
square, at least. She can move
Yeah.
up 1 and contest Valder, but with all this, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the move.
I think it's he can't actually deal too much damage to Nuru this turn, or he risks charging her groove and taking a lot of damage himself. So
Both
it's good
grooves.
that it's really good that he just awaited that skeleton there. I want to point that out. He doesn't give Nuru the groove charge because attacking would not do anything effective for him. It is going to die to the knight next turn, but the groove charge is much more important here.
Both commanders are at 60. Of course, they have different charge rates, but just to give our viewers the running count there.
And for anyone who doesn't know, the charge rate on Valder's groove is very fast, and what it does is it charges 20% every turn, 40% every time Valder attacks or is attacked, and 60% whenever he kills a unit. Nuru is 10, 20, and 40 in the likewise numbers. She's in an interesting position here. I think what's going to happen is the knight's just going to smack into that skeleton because it's got the malice. Well, it doesn't have a malice. The roads have 0 defense, but they do make your units more vulnerable. I'm fairly certain they die in 1 hit, the knights. I could be wrong though.
He does take the economy. He does take the economy hit, but this swordsman up here is exerting a little bit of pressure.
Actually, Nuru is in big trouble here. She's gonna take a crit from that knight next turn, and also take Balder, the mage, and the archer.
This is such a big difference that this swordsman
So
was
she's-
one off.
She's gonna have to take that archer out. That was a good decision. And I think he's gonna want to advance the swordsman to get a little bit of hit on Balder, and also just in case.
Groove charge. He does have 900 gold in the bank this turn.
Yeah, that is good. He's got the group charge.
Absolutely going to keep an eye on what he builds this turn, just keeping in mind his groove for next. Still not in the greatest of positions, that said.
I think it's not terrible. I mean, it's not favorable. He's not in a safe position, but he has this full groove charge. Well, Balder
It was a lot better
And
than it
that's
was
great.
before that archer died.
Yeah.
The pikeman on the south is also up, so that pretty much negates getting cut off by the skeletons. And also that swordsman moved up without attacking.
Yeah, and you can see that Rubesti has banked 500 gold, so that he has 1,200 next turn in order to get a goal amount. That is an interesting decision. Balder is in big trouble here.
Knight living with Sliver of Health.
That was a good decision. Yeah, that knight and that swordsman are not going to be able to kill that soldier that's on the bridge there, so he'll only have 2 points of attack on Balder. This means he should live this turn.
1,200 gold banked up for Nuru's special.
Yeah, so she does have the golem, but we'll see how it comes into play.
She might just defer to not using it this turn.
I think that would be a mistake, because even if she can't kill Balder, she can still make a huge hole in the economy.
Note that this blue archer at the top left, Daak's archer, is going to suffer -1 range next turn, so that removes a lot of options, considering he also has to cross a river.
That is true. It's an interesting decision by Rumesti to make that mage in the north. I'm not sure why he did that. He could actually make a heal on that swordsman, have the swordsman kill the bridge swordsman, and have the knight charge in. I'm not sure how effective that's going to be for his damage.
And as we learned, by the way, it's not 6 tiles of movement for a crit, it is 6 spaces.
Yes, that's correct.
So he throws out a heal, but he doesn't throw it on the swordsman. Instead, he throws it on the knight to travel up 1 to kill the swordsman.
I don't know about that. That was odd.
Different play, but same purpose, it looks like. Knight does go in on Valder.
Yeah.
Return to dust.
Calling reinforcements!
He's going for the catapult, and he'll probably kill the knight with it? Or did he just make a big mistake?
Trying to figure out where he spent.
The mage.
Right.
Oh, he probably forgot about the rain. I bet that's what happened. The pikeman probably gonna finish off that mage, and then we'll see in the turn. Worth noting that Rubesti has forgotten his swordsman on the far right side for 2 turns now, so he's down in income, I believe. That's a big mistake. maybe he'll notice because he doesn't auto win turn. There, he finally noticed it. There you go.
Valder gets surrounded but can always move across his own village.
Yeah, I think Valder should be okay here, and in return, I think your bestie's going to lose both those knights.
This turn?
I think so, yeah. Big damage on that cavalry. I don't think that that Nuru played this particularly well. She had a decent position, but I think that the trebuchet was just a mistake. You see there her losing both of the knights, and he's just at a terrible economic disadvantage at this point.
A lot of this game mirroring the first one, where Gambi sort of goes for that early aggression, looks a little promising, but then we do see a mistake here.
Rise.
Yeah, and he's just lost almost all of his tech. And Daak just has a commanding lead.
Might be a surrender to stern.
I think so.
No place for Nuru to run. We're probably going to see a GG this turn.
I mean, the Spearman can kill that knight and she can run away that way, but it's not going to last.
He'll get chased down really just next turn.
Yeah, he'll lose probably two of his villages in front there.
Has a 2 pikemen, a mage, and a 2 health knight. He can heal up the knight. And of course, Valder has 3 skeletons on the field, so those aren't quite as threatening as initial numbers might seem. So it looks like he's going to at least try to fight his way out of this to start. And Valder cannot chase into those woods to reach Nuru. Electing to keep his knight in the front line instead of pulling it back to heal it. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, that was an odd decision.
The knight could have the movement speed to run away pretty freely. Finally taking, by the way, that final village.
It's worth noting that
GanbaRimi.
the dog does not actually kill that cavalry, though. Dogs are terrible against cavalry. They only do 15 base damage.
Archer does, however. And by the way, we're about to have favorable wind the turn after this. Sort of mixed up my first turn timing there. I actually wasn't sure if wind would pick up this turn or the next one, but that knight is under pressure by the archer and the skeleton. Could also use any combination of these 3 units to kill the knight and mage up top.
Yeah. I think next turn I'll probably realize that it's pretty much over.
This far left knight can take center mid village in 2 turns. Not really many options left for GanbaRimi.
It's worth noting that GanbaRimi also made a fairly large error in not taking that village between his northern racks in the river for a couple turns when he could have.
Alright, and that does call the GG.
There's the design, yeah.
So that does give Daak the 2-0 victory against GanbaRimi. Congratulations to him. What across the series, what do you think GanbaRimi could have done a little bit differently?
I think that GanbaRimi made some critical positioning errors, and then in the first game, he didn't use his groove soon enough. He really should have used it sooner to try and reinforce his position. And in the second game, I think that it was a critical error to make a trebuchet during the rain. You really should have made a golem instead to try and kill some of Daak's tech, and the map might have played out quite differently in that case.
So,
And also, he screwed up by not taking that village in the correct
Right.
time.
and
But,
really holding that decision as well.
Yeah, that was not good. And I think those were the two biggest errors, is the use of the groove both times, and not using it in game 1, and in game 2, using it incorrectly.
So that does bring Daak up to a 2-0 in his pool and brings GanbaRimi to a 1-1. We'll be back. We're going to take a quick break as we get into Game 2. Game 2 is already lined up. So we'll be back soon. Game 2 will be RedHalo versus Rahlekk, and we will see you guys then.
See you in a minute.
You're trying to bring me down. Hold up. Think again. Do you know what you're starting? No, you sure ain't got a clue how bad this will go. Don't you know? Know my art of war. And as you look to the horizon, not a cloud, but then stormy weather's caught you cold. Seems like it crept up out of nowhere, all around. It was not quite what you foretold. You'll never see it coming. You'll see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done by the time to teach you your last surprise. You think you got your game planned out to a T, yet I'm 2 steps ahead now. So get up out my face, stand down. It's a trap, one more step and you're dead. Why just a few seconds ago there were clear blue skies, but now lightning struck your last resort. It's not an accident that no one hears your cries as your last strength slowly dissolves. You'll never see it coming. You'll see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done by the time to teach you your last surprise. I'm coming for you. My game's always so fast, so fine. You're spawning. My net didn't think I'd catch you in time.
state of grace. You're as perfect as the wind and sky, but they'll treat you like you're out of place.
This world is cold. The power is with those who would judge and control. But we have a chance to make it right. This is what you'll do. Show them how you smile. It's only for a while. Take what you need, leave them to bleed. Let them know bitter while your revenge is sweet. Keep the secret, pretending you're just like them. Live there like a princess in the kingdom of selfish men. Play their game now. Do what it takes to win. Steal it back. All they keep from you, they refuse to let me.
And welcome back to Groove of War. My name is Gavin. I'm joined by Kaal and a very special guest. Sort of. I mean, he was supposed to be here the whole time, but we just watched him play. We're here with myself, Kaal, and Daak.
Hello, everyone.
Daak just taking that 2-0 win over GanbaRimi.
Yep. Just finishing up some Smash GG logistics, but everything there is done.
How did, congratulations on your win, first and foremost.
Yep. Thank you very much. It was a pretty close game, I think, especially that that second game. The first game was really interesting too, since that position for that one turn was a real puzzle to figure out.
Right, they were both definitely not throwaway losses. Like, you were very legitimately under threat several points in both games.
Absolutely, they were fun games. They were the kind of games where it's like one small mistake and it's all over.
I think that was the story of it. Is that he played very well up until the point where he didn't use the groove correctly in both matches, and that was what lost him.
Yeah, that actually happened to me yesterday too, except it was still enough damage for me to get the kill. But yeah, so what he was thinking was because his range would be reduced by 1, and the trebuchet says max range, so he hit from 4, and it's not a crit.
That's what we saw as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing with that. So everyone watching knows that now.
Was that first map choice yours or his?
Both maps were his choice.
Interesting.
So he picked
First map
Nuru
is
into
definitely better for Valder.
Yeah.
So we are getting into game 2 of the night. RedHalo versus
Alright.
Rahlekk. On your screen, it's going to be RedHalo in the purple playing as Nuru versus Rahlekk in the red playing as Valder. So more of the same.
I was gonna say that I really like RedHalo's play here, but I'm not sure why he did not add his commander into his wagon. That was a mistake.
It doesn't really matter though, because he can still put his commander in next turn.
Now, I will mention that RedHalo was actually my first game in the tournament. He took me to the Glen, or he took me on this map, Emerald, on game 1 as well, so I'm assuming this is his choice.
I see. I played a game yesterday on this map as well. What was really interesting was what my opponent did is from that left-hand corner position going first, he put his commander in the wagon and got that bottom right-hand
Yeah,
village.
that's
right
a
off the
very
start.
common play from what I've seen on this map.
Yeah,
They try to
it
go for that
actu-
village and then fight up north to where that Rax is.
Yeah. In my game, what happened is I sent my commander in the wagon just south and was able to cut him off and eventually just get the win like that. So we'll see how this one turns out.
It's a risky play because there's a Rax right there that player on that side is always going to get. So they're always going to have more units on that side than you are. So I
Yeah,
think
and
that
reinforcing that
better play is-
position.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to point out that reinforcing that position is really difficult. Like,
Absolutely.
you have a 4 spaces above that area to reinforce from, where he has a bridge, and crossing rivers sucks in this game.
Yeah. I think in the future in competitive maps, they will want like 2 or maybe even 3 tiles of bridge in order to make them not so choke pointy and stalemate-ish on rivers. So you do see him going for that commander play there.
Yep.
I'm not sure. He might just want to go over and fight Skeleton. Try and get some charge on Noru, which I think would be okay, instead of just trying to go for the income steal.
I don't hate that play. It's worth mentioning that technically it is always correct to unload your wagon. It doesn't matter for most of the time, but
There's no
Absolutely.
There's no
cost
reason.
to it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
exactly.
No reason
You can just load up next turn, so in theory you always should. Do I always do that? No.
to. Yeah, I'm guilty of that too, so don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
I think on
it's
this turn in
laziness.
particular, it might not matter.
Yeah. So it looks like he's not planning to send Valder down south in a wagon, so we're going to see the commanders not fight each other this game.
I think he's probably just going to try to pressure that northern barracks.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, he's going all in on the top barracks.
yeah. The Valder can actually push that pretty hard if you don't tech appropriately at the top, I think.
Yeah, he can actually basically get an extra unit up there, and that's going to help a lot.
Absolutely.
He already has the second turn advantage unit up there, so
Yeah.
that's might let him actually overwhelm the barracks.
Yeah, you need to make like a treb or something if he tries to just sword rush you. Try and get in defensive positions, then Valder is forced to lose units when he comes in.
This is probably one of those times where it's correct to actually spam pikemen, probably.
Yeah, not on this map. Well, I mean, maybe on that Rax position, maybe.
Exactly, because that will keep this Rax alive while you can actually apply pressure elsewhere.
So he is going to try and fight those skellies with the Nuru, and he's blocking. He made a really good body block there to block that income.
Yep, and he can even just pick that village up if he wants, because there's no threat of getting cut off with no command or no reinforcements.
Absolutely, and you did
Pikemen
see him
spawn.
make that pike up
Yeah.
there, as you were suggesting.
That's what pikemen are for, defending a barracks, basically.
So just to give our viewers an idea of the range of threat of this wagon, he does have quite a few options. He can actually move off for income as well, but instead he's going to pull back down to defend the barracks with his commander. I have to say, just the game that I played against RedHalo, I made the exact same play. I pulled back my commander from the side flank to try and contest commander. Didn't really go well for me, so we'll see if Ron can play a little bit better.
You see him now moving that dog down, but I think that dog was eventually supposed to be for the west side, and Valder too. Valder is a little worried about that income down there. And I think you're seeing some errors in positioning here from Rahlekk, because he still has that far east village not taken yet, because he was moving so many villagers for that gambit on the northwest side.
Yeah, he's already at 100 income disadvantage, and that's just going to get bigger soon, because RedHalo still has that, is up ready to capture that village. I think he can reach, no, he can't reach the top village yet, but he'll definitely get that one. He wins that race.
Yeah, Rahlekk is probably going to go down about 500 income here, if I'm counting right.
Well, at least Nuru's not reinforcing that position yet, so he might be able to take it back.
I don't think he needs to. I think he can just let him take it back. I mean, Nuru can just take that village, get the extra 100 income off it, because it can't be taken by Rahlekk next turn, and he's going to get the bottom one too, and then just peace out.
Yep.
Say, okay, thanks for the gold.
I think you're right. There's a good chance that's what he's going to do. Yeah, Rahlekk doesn't have any fast units to try to like catch Nuru out or trap Nuru, so
Yeah, it's too
Nuru can do
early
whatever
for
he
it
wants.
to have any tech to really threaten the commander. And really, it was kind of a waste of gold to build that archer there, even though he was forced to. Although it's really a terrible unit for threatening commanders.
Yeah, they do no damage to commanders.
It's like 14 damage, I think, base.
It's actually worse. It is 5 base.
5 base? No way. Archers?
Yes, 5 base to commanders.
Are you
They-
sure it's
they-
not 10?
They like crit to 10.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, they crit at 14 and... yes, we're getting disparity between numbers. It's the whole median versus base of the RNG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's 5 plus up to 10%.
Oh, okay, okay.
And yeah, 9 plus whatever percent.
And he's being really obnoxious with that placement. He's trying to kind of bait that archer in so that he can hit it, because if a commander hits an archer, it's pretty much dead.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're a new player coming into this, you're seeing a very good example of just how obnoxious you can be with an intro wagon and commander.
Yeah.
That was the very first thing
Yeah.
we mentioned this game. Why did Rahlekk not load Valder into the wagon turn 1? This is what happens when someone does and doesn't.
Yep. This map is just strange with first player, because I think first player gets to decide a lot about how the game is going to be played. I don't know if they're necessarily strictly advantaged, but they definitely get a lot of control.
So he's moving all these units down here, and Nuru is just
So,
going to leave next turn.
It looks like what he's going to do is attack that. How much damage is that archer going to do that wagon? Enough?
No,
Probably not.
archers don't deal much damage to wagons, if I remember correctly.
Nope, not enough.
Yeah, it only deals 40 base damage, or well, 35 to 40 base damage.
I wonder if he could have dropped that wagon below RedHalo's wagon, and that might have been more effective,
to
maybe.
try and catch him in. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that probably would have been a better play.
But I
But
think
don't think he had the movement range for that.
he would have, since the wagon was next to that bridge. But
wasn't.
I think what he's thinking here is that knight can actually, or that skeleton above Nuru can actually capture that village. But that's kind of redundant because he has the knight at the top of it already.
I think Nuru accomplished the objective in this case by getting that town for 1 turn and just having that income. It's just free gold.
Yep. Alright.
Now that swordsman's definitely dead, but whether or not he gets the income from that town is kind of in question.
So
And up north,
Yep. That's a dead swordsman.
and it's also a dead swordsman, yeah. So he's got parity, so he's not losing that 100 gold at the bottom. And he's got that really good pike wall right there to keep off any reinforcement and keep those swordsmen from running.
Yep. It's a good position for pikemen. I really don't like Rahlekk's chance at this game.
RedHalo just advancing more on the bottom, trying to put more pressure on. I'm not sure
He's
that I
starting
entirely
to-
agree with that, but I think that he might try and take the wagon even further north to to kind of annoy him at the top.
I think what I will say is Rahlek's army composition is looking actually pretty good. Dogs, archers is a pretty good one for chasing these kind of things down. They'll do okay versus pikemen.
Yeah, it's worth
He
noting,
could win off army
that
composition.
archers are pretty strong against pikemen.
Yeah. And if you can, well, dogs are normally pretty bad against pikemen. If you weaken them first with some archers, then dogs can sometimes finish the job, and that's not bad at all.
Don't forget that, like, at the end of the day, Valder also has his groove. So, like, any gain he gets here is going to eventually be exponential.
Yeah, I think that the real big story is that the RedHalo had 900 income this turn, and Rahlekk had 500 last turn, and the economic problems are really going to add up for Rahlekk. I almost want to say he should just capture that village with Valder next turn, because otherwise he's going to be in deep trouble.
He should be able to capture that village with the swordsman in the river.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Good point.
Yeah. Okay, that was probably a mistake. He probably
Yeah,
could
that
have
was.
captured it with the
With the dog.
or knock it with the dogs, capture it, but 100 gold here, 100 gold there, that's gonna add up fast. On the other hand, it'll come down to does he know how to outmaneuver pikemen, because he is RedHalo is building a lot of them and a lot of wagons.
He does have a lot of wagons. He's going for a lot of wagons today. But RedHalo didn't build from his northern barracks last game, I think. That wagon was still there last turn, wasn't it?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, wagons aren't that cheap. That's like 900 gold right there.
It is, but he's
just in
got
wagons.
such an advantage with the gold right now that it's already paid for itself, really. And he can use those to really outmaneuver and deal some big damage to economy if they get to the point where they're both on back on their respective sides.
I think if they get both back to respective sides, I actually like Rahlek's position better. He has an army that can actually do stuff. But we'll have to see.
The problem with that is he has decent units, but he doesn't have any sort of front line. So
dogs
RedHalo
are a decent front
has
line.
the economy to actually make decent fighting units to back up his solid core of the swordsman and pikemen.
Just to note on the earlier skeleton versus dog on town attack, by the way, theoretically the dog might not have finished the town, which would have been the reason for that decision.
That's actually a pretty good reason.
They can see the numbers and we can't, so that we can assume that was probably the case there.
Oh, dogs only do 25 to towns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought I
okay.
could get a flank end, but I kind of...
No, I just checked the range and it was not enough, surprisingly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Rahlekk lost that swordsman at top, but he did it in a way that it wasn't totally effective.
No.
Just lost a free unit there, not very good.
What's worth saying is, while the top is actually looking really bad for Rahlekk, that Nero might be a bit trapped at this point.
I don't think so. There's a second wagon
Because-
there, and he can't actually cut her off.
Yeah, that's actually true. Actually, he has Valder, so he can in fact cut the wagon off.
What? Ow.
Valder, move Valder to the corner, put down a swordsman, and move the swordsman to the bridge.
Well, yeah, so he'll have to keep a pikeman on the bridge, or a swordsman on the bridge, or something.
Don't
But
forget, by
that's
the
correct,
way.
but-
Don't forget, by the way, Rahlekk doesn't have to put aggression on the southeast side with that cavalry. He can actually simply travel through the middle, and RedHalo will have to put up some sort of response to that.
Yeah, the
That's
cavalry
very
going
true.
through the middle to try and harass some of the income might be a good idea.
Especially if you can pick off that barracks.
Which would be one turn on crit, by the way.
Yeah, it would be really good if he positions for crits and tries to
Yep.
get the Rex or any of the villagers, really.
Either way, like, Rahlekk has to do something here, because that top is
Yeah, that
that's
top
a
is
big threat.
bad news.
Especially if that wagon can make its way to the southern bridge at the top there and cut off reinforcements from the top at least. So top might be able to put up some defense, but it could get overrun pretty quickly.
I think I'll take this.
Rahlekk has to trap Niru and win here. That's his game plan.
Or hold out until he finds another lane to attack from.
I don't think he has enough time. There are so many units up there. And he has a dog, which is not great against pikemen. He has soldier. So it looks like... I think if you are Rahlekk, you go for the entrapment here and try to win off that. Because he absolutely could do it.
Yeah, he has to go all in on it for sure.
He cuts off RedHalo. RedHalo has to try to charge up his groove for one unit. He can pump out units from this barracks as long as he just doesn't. Oh, and now he can't really trap them anymore. There goes that line. Well, I guess he could.
But he can use the groove to trap them. What the
Yeah, he
hell?
still has that, but that was a strange play. I think that might have been a mistake.
That looks like what it was to me. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not good. Because those are C tiles. You cannot cross those.
Yep.
A big error from Rahlekk there. That's probably going to cost him the game, I would say.
I mean, he still has the whole option of defend the top, use Valder. As long as he uses Valder to trap him now, he has a chance. If he doesn't do
has to
that,
use
then
the
it's
groove.
over. He has to. Oh. He just didn't use his groove. I think that was a mistake for sure. That was a misclick.
That was definitely bad.
That's probably the game.
F's in
Yeah.
chat for our boy Rahlekk.
I feel like those were two misclicks in a row.
That might have been 2 misclicks in a row.
Nuru gets out it. Well, then again, RedHalo could screw up and not take Nuru out and be really greedy, try to go for some kind of, oh, I'm just gonna drop a pikeman in there and think that that's enough.
He seems like a smart enough player to know that that's not the correct way to go about it, but who knows, you know?
I mean, I would have taken, like, RedHalo did already screw up once. He should have taken Nuru out last turn, right?
Right.
Since Rahlekk definitely had a chance there, so he could screw up again. Nah, he's gonna do it. He's gonna be smart now.
Yeah, he's out of there.
He's out of there.
It's a very, very good trade. Swordsmen do a lot of damage to archers. You pretty much win completely on economy when you attack an archer with the swordsman once.
Attacking archers with any melee unit is usually a good call. I think what it comes down to is Rahlekk just being maybe too afraid to really go for the aggressive cutoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't. One thing that a lot of people do is they play to not lose instead of playing to win. So
Yes.
he's thinking, oh, I need to defend up here and maybe I'll be able to win at some point in the future. But
It's a big
you gotta know when your
mistake.
position's bad enough that you gotta go all in at the right time, right? So I think that's gonna cost him the game because how do you win from this position now?
Playing defensively is just another way of saying you're playing from a losing position. And you never want to play from a losing position.
Yep. Defensive play is what you get to do when you're ahead on economy
Yeah.
and you wanna
Look at that
Crush
gold
him.
lead, by the way. That's 900.
Yeah.
Plus, he has 1,500 banked. Like,
Yeah, and he's basically
massive.
got a 1750 gold advantage right now, plus whatever unit advantage he has, which should be significant. And
I really wish-
he's got a unit count advantage too.
Yeah, I really wish they would stop showing buildings and units because they really aren't. But buildings are definitely coded as units.
Yeah,
You can
they are.
tell because if you press A on a building, it has a little red square under it.
Yep. He's just gonna resign. That was
Yeah.
that was the right play there, I think.
Ron calls the early GG, which might not have been really that early. So that is game
Yeah, you-
one. This is a best of 3. RedHalo taking
Yeah.
game 1.
That was some really good positional play by RedHalo.
I really think that RedHalo just made a really bad play on that last turn in. Oh, Rahlekk, you couldn't see it.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
Since I actually think that if Rahlekk blocked there, he probably would have won that game.
He might have won that game.
I actually think I would have been definitely putting money on Rahlekk at that point.
Yeah, he definitely had a huge army there, and it was really threatening. It's hard
Yeah.
to break that position because it is a C tiles there, so you have to slog your way over the bridge, but he would have done it eventually. Before this,
Yeah.
he lost his stronghold in the north.
Yeah, I mean, he has a barracks right there. He could just pump out Spearmen, the ultimate
Yeah.
stall unit.
Yeah.
There is a time and a place for Spearmen, guys.
Both competitors having a little bit of friendly banter in chat as they get their game 2 ready. Big fan of the early community happenings in Wargroove. You know, you're starting to see a lot of the same people around, yet the game is steadily growing and had a great launch. Congrats to Chucklefish for such a successful launch of their game.
Absolutely.
It's amazing that somebody waited 10 or however long it's been. It was 2007, I think, is when the last Advance Wars game came out.
10 years, yeah.
12
years and
years
change.
almost.
God damn.
It's so sad, you
Days
know?
of Ruin was barely a proper.
Yeah, it was barely an Advance Wars game. That's very
Yeah.
It's definitely the worst of the bunch, in my opinion. I think
I
Advance
mean-
Wars 2 is probably most people's favorite game of the trilogy.
Days of Ruin has the best multiplayer, but
Yeah,
it lacks the same charm, which is a big part of the
absolutely.
series.
Absolutely. Wargroove definitely got that right.
Yeah, they don't have the same aesthetic down, but that would have been just copyrighted, I think.
So, if Rahlekk might have happened to be in our Twitch chat and wanted some advice for his next map pick, what would you do if you were Rahlekk playing Valder, losing on the larger map against Nuru? That kind of just means that I should probably try a smaller map, right?
Yeah, just pick the Glen. I mean, it's not
Man.
banned. You pick the
I
Glen or
always-
the Narrow, and you're good as Valder.
I always, when I pick the Glen, I'm always like, oh, this is gonna be a boring slog of a game, and then games always end up wild.
Yeah, there's always a match. There's always like action in that game because
yeah,
everybody's trying to
it's
go.
actually slowly becoming a map I enjoy a lot. Even though in theory I look at it, I'm like,
That's because you play Valder. Anybody who plays anything less than Valder, Nuru, Emmerich, Mercia is just gonna have a bad time on that map, or Tenri. Anything like
Yeah.
Sigrid or Koji or Ryota and Sledge, who are barely commanders anyway, they're not gonna have a good time.
I'd be interested if they scaled commander charge based on map size. That would be or on income or something. Since really it does feel like if you're playing Sedge, you're basically playing
You're playing
What the-
powerless for the first 10
you're
turns.
playing Merciful.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing Merciful.
So Rahlekk and RedHalo both simultaneously realizing that loser gets to pick the map. It is not back and forth. It is coin flip and then loser choice.
I think Snow Rift should be legal. Yeah. It's a good map, actually, in my opinion.
Which map?
Snow Rift.
Um,
That's what
That's- is it the one with the exploit though?
no, that's not Snow Rift. That's bloody hell. One of the ones I haven't taken pictures of yet. I'm not sure. It's down on the list.
So just to give some quick show notes to everybody, this is Groove of War. It's a 1-week Swiss round tournament set in Wargroove. Just came out, published by Chucklefish this Saturday, or last Saturday rather. Advanced War as tactical gameplay, lots of fun. This is, as we mentioned, a Swiss-style tournament, so for 4 days, competitors are going to play each other, and then the top competitors from every individual pool will move on to a single elimination bracket. So both of our competitors in this set, RedHalo and Rahlekk, both won their first game. They're both 1-0. RedHalo very much asserting in that last round how he won his game. Essentially starved out Rahlekk economy-wise, with as much as a 1750 gold lead at one point in the game.
Yeah, that was a very good game by RedHalo for the most part. And Rahlekk had a couple of critical errors that cost him it.
Yeah.
I have to say, between all the games we've casted so far this tournament, and Kaale's just now joining us, me and Daak commented Sunday, had a lot of fun there. Glad to have Kaal on the team. Hope you're enjoying us.
Fun.
Hope you're having fun.
Yeah, this is fun to do.
But I just wanted to mention, like, out of all the games we've watched, we've seen quite a... one big thing I love about Wargroove is the variety of ways to win. You can win via standard route, you can win via stronghold, you can win versus lethal kill on commander. And
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah. The lethal kills on commander can be really really close too, and it's really exciting that, man, there's so many times where you get the kill, you kill the fight, you're charging in, wiping them out, and suddenly your commander gets killed because you overextended. The fact that that can happen makes games so much more tense, and it means that you don't just kind of say, oh, I lose after the initial engagement.
Oh, I didn't.
You actually have a reason to want to play it out.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I didn't even know you could join games in progress as a spectator. That's great.
yeah, so the way Spectator works in this game is you can join a game in progress, and it'll always take you to the start of the game, and then just not fast forward, but it'll play itself out until they catch up.
That's awesome.
Fortunately, that means that if they're 10 turns in and the game isn't stopping, that you're going to be like unable to open your menu because the
You
animations
guys
just
did the
keep popping up.
speedcast.
Yep.
But
Wagon first. Right? That's
Wagon.
an interesting pick. I mean, guess he
Commander
wants
Wagon.
to get...
Oh, that's
He wants to get
surprising.
the-
I think this might be a map where it's kind of broken with first player getting wagon, so it's really interesting that RedHalo didn't do that.
I don't think that it should be. I think he'll get the...
No, but if RedHalo went first, right? So if RedHalo had done that, then oh, sorry, no, RedHalo did not go first. Never mind.
Yeah, Rahlekk went first.
Yeah, okay. Never
just to
mind.
confirm sides and colors, by the way, Rahlekk went for wait. Okay, no, okay, yeah, I'm having the same problem you guys are. RedHalo went first on the east. He is he's purple playing Nuru, while on the west side with another Nuru pick in teal is Rahlekk.
That's
So we're
Greenfinger, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Greenfinger. Not
I didn't even see. Okay,
Yeah.
I just
I'm
see.
not sure-
I
not
just
sure
saw
why
the
you
floor
think
and I
Greenfinger.
assumed.
I think Greenfinger's okay, but he has the slow charge speed, so it kind of makes him especially on a close map like this.
This map has a lot of economy though, so games do drag on a bit longer. There's a bit more units to kill.
Rahlekk very intentionally has to choose to make this a long game. Like he's the one who actively has to play defense to make most of his groove here.
Absolutely.
Oh, he does have medium charge. That's my mistake.
Yeah. One thing about Nuru that's nuts is that she has a fast charge.
Yeah, that's insane that they thought of that.
Yeah. Well, their logic basically is that the idea is Nuru needs to have a fast charge because Nuru will probably hang on to her charge for a very long time.
I
is
think that's
the
just a
philosophy
mistake.
behind that.
I think that's just people are making a mistake in how they play
I
it.
think I'll take this.
That's just not good.
Yeah. We'll have to see how that pans out.
This map is also honestly not a medium map. It's a small map because once you take those far left, far right buildings, it might as well be
Yeah.
as small as the Glen.
It's a very small map. But the thing it has over the Glen is it has a wider fighting area. But the Glen
It
is just
has
like
a
there's-
wider
you-
fighting area, you have more economy, and you actually get 2 factories.
Yeah, the two
which
factories is the important thing. I think this game cannot be played on one factory. It just makes Valder and Nuru completely ridiculous.
I really don't think it's that bad as long as there's a tower. I think people just don't build air units enough because my favorite part about building a Harpy is that I'll probably still get to build a swordsman, which means that you get unit advantage, right? So I think people just need to build more Harpies. Because Harpies are great.
So RedHalo has neglected his backline a bit here to try and get an advantage in the front.
I'm not sure if there's much room for him to get an advantage, especially when he set his commander all the way up north, which after playing a game I think is a mistake.
Yeah, I don't think putting your commander all the way up north is the right play to play this map.
Yeah.
You really want to make him go mid to try and get the charge.
Yep. You get the charge, you getting to control those forests in the middle is a huge deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why I think mages are. One thing I like about this map is that it really supports every type of mid-range unit.
Yeah.
Mages have a lot of forests to hide in and fight from. There's some nice paths for your cavalry, and overall the town is a great place for archers to hide behind. So I like this map a lot, actually.
I enjoyed it as
Plus-
well. I think it's definitely way better than the Glen. That's for sure.
The Glen feels like
If you're not
kind of
playing
like a
Valder.
joke to me.
Depending on your choice of commander, of course.
I think Glen matches end up weird, and that's the cool part for me. But overall, you don't get to do any build up on that map because everything's like, oh, I guess I'll fight now.
RedHalo playing one game ahead here. All of the pressure is on Rahlekk for the comeback to get. Winner of this will be 2-0 in their pool. Very well poised to enter finals.
They're both going for kind of similar builds.
Yep, because if you win, you just have to win one of the next 2 to have a fairly good chance. Win both of them and you're in, so we'll have to see. I'm not sure what the tiebreaker is for this tournament. I'm not sure if they've announced it yet, but yeah.
Yeah, the rules are still very much a work in progress for the tournaments. I think.
Right. Which, you know, I'm personally okay with that. I'm just glad matches are happening, right?
Yeah.
If TOs need
Yeah.
to adjust rules on the fly, that's kind of just what happens with a game
The
we
game,
haven't
is,
heard
the game is
before.
4 days old.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
This is a very laid-back, casual tournament.
Yeah,
It's a
I'm
lot
just-
of fun.
I'm just happy to be here, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. This game is an absolute blast.
It's very fun.
So both... Excuse me,
So
both players
Skiz,
decided to start with knights, so I think this is one of those times where pikemen would be, wow,
So,
really useful.
That is very
That is an
aggressive.
aggressive play.
Yeah.
I think the knight
I guess
is
he's-
most certainly on the wrong. Like, if you're blocking an
Oh.
army, you're blocking the wrong side of the army. I'm way more scared of the knight up
His-
there
his-
than of the
his
2
knight
swords.
has the superior position here, but I don't think that was a great idea. I'm pretty sure that
I think he
wagon
might have
just dies.
miscounted because the knight is not in range of hitting Nuru.
Yeah,
That
I
explains.
think he just wants the knight there just to have threat over mid and have complete control of it. But
I guess he's trying to force Nuru to go back or go up, and then take the mid. But oh boy.
Quick note: Skits has dropped us a line and has an answer for you, Doc. If there's a tie in pool, it'll be opponent win percentage versus opponent's win percentage, and then head-to-head.
I see.
So it'll be win percentage and then strength of schedule, and then
Okay.
head to head.
I'm seeing you'll just win more. You'll be fine.
well,
RedHalo playing the eastern side of the map, Rahlekk playing the western side of the map in teal.
yeah, this is the second time that we've seen a player 1 not have their economy before the player 2 does. Because that is exactly what happened in your match on this map, Doc.
Your
I
opponent
believe
left.
I was player 2.
Your opponent left their top right village open for the entire
yes.
match. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was both player 1 and player 2 have done that. All right, they're he's going for the fight. I think RedHalo can kill the wagon, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, the cavalry plus the soldier should kill it, I think.
And then he can get the first hit on that soldier, and that's not good for not looking good for Rahlekk. Though what Rahlekk probably wants to do in this position is throw his swordsman and his commander down at that spearsman and dislodge it. Free his knight from being pinned and get some value out of that. I guess the knight isn't going to do 60 to the cavalry or to the wagon.
Knights do 60 to the wagon. Should kill it. I mean, he's not really under threat there if he moves up to attack it either.
It could be he could lose the RNG in it. That might be his fear, but I don't think there's much fear there.
Even if he loses the RNG, his knight is not in any danger if he moves
No.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he does get it. He does
Yeah.
get that.
He probably should have used this infantry or this swordsman to hit that swordsman. That would have been a lot better for him. But he's still in a good spot. He's still doing fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he moved that swordsman up like that.
Well, what he's trying to do is protect his pikemen, right? Because if he didn't do that, and suppose for some reason he was able to keep this soldier at full health, he could probably kill that pikeman, which would actually be pretty bad for him. One thing about about the whole colors being mixed matched and everything, one thing that I kind of missed from Advanced Wars was I'm pretty sure all your units would be facing one way, and your opponent's using would be facing the other way.
That threw me off day
That's
one of
correct,
playing the
yeah.
game.
Yeah. Here units do based on whatever they did last
movement,
or
yeah.
get hit from. And you can even see buildings move when they get hit.
Yeah,
Wait,
which is
what?
goofy. Yeah, buildings move when they get like if you look at the
If I look at so I see the
look
two
at, look at the
west
village directly east from the center forest. It's pointed one way, and then the one to the right is pointing the other because they were captured from different directions.
That's pretty impressive. I'm not even mad. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That leads more to your argument about buildings being coded as units.
I mean, this is like League of Legends all over again. Everything is secretly
Everything's
minions.
a unit.
Yeah.
That bridge over there is a unit.
That is strange.
That is a
decision.
clean play. I think that was very good. Yeah, that's
I would
probably
rather
one of the
have
best
killed
ways
the
I could have
wagon.
handled it. Oh, absolutely not in this position because what this does is it basically makes this attack absolute garbage.
That's a goal.
He can still hit that wagon with this too, but Yeah, no, that seems solid to me.
That's a golem, so
My only
top left, by the way.
My only question, and that's a golem. Yeah, that knight can't hit. RedHalo's knight will not be able to hit Rahlek's knight, which is a huge deal. And in the forest, a 6-house pikeman isn't going to hurt a knight. It's not going to do nearly enough.
By the way, as we mentioned this very early on in the stream, but golems have 5 range movement, so Nuru is under threat here.
Nuru's got to move. Looks like he's going to actually force this back a bit, and I think this is the one good utility for golems, is scaring away commanders. Because, wow, our golem's scary.
They do 40 damage, I think, base to commanders. It's really a lot.
Man, commanders are absolute monsters in this game. It's always easy to forget. You know, since giants do 40 damage to commanders, and their crit percentage is 2.5, if they did crit at full health, that would be a kill.
Yeah, luckily for us, they only crit at 40%.
Yep, he's gonna clean that up. I'm kind of wondering, in a world where RedHalo didn't just move that swordsman there, if he just moves his pikeman out of the way and maybe captures the city. That would have been an interesting line of play, but I don't think it was very good. That did more than I expected, but yeah. Still not doing the amount that you expect a pikeman to do to a knight. I think both sides are just going to go back after this. I think RedHalo will be slightly in the advantage after this whole exchange is over, because... just because Rahlekk built a golem, and that's... I think golems are the kind of thing that works best as a surprise, and then kind of get weaker the longer your opponent knows how to deal with it.
I think it's fine just to have it as a tech unit, to have it on a threat on the front line, to keep threats away from your more vulnerable pieces. I mean, it's expensive to do that with, but still a very strong unit. And it's not to say that it's useless at all. It can be kept backline to get any sort of counteroffensive going. I think the problem for RedHalo right now is his economy was definitely significantly slower than Rahlekk's was.
And he spent a lot of money on wagons again.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Wagons are, at the end of the day, sure, they help you move units to the front line, and that's great and all, but there's still a lot of gold just not being done. Like, imagine what having even just 2 hounds there instead of 2 wagons would do for your ability to fight. Wagons are actually pretty expensive. That's...
Yeah, that 600 dead gold is really hurting him, and he still has not taken that one village. That's the second map that the player one has totally forgotten to get that village.
Has that soldier been under there the entire time?
I think he forgot it one turn at the far right.
I think one thing that we need to do in the future, or even they need to add, is just some way to see total gold loss at this point and
that would be
total
nice.
Gold values, because I think Rahlek's ahead, but I'm not sure how far ahead he is.
I mean, let's see.
He's actually... So Rahlekk is actually behind on units by 1.
Yeah.
Because again, villages are units.
Yeah, and there's the two wagons, so they're kind of
that
big
is
units.
true. Yeah. So I guess Rahlek's at net 1 after that. Plus one of but that unit's gonna get healed back up. Healing units is good because it's basically like, oh yeah, because you didn't lose this unit to a free attack, you get to buy a unit at a discount of -1 build and slightly cheaper, like 10% off. That's essentially what healing a unit is.
It's essentially 2,800 gold with that mage being in play versus 2,300 gold for RedHalo. So he's got a decent advantage in gold value right now.
Yep. And that mage, I love seeing this mage with the golem because that's a great pairing. When the golem takes any
Absolutely.
real damage and you have any other unit there, that heal's gonna pay for itself, and suddenly that's a tempo heal.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
immediate
300
value on the board.
The 300 gold healed on a golem is almost economically worth it. 'Cause it's 100 gold per. Wait, no, I'm doing terrible math in my head.
It's about
Yeah, I'm just gonna use
120. No, it's about 120
It's
gold.
120 gold
Yeah.
per. So
So it's 240, so you just need 60 more gold of value there.
yeah, I think the value is definitely it being not having to go back to a town to heal. So it's
But
really good.
there's also value when you teeter a golem on its crit condition as well.
That's
That's
true.
very
'Cause you
true.
can,
If
like-
you get a golem down to 2, bring it back up to 4, and suddenly you're in business.
Because you're right, you can out heal yourself out of your crit and lose value that way as well.
No, the correct play there is to hit while you have the crit, then heal, staying in crit the whole time.
And if you have 2 HP, you have decisions to make.
No,
He went in for that night hit, RedHalo did, but he can't kill him.
I
I'm
mean, I
pretty
guess he's
sure
looking
there's
to
no way.
cripple him, and Greenfinger will be able to heal off that bottom city probably. It won't be a full heal, but it'll get him out of lethal range. That city is well defended because he can just throw a pikeman down there, and pikemen shut down all sorts of
Easy,
night play.
very easy to travel to on that lane.
Yeah.
It's been pretty
Um,
interesting this game to watch both commanders stick north of the river. I think most games on this map resolve closer to the middle.
Yeah.
Both players absolutely taking the commander condition on this map as opposed to the economic condition.
He really,
So that
he's
soldier
missing that city again.
I was about to throw
Oh,
up the
no.
side bet for you guys.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, he's gonna send that. He's
He's
gonna send
moving the
spearman
spearman
back.
towards it instead of the swordsman. Man, that is a big error. Both
Oh,
times
boy.
on this map for player one. If you play player one on this map, you should just go for that village first. It'll save you a lot.
So the correct play at this point would be for this wagon to move east of the village to pick up the spearman next turn.
I mean, what he could have done is just bring kind of 1 health unit and go use 1 health units to capture buildings. Because remember, guys, 1 health units are not bad at capturing buildings anymore.
That's right.
Red
You did
Halo.
that in your match.
RedHalo sprinted to Twitch chat as quickly as he could to defend himself.
He's like, no, that's a misclick. I'm not an idiot.
Oh.
We should see that knight go down. I think losing that knight for the health on Greenfinger is a pretty big mistake, personally.
I agree.
That golem making a huge difference with map pressure because, you know, he could go further all in along with the knight, but with the golem
Yeah,
there
it
to
is-
just kill
it is
whatever
a
to counterattack
huge
goes
pressure.
for.
That's
By
a-
the
I mean,
way,
that knight is,
5 movement, by the
Nuru
way.
has to
Nuru
get
still
out
has to
there.
move this turn, right?
and Nuru is gonna have to move back even more. He probably won't be able to quite take that barracks, but he should be able to. I think he can take that middle village if he plays this correctly. But it'll be hard to, again, RedHalo put a spearman down in a pretty good spot, so it'll come down to if he can dislodge that spearman. He has one swordsman in a good position, but that's about it.
He should be able to chase it right out, I think. As long as that
'Cause
knight
his-
doesn't charge in.
His spearman can't reach the other spearman. Because 3 movement is terrible.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons I do not like Spearman at all.
I mean, I do think they have the place, like, for example, at that top barracks, spearman there is great. Because it's defensive. Although spearmen aren't going to do anything against a golem. Like,
Yeah.
he's just feeding that spearman to a golem. He should have built it maybe behind the barracks.
Yeah.
Because the golem can't reach the barracks. But that could have been him miscalculating that. Yeah, because he doesn't have any units that can deal with it. He is saving a lot of money. Does Nero have that much? Nero is at 90% groove, so it's still another 2 turns.
By the
So-
way, as we were talking about groove efficiency, Greenfinger is at 53, and we've been here for
Yeah.
7 turns.
Greenfinger medium charge. And he has not attacked much, to be honest, and hasn't done any kills. You really
I
want to
wonder-
get kills with your medium charges.
I wonder if Rahlekk could actually be greedy here. Use his spearman to hit the knight, and is that low enough for Greenfinger to take the kill? But
No,
I
I
think
don't
he's
believe
he's gotta heal his commander. You don't want to be that low, especially against a Nuru. There's another knight on the board still. You wanna heal here.
The center middle knight does not have the range to get in on. Well, it does. It does if the knight's out of the way, correct?
What are
Yeah.
you talking about again?
The center middle knight is still threatening Greenfinger, so Greenfinger has to move
yes.
no matter what.
Yeah. He did just heal Greenfinger, so I'm wondering if he is thinking about the play I'm making. Then he could throw his swordsman just in front of it.
Right,
Yeah.
he needs, that's
And
probably
that'd
the
be
right.
fine.
Yeah.
I do like that he's pushing his alchemist up here too, since that's going to let him support his golem. His alchemist, excuse me, is really strong with the force crit.
I'm just making another one. So he wants to go all in on that golem and keep it alive with the heals.
Yep. So,
So-
actually, that move alone actually keeps Greenfinger safe from that middle one. That's all
And,
he needed
yeah,
to do.
kills the unit as well.
I'm surprised I didn't see that.
By the
What I
way,
don't like about that, though, is that doesn't give him... That's not answering the pikeman, who is pretty threatening, honestly.
I think he's gonna kill the horse with it.
He's got to move his knight back now, because
No, I
he's
think
not
he's
getting the
gonna use
pikeman.
the knight to kill the.
Yeah, he's getting the charge on Greenfinger,
right.
which is great.
Oh yeah, there you go.
But he's Rel-
Oh, that was a
Rahlekk needs-
mistake.
Oh no!
You need that charge.
okay,
Rahlekk.
but I mean, does he? He doesn't. I don't know if he needs to charge. Like,
Yeah.
obviously that was inoptimal, but-
charge if you're in a safe.
I mean, charge is free value,
Always.
right?
Yes.
well,
You-
no, because we don't.
Grooves make and break this game. You
Well-
really need to get as much charge as you can.
Well, let's
especially
see
on
what.
medium
Let's see where
characters.
Greenfinger moves this turn first, because that might have been his way of healing Greenfinger the same turn he removes the knight. It should also be noted that Rahlekk has had time and has time to make a play as long as Nuru is stuck in that corner due to the golem. Rahlekk can make a play on this center village as well.
That's true.
If that knight
I still
moves
don't
up
know what.
one,
I still don't know what he's going to bother doing with that. I guess that's what he's going to do. I don't like that, because that knight is just dead now.
Yeah, that's a strange play. I mean, it's not awful because the other
Well-
knight is pretty much dead too. He's got to sacrifice some of his income for it.
I guess what's going to happen here is the 5 health knight probably has to retreat. The spearman has to go back to kill the knight, and then he can line his spearman up to kill the city and capture it, and then he can just win off an income advantage. I think that's the play, which isn't bad.
RedHalo doesn't really have the greatest way to handle this golem at all. Like, no,
Yeah.
literally straight up does not have a way to handle this golem. Nuru can't move up for threat of trade
I
and
think-
because of knights nearby.
It was a really big mistake for Greenfinger not to get the charge there. He would be at 93% charge right now if he had taken that charge.
Huh.
That is true. He traded it for only 2 HP as well
Yeah,
because
that was not good.
he didn't have the gold to full heal.
Yeah. But then again, might as well be safe, right? He's in a
Yeah, I
winning
guess so.
position. Why take the risk?
Yeah.
You can always justify weak plays when you're ahead like that. Just minimize risk. You're already ahead. Why throw that away?
Wind is active for 2 turns, which just kind of highlights the lack of ranged units this round.
think that
This map-
the range units are really more of a late game unit. In a lot of these games, we're seeing decided by mistakes in the mid games by either player, so we don't often
Yeah.
get there.
This map I did build an archer on, and it died pretty quickly. I think this map is really open, so it's really hard to protect your archers. Not like the Glen. The Glen is pretty easy to protect your archers by comparison.
Oh yeah.
But this one, it's really hard because there's just so much open space. Yep. Spearman doing work. Gonna get that. So, if you're a Rahlekk here... Oh, it looks like RedHalo absolutely does not want to lose that middle village, and he really can't afford it. One thing really actually not great about Rahlek's position is he has no way to hit that one house spearman except with the golem, and that really sucks.
Yeah, it does.
He has no way whatsoever.
That's another reason why I thought he was going to move the knight up there.
That would have definitely made sense, yeah.
I'm going to see Rahlek's position is crumbling a little bit in the middle here.
Yeah, I feel like RedHalo's main game plan right now is use Nuru to build the trebuchet to kill the golem, and that's how he answers the golem. I think that's what he's holding out on.
I think that's pretty worth for Greenfinger. Because the golem only takes, what, 60% from a trebuchet, is that right?
Yeah, but that's without crit. With crit, it goes up to 90.
Okay.
And Nuru is gonna get the crit.
I mean, if he places,
Unless it's
if he
raiding.
places the golem in the forest to get the defensive bonus, it should be okay.
Oh, that is very true. RedHalo could easily make a mistake right here by moving that one health spearman. He should not move. Well, I guess he could move it right below the factory or the barracks, then build one to the left, but yeah. Don't. Oh, interesting play. Rahlekk could actually use that golem to break the spearman line at the bottom, and that could be really good.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, move the 4 health back, use the spearman crit bonus to kill the 8 health, and then just one-shot a spearman. And suddenly that whole down in their area has nothing. I think that's what he should do.
Well, it doesn't have quite the range to like.
Yeah, I don't think it actually has the
the-
range to move to where the swordsman is right now.
It can hit. No, it can hit the swordsman. It can't hit the spearman.
Or the spearman. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
right. Rivers cost 2.
Yeah, River's cost too.
Rivers cost 2. That is the thing.
So he can still disrupt it. He can move the golem down, kill the swordsman, and then pike formation. No, he can't pike formation to attack the spearman, but he can take the village.
He
Probably
can
what-
pike
probably what he's gonna
formation
do
to hit the
is-
spear. It's just not very. It requires a lot of sacrifice to do it because he has to move the top one to the top of the village, then he can move the bottom one to the right all the way. That will get him the crit bonus, but
But then
That's
what's your
pretty
move?
marginal.
What's your move otherwise if you don't start breaking that center line? Like
I
what
think if
would
I'm-
you do this turn?
If I'm Rahlekk here, I'm gonna go to that forest in between those 2 spearmen at the top. I'm gonna put my giant there and attack the full health spearmen. I'm gonna start moving my swordsmen and pikemen up top, along with the alchemists, and try to keep pressure up there. Because I don't think that he can kill the golem if it's on the forest. I think it's too strong. I don't think he has the damage for it in his lineup.
I think you're right. It will definitely do less damage than RedHalo is probably thinking because he wants to get the cool play right now. That's what
Yeah.
he's thinking, right? He
Nuru
wants to get
has
that-
Nuru has Groove and is going to have
Yeah.
2200 gold next turn.
Yeah.
I think he saved too much gold too. Is another big point.
Yeah.
Unspent resources.
It's bad.
Unspent resources are bad, guys.
The only question mark for me here is what Rahlek's going to try and build to support his position right now. I think a knight is probably something that he definitely needs to take care of the bottom area.
I don't know about a knight because there's just so many pikemen on the board. You don't want to build knights into that.
And I think this is a good decision here to take out this village instead of attacking the pipeline.
Yeah, because
His income a little bit.
Yep. Bleed him out. Yeah, he's
and
taxing his build. Oh, continue.
and just to mention, the reason why we're talking about unspent resources isn't because saving money isn't the wrong decision, but you can save too much money. Like,
yeah.
gold that you're
Absolutely.
not spending is gold that you're not making a comeback with.
Do you know what he should be building since he needs to use the front line? He needs to build more mages. That might be the right call here.
It
Because
might be.
they
He
will
hasn't-
reach the front line in time, and
Yeah.
he has the bank for it. Yeah. This map is just really good for mages in general. You have more than enough economy to support it.
So he's healed Greenfinger again.
Does he know that Nuru can't build a bomber?
I hope so. I hope people have figured it out by now. If you haven't figured it out by now, Nuru has to have the production facility for the unit that she's going to make. And if you go into puzzle mode, you will find this
Oh,
out in
shit.
a later puzzle.
Sorry, something I'm going to point out here. Rahlekk actually did not build from that bottom left-hand factory.
Yeah, big mistake.
That's really bad.
I mean, it's only a swordsman, but still, it adds up. You always want to build from every factory.
Yep, especially when he has bank. Like, he has no good reason to be saving up.
Yeah.
And RedHalo has saved up way too much. What, is he playing some sort of crazy double golem play? That's marginal. That's ridiculous.
I mean, if he builds a golem up to top on the top barracks right now, that's a throwing play because the other golem can get advantage on it in any position.
But the other golem's gonna be damaged already, so it's not terrible. But yeah,
I mean,
his
he
golem's
might
gonna.
regain a little bit of his position, but it's still gonna be tough for him.
You know, the funny thing is that if he does like 8 or so damage to that golem can basically be fully healed. That's how many
Yep.
mages he has, and they're all in range. Even that mage is in range of the golem for
Yep.
healing.
All three.
Imagine,
That might have been the money that Rahlekk is saving for because he needs.
Oh, that's a very good point, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of want to assume that RedHalo did not bank this gold by mistake. Like, he likely has some game plan in his head that says, I'm going to use this gold this way, and that's why I have so much. It would be kind of like a little presumptuous for us to assume that it's a mistake for him to have all that gold.
I think there's limits to it, though. Like, that is
Right. No,
that's a
no,
lot of gold to spend in one turn.
That's not saying that it's a good plan. That's saying that he might have a plan.
Oh yeah. I don't doubt he has a plan, but I doubt it's a good plan. So unit counts are actually still tied, but the quality of units is vastly different on both sides. So there is a huge advantage for Rahlekk here. And here comes the trebuchet. Wait, will that still get crit?
I had a strange error just hit me live on stream, so we are quickly going to try to get back in the game.
I don't know if that's gonna get crit.
That is
I'm not
crit
sure
range.
if I'll be able to get back in the game,
He,
guys.
he
We,
made his trebuchet in the wrong position.
But so I think that might be a weird inconsistency in the weather because nope,
No,
it is still
the
correct.
weather is
Hey.
correct.
Shoutouts to Chucklefish. I was able to simply rejoin the game.
Oh, it
Is-
did crit.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
I disconnect all the time and I just rejoined.
Yeah,
In my
we're
game
back
with,
from where we left. So we saw the trebuchet placement. I'm assuming you guys were talking about the fact that it was not placed at max range because favorable wind increased
Yeah.
max range by 1.
But it did crit at 5
It did
range.
crit.
So,
So
okay.
crit condition is actually 5 or 6 range, not max range.
By the way, that's we've had 3 turns in a row of favorable wind. So it's not going to fall into max range next turn either.
I think maybe that golem will die if both the pikemen, the cavalry and the sword attack it?
I don't think it's gonna die. It's on a forest tile.
I think they might barely have enough damage.
And now, don't forget, like, we can always place the tile, like, east as well of the factory.
Pardon?
If he summons a golem on the top barracks, he doesn't have to place it. Like, he can place it on the right side as well
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
to give it time to cover.
But I think right now Rahlekk is threatening to take that barracks. He can heal his golem, or even just let it crit and take that barracks.
Yeah, and that golem is not going to die. You're right. There's not enough damage there.
And he's about to heal it up. This looks very good for Rahlekk. The other thing is that that golem can probably almost one-shot that trebuchet.
That is a strange play. I think he's just doing that to try and protect his barracks.
He is desperately protecting his barracks.
Yeah.
And I think this is where, if you're a Rahlekk, you say, okay, you cash in your golem, you take out that trebuchet, and that golem has paid for itself. Because you still got to deal with a 3-health golem,
Yeah,
which isn't fun.
I mean, if I were, I would heal it up first and then
No,
throw it
because
in
you
because he
want
doesn't
it
have
to have
any
the crit.
crits on it.
You want it to crit? Maybe.
I think
I
it
guess
should
RedHalo.
still kill. If he heals with all 3, it should still kill it. I think.
Oh, that's probably true as well, actually. That'll do about... Oh, so he's throwing everything at protecting his trebuchet now.
Well, he's still gonna lose a lot in the middle here.
So right now he can heal his golem and it will still get to crit. Wow. There's the opponent golem, but it's not good. It's not.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not good. Rahlekk looking really strong with that huge mage army. That's gonna do so much work. He can actually hit that pikeman, and that'll be a good trade. And that golem can't reach him there. Actually, it can reach him because the factory is a plains, but
He's gonna lose a lot middle too. He might end up losing his village again, and he's also gonna lose a spearman at the very least.
all right. Rahlekk definitely has to play properly here to get full value out of this, but
Yeah.
he's in a good spot. But it's very easy to make a mistake here. The exact line of play here is pretty difficult to pick out, I think. Yep, the heal's probably correct considering that's a 36 health critting giant, which is fantastic.
By the way, we were talking about heal value to gold earlier. I guess one important thing to factor into that is that the heal is AoE, so you can make up that gold on other units.
And there's the
Yep.
green finger groove.
Yep.
He gets
So
to
now-
charge up that spearman.
So now
He's
that he
poking
has
that
the
at-
groove, how is he going to use it? Or how should he use it?
Use it to lock out the other golem.
Yeah, really. Or just lock out the north
Oh.
entirely to choke up
Exactly.
the bridge.
Bye-bye,
I would think that's
1200 investment.
Yeah. There's a lot that he could do with it.
Yeah. And even this golem position, it can attack, it can go back. He has so many options. I think a line of play that might be right is pull the golem back, hit the knight with infantry, then use the other infantry to finish off the spearman. And that's just a good trade in terms of units and builds his advantage a bit further. While putting pressure on the trebuchet. I think, yeah, that's a good place to put his golem. It can heal up, do whatever he wants. Still threatens that barracks, which is absolutely fantastic. I think it's gonna take a while. Yep. He's gonna do it. He's gonna finish off that spearman, and that's good value.
Just want to give a quick special shout out how grateful I am to the Wargroove community, reaching 100 viewers on this podcast. Thank you guys so much.
Whoa.
I think there's a lot of people interested in watching competitive versions of this game because they want to know how to, like, correct modes of play.
They want to know how to beat pikemen.
Yeah. I think there's too many people that are losing to Spikeman spam, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like archers and swordsmen.
Archers, swordsmen, and mages.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that Rahlekk is showing off how good mages are, because he
Especially
is
on the top area of this map, there's so much forest.
so much forest.
To those of us joining us late, you are watching Groove of War, a one-week tournament to celebrate the launch of Wargroove. We're in round two. We're in round 2 of our Swiss bracket. Rahlekk in the teal, RedHalo in the purple. RedHalo in the purple for the time being. Might not be on the map for much longer here.
He's definitely on the back foot, but I'm not sure if I'd go as far as to call this game quite over yet.
It's once Rahlekk can hold that middle village, that's when I'll call it. But
Yeah, absolutely.
he's not quite there yet. I mean, it is a bit hard for us to call it when there's a trebuchet still that's in a relatively good position.
That's right. It's got a good position.
Yeah, actually, one thing actually pretty bad about Rahlek's position is he is nothing in the area that can turn that trebuchet.
We finally,
Yeah,
by the
that's a
way,
problem.
we finally have next turn is clear weather. I think it's been 4 turns in a row or 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, the weather
Actually-
actually helping quite a bit
I
here
think-
for him.
Oh no, it's RedHalo's turn. Because if it was Rahlek's turn, he could actually hit that trebuchet if he really wanted to.
Yeah, he actually could have killed it last turn
Yeah,
with the golem if he really wanted to give that golem up.
yeah. He's
What he could
looking
have
to.
done, what he could have done is attack the swordsman with the spearman and advance the other spearman to kill the wagon.
Yep.
But he elected not to do that, which is totally fine. I think it's
Yeah.
I'm
They
not
were
sure
50-50.
what would be the right play here. Yeah.
They're both. I think they're both valid plays. They're both good for him. So, yeah. It's the type of player you are at the end of the day. Do you like having big setups or do you like smaller setups?
Yeah.
Do you like chaos or do you want to have something more controllable?
Now, RedHalo's probably going to be really careful with these next few moves that he's making, because there are a couple of tricks that Rahlekk can have up his sleeve here. So we'll wait for his northern maneuvers, see what happens. He does elect to kill that spearman in the middle. I think that might actually have been the incorrect way to go about that.
Hmm.
I think I would have killed the damaged spearman with the trebuchet.
Yeah. If you are RedHalo, do you want to spend your golem to try to kill a mage? Is my question. Because he can do it, I think. But I don't know if it's what
he
he
would
wants
be
to do.
making a big mistake if he did, in my opinion. Because he would definitely lose position, and his golem would take a bunch of damage from the other golem.
Yeah, but it's a tempting play for him, right? Yeah, it sacrifices too much. I think you're right.
The real question for me is if he wants to keep that wagon there and just sacrifice it for a body block. Or if
He
wants try
needs
and
to
move
keep that
out.
wagon there, I think.
I think
Moving
he
that wagon
needs
is a
to keep
huge
it there
mistake.
Also, yeah.
He does not want
He
to.
doesn't want to. I guess he's going to put something down up there.
Oh,
think-
that wagon. I thought you were talking about the wagon in front of the trebuchet.
No, I think
Oh.
he should have kept the wagon that he just moved there. I really do.
No, because he is going to use his golem to attack a mage. He is going for that play. But what his problem about factoring is that if he does that, that knight is going to crit. And knights can actually get pretty good damage on golems.
It's not only the knight that'll crit.
Yeah, get that crit with that golem, then heal it up for maximum value. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if RedHalo loses his Golem or his Trebuchet, his position looks so much worse. On the other hand, just because of how he's played the situation, if RedHalo doesn't use his Golem here... Oh, that's not bad. That's a good trade.
I don't think that's really useful. I think that's throwing that Spearman away for nothing when it was in a good position before.
Oh no, I just mean
You
that
really-
last...
Because really, it's not the combat ability of the mages that you're worried about, it's the heal on the Golem.
That's very true. But I guess he's just looking for some
Although,
value there. Because,
The mage does pretty much kill a Spearman with a crit, which is possible
Yeah.
in his next turn.
and it still comes down to the fact that, look at these spearmen. They're not threatening anything, right? He doesn't... His trebuchet is so safe right now.
Yeah.
And that's pretty gross. This is what happens when you mass pikemen. You can't attack.
So he's gonna start getting his own mages out.
Yep. Just the way he's playing, I'm pretty sure he has to throw his golem into the battle, because if he doesn't, his mage is going to get first hit. Things just
Sure.
get really bad for him.
I'm sure as that golem does move out, Rahlek's been very, very patient with this green finger groove down here. Like, I'm sure he's gonna start moving that up the second the golem gets involved.
Yeah. I'm assuming that Rahlek's whole game plan has moved to taking that central village, holding it with Green Finger's groove, and winning off that. I think that's his win condition.
Oh, he's moving the golem in the middle.
That was a really unexpected play.
That is bad. I think.
That
I
is
think that is a
super
mistake.
bad.
I think that's a big mistake.
Yeah, he just
He
gave
might
that
lose
barracks
his
job.
barracks here, yeah.
Yeah, if you are Rahlekk, you move the first mage in, you move the next mage in, you hit him with the goal. You can probably take that barracks. I actually don't know how Greenfinger's groove works, but maybe he even cuts the golem off from the top factory, even like.
I mean,
Wow.
he can just stop the golem from moving in. He can just make a big wall right in front
Okay,
of the
so
golem right now.
that move there I think was a mistake, because he should have used his knight to kill that off, because that knight can't attack anything.
Yeah.
That would
I
have
mean,
just been a bit better.
That's a minor mistake. He can still finish off that spearman there. So
He lost that action on that mage, and it could have been a heal or
That's
something
true.
really useful.
So I'm like you, I haven't seen Greenfinger's groove in action, but according to the codex, he picks 5 tiles within 5 range and can grow vines on those tiles. But the thing that
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure of is, do they all have to be connecting, or can he like separate those
no, he can
vines?
choose any 5 tiles.
Any 5
in fire
tiles.
range. But if I'm him, I'm putting him on that. Whoa, that is a bad move. That is a mistake. You just
Four
lost
What
the
are you
goal.
doing?
He's gonna triple heal it here.
Whoa! What?
What? That
Relic.
is
Rahlek's throwing.
Rahlekk just threw. His
Oh,
golem's about to get
no.
critted. His golem's about to get critted.
Rahlekk, no.
Oh no!
That's almost all of Rahlek's advantage down the toilet if he loses that golem.
I think he's even behind at that point.
Yeah, I think he's way behind.
I think he actually might have just lost there.
Yeah.
He has no answer to RedHalo's golem. He's gonna lose his golem.
RedHalo's going to be
no.
advance into the middle with that trebuchet now because there's no threat from the north.
Nature
Oh,
will
here comes
claim
Wild
you.
Growth. What's that gonna do now?
No. He
Wait,
really needed to put a second one in front of the golem.
is that a...
Also, actually, did he just lose his commander?
He just lost his commander. That's game.
I think that's
Red
game.
Halo's-
Oh, Rahlekk, no.
Oh,
Rahlekk, units can move through cities.
that's... hate to see it like that. Oh, man.
Not like this. Not like this.
Oh. when Rahlekk inevitably goes to watch this VOD, what do you have to say to him?
He really needed to use his spearman to body block, and he should have gone north with Greenfinger to place the wild growth. Should have been 2 in front of the giants and 2 on the sides like he had, and then 1 to the left of that village.
We can only assume that RedHalo is frantically checking the numbers to make sure this works.
Yeah, and up top, the real correct play was using 2 mages to kill that spearman and casting the golem in onto the barracks to get the factory down.
Yep, because that golem, and I think actually to get the lethal, can he?
Well, he still has a pikeman right there.
I mean, he just throws the pikeman and the giant.
So he actually has to do. So I've been doing a lot of those puzzles, right? So the correct play is to load a pikeman up into the wagon, put it right below it so that he can get the crit off the pikeman.
There's a couple puzzles where you have to do that to win the puzzle.
I know, and that's why that's the only thing I can see in this state now. I've gotten like half of them done, and man, they are difficult.
This must be a little.
I think.
So RedHalo is taking a little bit for this. He must be seeing something that we're not yet, or not.
I think he's just taking his time.
The spearman and the giant should just kill Greenfinger. It should be over at this point.
Wait, yeah, so he's actually kind of screwed. Yep, that's how he's doing it. He has to. So he actually does need the crit from the spearman to guarantee the kill, I think.
No, the spearmen do 20%.
Spearman won't do 20%.
Will they? Okay.
He should be dead.
I mean, he can't.
I mean, he's doing it
not
anyways.
attacking.
Oh, well, there he goes, yeah.
Okay.
Well, just in case he goes over there.
In case he gets screwed by really bad luck.
Good,
That was a
good puzzle.
game over for Rahlekk, and good play from RedHalo, but man, what a throw from Rahlekk on the last turn.
Yeah.
Oof.
So that does take RedHalo to a 2-1 victory. He will end today 2-0 in his pool. Rahlekk will end today with 1 win this round and 1-1 in his pool. That was a hell of a game, guys.
That was really well played up until the last turn there for Rahlekk, and for I think for RedHalo, it was really good hanging on in his position and trying to minimize his losses. But man, that ending, that is a heartbreaker.
And that kind of goes to show you how the pacing of this game is supposed to work. We talked about it earlier. You can win by routing armies, you can win by routing economy, but at the end of the day, lethal hit on commander is always something to keep in mind of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh boy. He really just totally misplayed that groove placement.
Oh man.
All right.
And
Well,
even just that whole turn was just a
The
disaster.
whole turn really was a disaster. He failed to find the ability to kill the racks up top, and then in the bottom, he failed to get the not kill himself.
Yeah. There's. It's tough. But seeing those, it's so easy to make a small mistake, and like we were saying, that whole composition he had, it's a really tough composition to play perfectly. We did say it's a very easy one to just like, oh, I accidentally moved my golem in slightly the wrong spot, and suddenly everything. Whereas if you have a normal composition, usually you're a little more mistake tolerant than just, oops, I put a mage in the wrong spot and now I'm gonna lose. So that was tough, but he did his best, and it was still a fairly good game. Boy.
well, with that said, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna take a quick break before we get into our final game. Lined up for our third and final featured match of the night between Tyrus and Gov-Joj. So we will see you guys on the other side of a quick break while we recover from that that stalemate. And we'll be right back, guys. One more match round out of the night. This is Groove of War. I'm Gavin, joined by Daak and Kaal. We'll see you guys on the other side of a break.
Gov-Joj.
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 So we are back. It's Groove of War, presented by myself, Gavin. I'm joined by Daak and Kaal. We'll be showing you guys our third featured match of the night between Tyrus and Gov-Joj. Judge? Definitely going to be called Gov for the majority of this set. But we're going to quickly get into the game with them. So a few things to note. This one's a little unique. Tyrus won his first game by a bye.
Oh.
So he actually has not played a full set in this tournament yet. I'm going to quickly double check on Gov statistics.
I'm already interested based on the fact that we have
Mercia
Green
versus
Finger and Mercia.
No Nuru. Or
No
Valder.
Nuru or Valder. Wow.
Dirty Valder pickers.
Hey.
No tier fight. Always excited to watch.
And I'm curious what map they're on. I don't know if we know that yet. Or it's just going to be a surprise when we get in.
Just gonna say, because I just disconnected from the match again, I love that Chucklefish realized that Nintendo's online system has issues, and they're like, yeah, you can reconnect, it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's really such a great decision they made, because online would probably be almost unplayable without it.
Now, I forget the name of this map, but I will say that it is one of the better maps in the map pool.
I don't think I've actually played on this map yet,
This is a good
but
map.
it looks interesting.
Yeah, it's got a big, wide open area. There's congestion in the middle. It's got nice terrain in the middle for fighting, and most importantly, it's actually got 2 barracks. The only problem with this map is there's no port or tower. I think it would be a really good map if there was a tower on this map.
I think it's hard to tell. I think you like 2 barracks maps a little bit much. 1 barracks maps are definitely still pretty good. I understand that your concern is Balder, but I really don't think it's as big of an issue as you think it is still. But we'll see what people do in the future.
I think it just makes for better games. That is the thing. It just makes
That's very fair.
like it might not be an issue of balance, but it does make the games a lot more fun.
I can accept that perspective. All right.
Gavin appears to be making a mistake here by moving LSE forward, but we'll see actually. Okay, so he's making a mage from that to get the real quick capture.
Yeah. It's
Just
yeah,
before we fully get away from the 2 racks, 1 racks, just general map design, quickly explain just why Valder matters so much on one racks maps.
So Valder is so strong on 1 max maps because he just gets the skeletons out so quickly, and in 1 max maps where there's a lot of fighting in, so he'll get a unit count advantage over his opponent very fast.
I mean,
he has the fastest charging groove in the game.
I think more than anything, it's straight up you get a unit advantage in a game where unit advantage is going to matter a lot.
Yeah.
You can, like we sort of touched on earlier, but I'll repeat for everyone again. Swordsmen are great gold efficiency, but their build efficiency is terrible.
Yeah.
And build efficiency is your most precious resource on 1 barracks maps. I think a lot of 1 barracks maps are okay though with a tower, and that's where Harpies really are valuable because they save you a build. They get you back that unit advantage. People should build Harpies more is what I'm saying. Especially on 1 barracks maps. 2 barracks maps, it's a little bit harder, but yeah.
So we're just seeing the initial opening moves here. The Governor's just moving forward with his second player, Soldier, to try and get an early advantage in the beginning here. And they're just mirroring each other's spawns so far. Interesting in seeing the wagon for me personally. I don't think it's necessarily a great map for a wagon.
I can see why this, but like,
I mean, it's never bad though. I mean, it's always gonna be a good unit. So
I also
There's
think
enough
like
roads to justify it.
the timing of this particular wagon to catch the mage after the factory capture is pretty good.
That's very
Like,
true.
if you're gonna spawn any wagon at any point this round, that was the exact turn that you do it on, just to catch that unit.
But mages don't need wagons. Also, Also, I'm glad to see that people are playing mages a lot more today than they were on Saturday.
Yes.
Which is
I think everybody has
happening.
realized that majors are good.
Lots of people have realized mages are good. Yeah.
The literal inverse
And
Pikeman.
it's a little odd for me to see the dog here. It is a decent map for dogs because there's no mountains in the middle, but there's a lot of forest and one tiles, and with the dog's superior movement, it can kind of get around the flanks easier. But
I like dogs in general, but the only thing I don't like about dogs is that you always need 2 or 3 of them to really get good value
yeah,
out of
that's
them.
the problem. Is they're just like swordsmen; they have low build efficiency.
Their build efficiency is a lot better. It's just that, like, do I want to build a dog again next turn? I
Yeah.
might not want to. But
That's the problem.
they
Is you're always going to want more, so your racks are always going to be in some way tied up by the dogs.
yeah, I think it's just
the massing dogs is actually not too terrible of an idea on this map. Maybe if there's not a lot of spearmen in play.
well, both sides are getting 500 a turn, so maxing out on dogs is a pretty efficient use of your
Of your gold, yeah,
resources.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Because this is a really low income map. It's just really odd for 2 barracks. As long
Yeah.
as the map is.
this is a rough map to try to build mages on. Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising how 2 mages, but I guess you still get the captain the same amount of turns with a swordsman, so maybe a swordsman would be better. I'm not sure. Another mage, wow.
Another mage. He's really going to try and go for aggressively push for that mid, I think.
Yeah,
If he can get his mages kind of stuck in there, he might have it on tenable position and get to be able to assault those 2 villages of green fingers real quickly. We'll see.
that's probably where the game is. I think you're right. So I think what makes this map interesting strategically is the 3 mountains on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Those 3 mountains sort of work as a divide between, are you going to attack the barracks or are you going to attack the village, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's where a lot of the strategy on this map comes from, those few mountains in the middle. So we'll have to see how that plays out. He looks like Tyrus is going for massing the dogs.
He is. He's going for the dog strat. I like to see it.
I
And
think
actually,
dogs
that's-
are a great answer to
that's
mages because they got the mobility. They will probably get first hit just by numbers. And dogs are very good against swordsmen.
Absolutely.
They are probably one of the best units to deal with swordsmen in
And they're
general.
good against mages too. I mean, they're not bad. They do 60 damage on first strike to mages, so it's not bad.
That's plenty considering they're half the cost. And get a flank on it, and that's what, probably 90.
I think it's more than that. I think it should be like 120.
It is.
Because dogs have. Oh, it is.
You're-
90. No, you're right. They have 1.5, not 2 extra.
Yeah, but that's pretty big. Yeah, dogs are really good with their crit, but their crit
Yeah.
is one of the harder ones to line up, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not a lot of maps that are made so that the dog can make good use of the crit.
This is probably one of the better maps for them, just because there's enough open
Absolutely.
space.
Yeah.
It comes down to having enough open space that you can come in with the flank. Yeah, dogs, you definitely got to outmaneuver a bit. Try to get those nice angles to get those, line up those crits, and then you're gold. But
And it's not
easier said than
really
done.
it's not really as open a mid as you think it is either. Like, there actually isn't that much room for those.
I mean, it's
fights.
it's very relatively open because there's 5 lanes of one movement terrain, and then there's all those 2 movement terrains where the dogs and the mages are going to be strong.
Yeah, I think those trees are more of a defensive terrain than a speed bump,
Yeah, I think so
for
too.
sure. But
I
that
think
mage is in pretty. I think Gov has to protect his mage now because losing that first strike on that mage might be bad news.
That might not be good. That's a very
Um,
ambitious placement of that mage.
On the other hand, that is the only thing that can hit the mage. So maybe he just move his commander up a little and hope to punish if
That might be exactly
Tyrus
what he's
goes
doing.
in.
He
So
might be wanting to try to get the charge on Mercia faster than Greenfinger can get his charge.
yeah,
'Cause
I guess
Mercia can
I
probably
guess I like
charge
that play.
twice. Yeah.
But wow, that's an ambitious play
Yeah.
for sure.
We were briefly
Yeah.
talking about how Tyrus got to round 2 with 1 win via a DQ. Gov won his first set 2-1, so he had a very competitive first game.
Okay.
That'll be interesting then to see if that
Just
gave
to
him much
speak-
experience.
Right. Just to speak where these guys came from.
Okay, so Gov built a knight, and he's actually giving up the ability to. He's actually going to lose out on a build because of that.
Yeah.
But I think this might be worth it because knights are excellent against dogs. It is. They destroy dogs.
They
Dogs can't
absolutely
even.
annihilate dogs. Yeah.
Dogs. I don't think dogs even get good value when they attack first against
Yeah.
knights, which is.
Dogs deal 15 damage base against cavalry. It's very, very poor. It's like the hardest counter in the game, I think.
Yeah. So even though it's a really expensive buy from him, I think I don't hate it. I don't know if I would say I like it, but it's not bad.
Interesting that he didn't go in on the mage.
Um,
He's kind of positioning
I think it is
himself
the right. I
defensively.
think it is the right play to not go for the mage overall. But I want to see how Tyrus is going to respond to that. Tyrus might be best off building a pikeman here because he has the wagon already, so he could bring it to the front lines fairly quickly. I think I like a pikeman here, and he can just throw his wagon to the one on the left, right beside the dog, get it to the front lines at the same time the cavalry gets here, and that'll let him deal with that threat.
Interesting archer.
Oh, he's not
Swordsman,
gonna go for it.
Swordsman.
I'm a bit nervous because he doesn't have a good answer to knight. Though knights you don't have to answer since they really are only really scary when they get the crit. Without the
Right.
crit, they are a lot less scary.
The commander himself is just really good against the knight in general, but he's gonna have to watch
Yeah.
his village on the right here, because it is in danger.
I think if I am Gov, I might keep my knight 2 squares back just so I can get the crit on that village if I really want it.
Yeah.
He can't get the crit on that village now. Or can he? I'm not actually sure. He might be able to get the
No.
crit. I've seen the system do inconsistent
yeah, he
things.
can get the crit on it. Yes. you're
Yeah,
right.
never mind. He can still get the crit. That's fine. Yeah. I know the game technically says 6 units away, but it definitely matters what path it's the cavalry moves 6 units and then. Oh,
No,
never mind. The
you have
precise
to be-
word
You
here.
have to be 6 tiles away.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a precise wording thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you look at the cavalry's, if you highlight his range right now, he's got 4
Yeah.
towards the village, and 1 left
Yep.
and 1 down. So that counts as 6 tiles.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, so Gov is going for a double wagon. I really don't like that.
I don't
You're
like that
already
either.
behind a build because you built a knight.
So that's 2 builds.
And you're gonna-
basically he's gonna be behind.
Yeah. I don't like that at all.
But that would be a better, like, 3rd turn or whatever the first turn after you capture the racks. It would be all right then, but I think it's a mistake to make now.
I think it's just a mistake to buy a second wagon in general.
I mean, if you want to try to spam pikemen, it's pretty decent. But
This is not a map for spamming pikemen.
No.
It is way too much of an area to defend.
Well,
I was only recommending building a pikeman because deal with knights.
right, but I mean, if you are
yeah.
going for that kind of that strategy, 2 wagons is
I
good. But
suppose.
on this map, it would just not be a great strategy.
Yeah. Gov is advancing very by the book, just straightforward. I actually don't know how good that is unless he commits everything here, because a dog is going to hit the mage, then he trades in with a swordsman, and I think that mage is going to take a lot of damage. He could move in both those swordsmen, but I think then those swordsmen die. So I'm not quite sure what Gov is planning here. Okay, I think if I'm Tyrus, I pick off that mage right now and get a nice advantage.
I think so too.
Oh, he can do another fun, if Tyrus has done, we'll see if Tyrus has done those puzzles before. Because I think the right play is you drop a dog off right to the corner so that you can get a crit with the dog below the wagon, and that'll
Yeah.
one-shot the...
Dogs can't
Oh,
go on
okay.
wagons, if that's what you were trying to suggest.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame.
Wait, they can, right? I'm pretty
No,
sure they
not.
can.
They
They
can.
cannot go into wagons. Dog does
Oh.
not like to drive in cars, man.
Okay.
That's pretty canon. That's good lore.
Damn. Destroyed because of the law. Oh man, I've done too many of those puzzles already, and I've not even done the harder ones still. Is there only 25, or do you unlock more?
Say that again?
How many puzzles are there?
There's just 25.
Okay. I hope they add more
That would be
at
nice.
some point.
I think
Even
they're difficult
though-
to make good puzzles, though.
Yeah, even
I
though
think
I'm already
it's-
struggling immensely with them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, community puzzles do work, right?
Oh man, I am
they do.
scared to see what the community makes for puzzles. They're gonna make some really screwed up ones, you know
A
that.
lot of people have compared the customization in this game to Super Mario Maker. Like, this is Advanced Wars Maker. Yeah, if it's anything like that,
Yeah.
we're gonna see some really crazy stuff pretty soon.
Oh boy.
Tyrus pulling back from the villager line. Doesn't really have to worry too much about pulling back a bit just because of the threatening range of those dogs.
I think he's gonna lose that right side village, I think, and he's not gonna be able to counterattack back into it. I'm fairly sure Governor should be able to move his pieces in a way that he can stop his knight from being checked. But we'll see. Because he's only got the mage or green finger that can threaten the knight if it does attack. So I think he's definitely lost that right side village.
Knight will crit it with Knight will crit and kill it in one turn here.
I believe so, yes.
Right mage covers it completely. Left mage covers the north and east, north and west of it. This pikeman is going to come down and offer additional pressure as well.
Yeah, I think he's going to have both those pikemen there. He'll have Mercia there.
It's not as
And he'll have
if
the mage there.
it's not as if Tyrus's unit or doesn't have like the army. He
Yeah,
just
this
doesn't have the
is-
army composition.
And he doesn't have his army in the right spot either.
Looks like Gov is not going to do that, though. He's going to go and try and reinforce his own position. That's
Well,
interesting.
Like, what does he have to follow up on the right side? He has a wagon. He doesn't have any real units there.
I think he's,
If he
he's
didn't
still
build
gonna,
a wagon, he could have done something a little more, I think.
He's still going to knock out the village. He just won't be able to counter and hold it as well.
I think
Without that
if
pikeman
I
being
was Gov, I wouldn't attack this turn. I would just kind of move in a little closer and attack next turn. I think that's a preferable play here. Because it's a bit of an overextend to just attack now, I think.
I think if he had placed the pike there and moved over with Mercia and a swordsman, he would have been okay on that right side.
Like, he could have just done that, drop the pikeman, move Mercia in, and then not attack as well. That's also perfectly valid play. And just then attack next turn. But it looks like he's not even planning that potentially. Does he know that he can crit with that knight?
I assume he does.
I really
But
hope he
not.
doesn't go for the crit now. That would be
I
real
mean-
bad.
Yeah, he's going to take a big chunk of damage from the commander if he does that.
He'll, yeah. Oh, that is...
The commander is now in crit range.
That is...
The commander is
Yeah, he
For
puts him
not
in
what
actually
range.
in crit
it's-
range.
Which isn't worth that much.
The commander is not in crit range, but the town is still in crit range.
And the mages. So it's a decent move.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I guess he's really not looking to take that town. Maybe he's not realizing how much damage knights can do to towns, but... I mean, this is fine too. He's just looking to post back some more, because Tyrus doesn't have an answer for that. Doesn't have an answer
if he
for
kills
that.
the mage with the knight, he has done enough in economic damage because when on the counterattacks, it's going to be a lot of units that are put in. but he chooses to fall back instead.
So
It
Tyrus is
is
massing more mages. Mages are not a great answer to knights in general.
Yeah, and he's lost a lot of the forest. He's just given up the middle of the map. And that's a big mistake, in my opinion.
He's getting squeezed by really nothing.
Yeah, really, he had the unit advantage, but he just didn't want to use it. I think he really needed to use the dogs up on the left side of the map near those trio of mountains to try and get some pressure in on those swords and that mage, but he just left them there in the middle.
It's worth mentioning that we have 2 turns, this turn and next turn, for a favorable wind, and Tyrus does have 1 archer on the field, so obviously that won't make a massive amount of difference, but it is
He
a
should
unit
really
to keep an
try
eye
and
on.
do something with it.
Right. If you have, like, if your front lines are this close to each other and you have that 1 range advantage, you can get cheeky.
He can at least just push up with a wagon and try
Right.
to get a pot shot at the mage or something.
He should. Maybe he pressures on the left side where the knight isn't, because the problem with Tyrus' decision is he can't fight the knight. He just doesn't have anything. He needs.
I mean, he can advance with both of those mages and the dog next turn.
Yeah, he can do that. As long as he stays out of the knight range, honestly.
Yeah. Because Gov really does not have much.
No,
He's got
that
the knight over there, and he's got the 2 mages. But if you threaten those pieces, he doesn't have much.
that knight is controlling so much area.
Yeah, it really is. That's the strength of knights that you're seeing it right here.
I mean, build a counter, man.
Yeah, really.
At least he has an
To hold a
archer, and
position or
archers are
something.
good against knights.
Especially if we have a game like we did last game where we had 4 turns of wind arrow. This could actually turn some.
Yeah.
There is a second archer, by the way, so if that is true, if next turn, the one after this, is wind as well, then he'll have 2 archers on the left flank. So Tyrus has a lot to gain from whatever the weather is next turn.
Yeah, man, people are missing out on so many builds and just accepting it right now.
Off passive charge, by the way, Mercia's Groove is at 60%, Green Fingers is at 47%.
Man, why does Mercia's... I feel like Green Fingers Groove should be at least the same as Mercia's. But maybe I'm underestimating Green Fingers.
I think like walls are way better than heals in a lot of cases, but
I think Mercia's Groove is stronger just because hers is fast charge. And it can be used quite a bit.
well, one to one if
And
both
the
of
thing
them have Groove.
is if you're in a position like this, like look at Tyrus's line, and if Mercia has another line that's in threat range, she can throw all of her stuff in, walk in, and heal everything. And you're screwed if that happens. And that's one of the reasons that Mercia is such a strong commander.
I still have yet to play against a really confident Mercia, so... The last time I saw Mercia use her groove after doing that, the Mercia died.
Well, yeah, you gotta be careful with the placement. Of the
Yeah,
is the big
but
thing.
I mean, I just haven't... I believe you that Mercia has potential, but I just haven't seen it myself yet.
Well,
I
if
think
we're
she's
gonna
more
see it-
difficult to use than the easier to use commanders like Tenri and Balder and Naru, who are just strong because they're just easy to use. Their groove is so easy to get off and
I
use
think-
effectively.
Nuruz is an interesting one because it's really easy to use, yeah. But to use it perfectly is actually, like, requires a lot of thinking.
Yeah,
Which is
the
one thing I
thing
like
is-
about it.
The thing is I think most people try to use it too perfectly, and really you only need to get it off well to make her be the effective commander that she is.
I think you're right.
Cov, up top in the red, is going to have an archer on the front line next turn. I think
I
that
think
you're going to see...
I think that's a mistake. I don't think that he should be going for archers here. He really needs more units. He needs more power.
He should be built. Yeah, his unit count is
It's pitiful.
really lacking to start buying range units. At least, Tyrus has enough units to protect his archers. His archers are well protected. He has, like, mages, dogs. They're
really
actually
I think he
tied
should've
for
just made more
swordsmen, which is
spearmen or something.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
If we're going to see Mercia's Groove used well in action, this will be the game we have to see it. Just because of the unit disparity that we're currently seeing.
I don't know. I still think there's a chance that Tyrus might give up a village for free, just based off his fear of the knight.
This village has been free for like the past 2 turns.
Well, I mean, he can't.
You can't-
He's just
you
moving
can't really
forward more
make
to
it
push
well.
the units.
Okay, so... Well, now he can crit the other village.
And that would be a big mistake, though.
I mean... I really hope Tyrus doesn't pull back here.
We'll see how the weather changes. So it's just always sunny next turn. So he's moved away. I don't think Tyrus can do anything with his favorable winds. Yeah, there's nothing on attack range for him.
And that's where all of Gov's movement was last turn, was weaving his way around this archer. That,
Oh man, I did not see that
what,
until now.
what a fantastic pattern.
I think both of these.
Did you know that archers can shoot on the turn that they move? It's not a crit, but that mage isn't going to be happy when he gets shot on the left.
Oh man. Oh yeah, he doesn't realize because all he did was press A over the archer, but he can move that infantry and hit it.
Yeah, archers can move and fire on the same turn in this game. They get the crit if they stand still, and I think that Gov's left flank is about to get pretty damaged here.
Oh man, but I'm just looking at this and wow, both sides are just. That's a mistake.
There's a
What
doggo
was
flank.
that?
That's not how the dog crit works.
Yeah.
And he should have hit with the archer first. Ugh.
It's no good, man. That was bad.
So
I mean, if
to
anything,
remind
you should
people,
hit with sword first, and then hit with the archer.
to remind people, dogs crit on flank, and pikemen crit when they're next to each other. So he did a pikeman crit maneuver to attack that mage.
One of the good things about this advance, though, is that knight is not anywhere near to hit anybody.
Wait, did he
Did
just
that
move that
arch-
wagon, or that dog just get dropped off the wagon?
The dog was dropped off. I could have sworn that dogs could move in wagons, but I'm apparently wrong.
Yeah, they can move in wagons. I was right.
Didn't think it could.
Yeah, I remember that was super weird because I remember seeing it once, and it's like you don't really want to do it usually because they have plenty.
I'm
Right.
just stuck on the fact that the right archer moved without attacking.
No, it
Say
did have
again?
the range. He just had to move the swordsman first. Is the only issue.
Oh well, yeah, the left side archer.
The right side
Wait,
archer
yeah.
didn't fire. The left side
The
archer
the
did.
right side archer was not in range of anything.
Yeah, because man, both these players are so scared of anything.
Yeah, they're both really.
Wait,
insulted.
but no, archers can attack. Well,
Well, yeah,
Okay,
he was
okay,
not.
okay.
He was not. He didn't have the
You're
range to actually move.
you're right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at guidelines the wrong way. I looked at the guideline after the fact and saw everything bathed in regals, and I was like, why didn't he shoot? Alright.
I think that Gov is not in much position to counterattack this left side push here. And he's really seeing the weakness of his low unit count right now.
Yeah, no, he's so out of position right now. If
He
you're
really-
Gov, what do you do?
He really banked a
I think
lot
you're-
on that knight.
He really needs to just move his pikemen over into the defensible position next to that village. I think
that is the best he can do. He's in a world of hurt right now.
So he'll have an archer and a mage wherever he wants next turn. You guys are right, he has 2 pikemen, 3 foot soldiers, a knight, which really is just has shown
I don't-
horrible value so far.
I don't think that Tyrus
I would
can
say
actually
his knight is tons of value. It's just it's tying up so much of Tyrus's stuff. The problem is
Yeah.
that's the only thing he is going for him.
I think
If he can continue.
I don't think that that Tyrus can actually do much damage on this left side push though.
I think he already did damage.
Well, I mean, killing the mage was great. That's the 400G just victory. But I think if he tries to push overextend here,
So Marcia
he will
dives
end up
into the
getting
wagon.
hurt.
Is he gonna? Please tell me he's not going to bring Marcia back. If he does, then he'll lose.
I was just more worried that he wasn't going to unload Marcia, honestly, at that point.
Oh,
That's
that-
ambitious.
it's a little less ambitious once you see that, but
I mean, that's really good that's good movement to get those crits in.
yep. Yeah,
But
I
still,
think if you're Tyrus, what you do here is you disengage and just accept that you got a trade that is slightly profitable for you.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I would do too.
unless Gov does something crazy like move the rest of his army to the right, and then you can like go for some crazy surround and kill. Yeah, you accept you won a small trade, you go home and try to push your advantage a little more.
I think that's the correct play.
Then again, there's the world where Gov does not move his spearmen to the left. In that case, yeah, just go for the surround. That's what I would do at least, but that's a bit of a risky play. That's interesting, because I'm wondering at this position if you actually go for the risky play, given that those spearmen are kind of a bit out of position. I don't think you do yet still, though.
I think he's got to move his knight to the left in order to support the swordsman and Mercia, or he's going to be in trouble for sure.
He's going to
But he
move
has
that
to be
knight to the
careful
left.
about it.
He's
He's
going
got
to
to
move
be
the knight to
careful
the
about how he moves it.
Yeah, but he's going to move the knight to the left, and then you're going to see Tyrus's entire right flank move up.
Yeah.
And his entire left flank go back down. It's just like a ball on a cloth. It's just going to roll, and it's just going to slide back up.
He does have that archer there to defend himself this time too.
Actually, I think if you are Tyrus, you hit that archer unless he...
Yeah, I think he
something
hit it with
block
the dog, right?
But Tyrus will probably put a swordsman in front of it, I hope. If he doesn't, then
That's bold.
He can just move a swordsman in front of it, no big deal.
Yeah, I think that
at least
would
I
be
hope
okay.
I hope that's his plan.
I think the swordsman would still die to the combination of the archer and the mage, but it would still be a waste of money.
Yeah, that's way too big an investment just to kill an archer.
Yeah.
And the dog wouldn't even finish off the archer. Gov is building. I don't know if I like building dogs of your Gov, because dogs are really not what you need. You have wagons. Build swordsmen and stuff, because you can abuse your wagons, get value out of them.
One thing that has not been a factor in this game compared to other games we've played is there's not really a chance for either commander to make economic mistakes. No side villages to forget, or no, I mean, theoretically, no villages to contest at the moment, but we are seeing a pretty even game as far as economy goes, where both players have been stuck at 500 for the first 9 turns here.
Yep, Tyrus is just gonna be pulling. Oh wait, he did not block his archer.
Yeah, he's
So-
gonna lose big money right there.
That's
So,
assuming
if-
that it gets attacked.
Or not, he's just gonna make a mistake.
No! Oh,
Hey, but we got
Send that dog go forward.
official confirmation that dogs can jump in wagons, though. That's
Yeah, there you go.
obviously
Yeah.
more important.
I mean, if you're Tyrus, you throw that dog at the archer. Your dog is gonna die, but you
100%
get
of the
value
time.
out of it. Even if the archer doesn't die, you made a pretty decent profit.
And dogs deal 80 damage to archers. Archers cost 500. Dogs cost 200. Do the math.
So
Yeah,
just
you
to
lose a build, but you get so much gold.
Yeah.
So just for us to sort of put this into context for a lot of the people watching, a lot of people watching might be new to this type of game, didn't play Advanced Wars, very new to games like Wargroove, didn't play Fire Emblem, any type of tactics game. This is a pretty good example of not knowing what your own strengths are. Like, both players seem to be having lots of aggressive opportunities, but neither player are really taking
Yeah,
them.
they're very timid player.
That is a very good way of putting it.
You need to know
I
how
agree
to...
completely.
You need to know what
Win.
your strengths are.
Yeah,
You
I
have to
built-
know
I-
your win condition.
Yeah, I don't like the. I have not liked a lot of the play from either player right here. They're both way too timid on the. I think that.
Tyrus is being completely pressured by this knight, and
Yeah, that's
Gov is
just
being
a-
completely pressured by this archer.
He really should have made a wagon and just got a spearman over there by now. But instead, he's going to make his own knight. So
And I'm
see how that works out.
I'm not certain that either character gained their groove will actually change anything about this either.
I mean, it gives Mercia a better just attack, but Greenfinger on this map, his groove is not so good. I think it's very open. There's not
Maybe
big
it lets him create a
opportunities.
choke point though, so maybe it actually gives him some value. I still don't know how to use Greenfinger's ability well.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he hits a big one off, but I would not count on it.
No. All right. So if you're, so Gov actually has a really strong play here. But if you're Gov, you throw this infantry at the 2 health infantry. You throw the 9 into the archer, and that's a good trade.
It should be worth noting that since we are using the built-in default settings in Wargroove, there is no turn timer, and this tournament does not have a win condition by turn limit as well.
Oh yeah.
So if you guys want some extra inning Wargroove, you're looking like we're gonna get it here.
I think it would be interesting after, if after a long time people start getting good enough, the whole thing becomes FTA is after like say 25 turns, second player just wins. But make first player actually have to do the aggression as a reward for getting first player.
I think it should probably be more than 25 turns because that doesn't.
It would
offer a
depend
lot
on the
of
map, I
but
think.
Yeah, it would depend.
Maybe
on the map.
even that could be a bidding thing. Even you bid on how many turns you think you can win in. Whoever says they can do it in less turns, well, now you have to do it. But that's at a very high level that doesn't exist yet. Okay, so see, both sides are really afraid of just taking these value trades that would be such good ideas.
Yeah, I feel like we've ran out of there's so many units on the field at this point. Like we've really run out of chances for overextending beneficial trades. Anyone who steps
Yeah.
over the line at this point is a dead
I
unit.
still think that Tyrus could just advance on the left side and probably win. If he just advances a little bit slowly to get all his units in range, there's really no threats on that side of the board for Gov. At the same time, it's the same thing is true for Gov. You really could just try and advance over on the right side. Put your knight in that
Man.
forest. Get ready to crit that town something. Really.
Well, maybe now that Tyrus clearly respects knights a lot, so maybe he'll use this knight and to scare away Gov.
Do you think that if you guys could just sort of explain this to me, do you think that saving up for a larger value unit like a golem at this point might be a good choice for either player, or
I
would
think
they
for
fall
Gov-
back in economy
for
too much?
Gov, it would not be the right choice. For Tyrus, though, it might be.
Well, especially since
Yeah.
that left flank is the one that's exposed, and he's on the left side of the barracks.
I think Tyrus
Yeah.
has enough of a unit and economy advantage that he can save up for a big tech unit at this point.
Yeah, you're probably right. I actually think that I would get a trebuchet in this position for sure. You have so many units. The range will help you slowly scare away the other army because clearly, I mean, just based on player behavior, Gov is very scared of taking free damage. So if you set up a trebuchet, he's going to slowly run away. You're going to be able to take those cities eventually.
And another mechanic that can come into play here, just because Tyrus has a ranged unit number advantage, is one day of favorable weather, or actually bad weather, can also change a lot about how this matchup is played out.
Definitely. Well, that is a strange push ahead.
I
Okay,
think
so
it's a good push. I mean, he has advantage on this flank. There's really not much that Gov can do to counterattack here.
What Gov can do is use his archer to hit his archer, but yeah, that's not great. Yeah, that's good. See, if Mercia was Valder, then you could kill that archer.
And if Greenfinger was Nuru, while we're on this topic.
Yeah. I think if Garcia was Valder, you'd see a very different early game.
He's actually attacking quite a bit now. Don't think there's too much more he can really attack with.
I think it was a mistake not to advance with those spearmen on that side.
Those spearmen were getting stuck on the mountains if they went that way.
I mean, while we're on the topic of what ifs, another big difference on this map
Whoa,
might be
that was a stranger play right there. I guess there's too much stuff on the board for Mercia to comfortably attack that archer, but that swordsman's also enraged, and he has no. He's throwing a mage on it. That is very questionable. Tyrus is about to lose a lot of stuff.
He really wants to push. I think he's getting impatient.
I still
that's the
think
best
this looks.
I mean, I think it does work because he can't support with that knight, his mage, or either of those two dogs. So
Yeah.
Tyrus has got so much of his value on the left side pushing in here.
Yeah,
Gov
I
does
mean,
not.
questionable.
Gov has all of his high value units on the right side.
You mentioned. I mean, it's questionable attacks, but overall, like you called it, Kaal, this left side push is really just gonna push through like without many issues.
Yeah.
I don't know. I see Spearman can one-shot the mage. Archer, what does Archer crit do against mage? Archer crit will kill mage. That's 2 mages down. He throws a swordsman at the archer. That attack has suddenly lost like 3 major units. But Gov has to also see the Spearman crit play.
Gov has 1,100 gold banked up.
Oh my. I don't know what he's planning to buy with it because he has very few units to support either a golem or a trebuchet, and a ballista on this map is a huge mistake.
All 3 of those units would, at this point, take too long to really reinforce this. One complaint about this map is just the way the army compositions will naturally grow. If you only have 500 gold a turn, then naturally you are going to end up with a lot of foot soldiers on the map.
Yeah, I think this map could benefit a lot from 3 more villages and a tower.
Even
No,
one
I
more
think
village.
just a tower. Just one tower, because then witches. I had a game today where I actually got to play with witches, and we casted, I think, like 6 or 7 hexes in a single game. It was absolutely wild, and it was really fun overall.
I think 700 or 800 gold is like the sweet spot for Wargroove maps for income per turn.
Or 2
It
racks max
depends on the-
especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the economy in this game that revolves around 2 racks maps is what combination of units you can buy, and 500 is just an awkward number. Like, is it
Yeah, it is.
pikeman,
Yeah.
or
You really can't build. I mean, you're not. If you just add a tower on this map, a witch is almost never going to come out.
either way, both players are given this hand, and Tyrus seems to be playing it a little bit better at the moment.
Yeah, I think he definitely is.
I think at one point this was Gov's game to win, but that is
Yeah,
quickly slipping away from him.
Gov was just too timid. He was too afraid.
Well, Wargroove's it's very scary to attack in general, Wargroove, because you screw up your attack or you attack too early, and attacking, you're often at a disadvantage, right? All things being equal, attackers usually struggle if people are positioning correctly. So, it really is scary to attack in general, I think.
I think that's pretty true.
Gov is spending a lot of time this turn, but he's probably quickly figuring out his lack of options here.
I don't think he has actually that few options.
Right, but does he
I actually
know
see
that?
a couple plays. Oh, that's a fair point. I think
I think Mercia probably has to be involved in at least one of those working plans and not be in this wagon.
if he moves that wagon, he can use the horseman to kill a mage, and that's pretty good. Or never mind, that's not, the math doesn't work out. The horseman does not have enough range.
Yeah, but what if the knight got in the wagon?
Oh, man.
That soldier is abandoning the battlefield for the most part.
I really think that Gov should have killed the mages and the archer while pulling away, and he would have actually been in a not terrible position, I think.
Well, we mentioned this yesterday during our cast. Like, the majority of casualties in wars during the retreat. Like, you really, like you said, you need to stymie the bleeding. You need to send some to attack and then retreat to rest.
Yeah.
Finally,
I
that
think
knight does go for that
actually-
village, by the way.
Without the crit, without any of the things that made it a good play.
I think that was just that was the. I think Gov is just lost at this point.
Yeah.
Well, let's also quickly assume that neither player is going to do the most optimal move. So Tyrus has plenty of room to, and that's no hit on them, right? Like, nobody's always going to make the optimal move here. We have the benefit of three of us looking at this objectively, but this
Yeah.
could be a very
He
this could be a
didn't
move.
unload the archer from that wagon, and that wagon is in death range. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's probably that wagon's gonna die. Well,
Mage
maybe.
dog probably not going to die, but
no,
it's absolutely
95%. No, it can't. So it won't die, but still, that is
Still
a
wasted
risky
value.
play.
well,
Yeah,
it's
that's a
wasted
wasted
value.
attack.
Your archer can't attack next turn.
You know, I'm actually looking at this. I don't think Tyrus will be able to take back that village. Now, I think Tyrus will be able to take the northern village, but are they just going to trade villages?
Right, that's what I was going to say.
I
Like,
think that Tyrus's position will be better overall.
Yeah,
right,
for
but
sure.
if he doesn't
Oh,
act
There's
on
the
it,
trebuchet.
That's the trub. Yeah.
I think
I don't like
he
it.
should build the trebuchet at the other barracks if he was going to do it, just for the road mobility.
Absolutely.
Because trebuchets need the road.
I don't think it's goodbye.
well, I don't.
Honestly, I think you should have built a golem if nothing.
I mean,
I
the
think the trebuchet
trebuchet,
is better than a golem.
the trebuchet position gets him closer, assuming that both of his villages are now on the east side
I
of the
think he
map.
doesn't have the front line to hold for a trebuchet. But for a golem, he does. I mean, he has mages to hold for heals for the golem. He has a comp to support it, but he has no front line to support the trebuchet at all.
I think the biggest thing going through Gov's mind right now is I want to take this southeastern village and try to make Tyrus split his forces or distract him in some way that doesn't let him just roll forward this entire army. He's trying to do some maneuver that will sort of split this army up, confuse him, and just by the timidness we've seen from these players, I mean, it could work. I don't think it matters at this point just because of the sheer amount of units, but I can see why this would be like the play he goes to.
Yeah.
If I'm Tyrus right here, I think I'm going straight for the stronghold. I'm just keeping a couple knights behind to stop his own stronghold rush, and I think it would be strong.
I don't know. These units, dogs, mages, are not particularly good compositions for taking a stronghold.
But he's had so many of them that I think it really doesn't matter.
That's true.
That knight and that wagon, Wimmercia, has a pretty quick
Yeah.
path to the purple stronghold. A little bit quicker, I think, than the majority of the purple army.
Well, I think the problem with that is there's two purple knights that can move over to support that. And I was
I
thinking
think-
they could defend.
I think if you're Tyrus, maybe you just actually kill this village off, or kill this whole army off.
Yeah, I think you just take all of your units, and instead of going up north to the stronghold, you take them and you put them over to the east.
That might be a good thing too.
I think you mouse over all of your units and you A-clay.
And
Garcia did finish Groove that turn.
so it looks like he is going to take that village, so the economy is going to be equal. I think he wants... Yeah, he kills that mage, I think. Why would you go... He probably should have went for the mage instead of the dog. Well, dogs don't do that much damage to mages, actually. It's a lot less than I thought, actually.
He's gotta be careful with Greenfinger here that he doesn't advance too far up.
I don't think there's enough stuff to actually threaten a kill. Especially with how Miru is the game. Yeah, Tyrus is being very careful here. Just gonna hold this position. Yeah.
He really just did not build enough units.
He built too many expensive units. Didn't built too many wagons.
Yeah. I think the wagons was the big mistake.
Man. I think it takes a very special map to make you want to build more than one wagon.
Regardless of the game, I just want to quickly thank Gov and Tyrus for just letting us feature them for this Game 3 to begin with. They waited through our last two sets and the delay just to have the chance to play, so I'm very appreciative to them for joining us in the first place.
For sure, especially with the whole fiasco with Game 1.
And they are giving us quite the entertaining match.
Yeah.
Mercia has a lot of value here building up for this heal.
Oh my god. Yeah, throw his infantry in, throw your mage at the commander, and go for the massive Mercia heal.
Yeah, I just want to see the
Why
value
not?
from the heal. I don't even need it to be successful.
The problem is she really doesn't have the position to really heal too much, I think. She might.
The
but
heal is huge. It's like
It's 3x3.
Mercia just
Yeah,
moves
that
sort
is
of mages
enormous.
right now. Mage moves through the village.
yeah. It's hard to it really doesn't feel like Gov is only down by 2 units, but it's the wagon, it's the
Yeah.
low health units, it's the positioning as well. Like, look at Tyrus, all his units are clumped up, they're dense formations. Well, there's just this like weak line of units just kind of spread out, all pikemen, so pikemen need to be grouped up together. They are really bad when they're spread out.
Yeah.
By the way, this is why I said that Trebuchet actually wasn't the worst.
No.
Not bad, it just doesn't heal the wagon. That's literally the only thing it misses.
I think that was pretty terrible.
I think you heal after you attack, not before you
I
attack,
think you
right?
really need to attack first.
Ah, that's true. I mean, sometimes you heal before you attack if you can get some one-shots off.
I don't think that that's gonna be
I
the
don't
factor
think
that
it's
wins you
that
this
worth
fight.
it, yeah. I mean, he's at the point where he's desperate. He really needs to get attacks off.
I mean, he just needs to be more willing to sacrifice swordsmen to kill archers.
By the way, win next turn. 2 archers on the horizon.
Oh my god.
Gets a crit on the mage here.
Yeah, then he just finishes it off, I guess, or hits the other mage.
I think he'd soldiered into the mage is the correct play.
Which mage?
The left side mage. Yeah,
I think-
I don't think that's correct. I think this when you hit the full health soldier, you're dealing 60 damage. That's so much gold for just the soldier.
Yeah, he's pulling back again. He's pulling back more than he should. Maybe? I don't know. He's just playing from behind at this point.
Yeah, I think I would say that he is lost.
Tyrus didn't build anything last turn.
Yeah, I assume that he's saving for something. I don't know what, but something.
Golem, Trebuchet, he can afford it.
Yeah.
This is the
His
position where...
his advantage is so much that he really should just go for something that just kills.
Yeah, he's just looking to end the game more. Because he doesn't have the economy advantage, even though he probably should and will soon.
He's sacrificing that knight just to kill the archer.
But you could have just thrown your swordsman at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think George just needs to play like the puzzles or something to get a little more of a handle on the tactics.
Part of the problem
The
is
puzzles
that
really do help.
part of the problem is that he's moving a little bit too far ahead. This trebuchet moving up. He's.
You know, that trebuchet is going to be pretty scary with favorable wind.
Well, that's what I said. I thought that the right trebuchet build was the correct choice because he's banking on the battle taking place diagonally here instead of like the original front line. He's just really hoping to hold this forest area and then this village, which the village is gone next turn regardless, but
Yeah.
Tyrus naturally has a bit of a problem here. All of his units are a little too far back.
I mean, you just take the village and sit on it if you want to win. He's fine.
Well, it's
Yeah,
only a
Tyrus-
problem. Let me correct myself. It's only a problem in the sense that Tyrus could probably end this game quite a bit faster.
Yeah, that is.
This is
very
game
true.
1, right?
We'll definitely get that first patch turn timers, right, guys?
Yeah, please.
If anyone's watching.
I think what they really need is like a chess clock style timer. You get 30 minutes total to do the match. That would be good.
I think it should have a Byo-Yomi, just because I'm not a fan of chess clock time in general. For everyone who doesn't know, Byo-Yomi is what they use in Go, and the
Yeah.
idea is like, let's say you get half an hour, and then every turn you get another like 30 seconds or 45 seconds.
They use that in chess too.
Depends on which version, what type of chess. But I've always heard as a Byo-Yomi control.
I mean, different maps need different chess timers, right? Like,
Yeah.
30 minutes is fine here, but I don't think you need 30 minutes on the Glen.
Yeah.
The Glen should be blitz mode. You get 5
Yeah,
minutes
then
and 10
5
seconds
minutes,
of the turn.
1 second added every time you make a turn.
I've always been a fan of scaling timers, right? Like, turn 1 you get 60 seconds, turn 2 you get 65 seconds, turn 3 70.
It could even just scale based on the number of units.
I think there just needs to be a total clock pool.
There needs
that
to
you
be
get.
anything right now.
Yeah.
I feel like the game was really well thought out for casual competitive, if that makes sense. Like, play against your friends, you're gonna have a fair, balanced game. But they weren't really thinking that people are gonna run tournaments like this or want to go on a ladder. I didn't think that was part of their vision when they were making it. So
Well, I think
that
that's
explains the inclusion of a lot of things.
I think that's a shout out to Skits, though, our head TO for this tournament, that he kind of quickly identified that if he's gonna do a tournament on launch week, at least he made a Swiss bracket where
Yes.
yeah, I mean, it's not like a single Elim bracket from the start where you have no clue when matches are gonna start and end.
Yep. Swiss brackets are great for new games in general, especially when you want to be open for people who are just getting into the game, because it feels really bad, again, just to get eliminated in round 1, and you're like, oh, so that's my whole tournament experience. At least in Swiss, you can keep playing against people who are probably going to eventually approach your skill level, and you'll probably learn something from that.
I'll be shocked if Gov doesn't resign next turn, because he's really decimated everything.
He'll resign this turn or next turn once he loses his last village. I think the game can only last for maybe 3-4 turns anyways, just before his stronghold is lost. It looks like he wants to fight this turn.
Unit count's a little deceptive here. it feels like, but
Yeah,
sure you
I
guys
keep checking the
can-
unit count, and it keeps being very similar, but it just comes down to Gov has units all spread out, not in position, not valuable units either at this point.
competitive cult. I mean, we talked a little bit about this last turn or last or during round 1 with me and Daak, but this game doesn't really have competitive culture built into it yet, like games like StarCraft or a lot of MOBAs might. So we're like trying to figure out, do people tend to surrender when they're this far back, or do they just not really know? Do they think they have to play it the entire way through?
I think generally people surrender.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
you
I
weren't,
lean
you
towards...
weren't here game 1, or you weren't here day 1.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man, there were some games that were just, oh, really? Because in some games it is rude to leave before the game is fully complete. But in a 1v1 like this, in a turn-based game, it really shouldn't be. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice for the competitive culture in this game to sort of start to learn it is okay to surrender early. Like, just, it's even more beneficial to you. You don't want to play until for 50 whole minutes, only to go into game 2. Like, refresh, take a seat, give yourself some time to think. What did I do wrong? What map choice do I want to go? What commander do I want to go? All of these things can benefit Gov right now, but instead he's kind of just sitting here wondering what to do with these 2 dogs in the middle of the map.
Well, he kills the archer,
Yeah.
I guess. Or he goes for the wagon. I mean, he has options of what he wants to do. They're just not very good options.
I suppose there. Okay, so there is one exception to this in Wargroove, where you can trap your opponent's commander into a lethal puzzle. This is not that situation. But that is, it's a thing.
Yeah, I think we talk about it every now and then. Because of how powerful commanders are in Wargroove, to actually be in a position where you can take your commander out of battle because you are so far ahead, it is extremely difficult to get that position. But this is a position where Tyrus can just send Greenfinger back to the stronghold and have 0 chance of losing.
And that happens though. Like, I'm sure a lot of people here in chat have lost games that they have won because they got a little too greedy with their commander. Like, it happens.
It happens, absolutely.
So you make a good point. Like, if you're ahead enough, just, you know, let Greenfinger, let your CO chill in the village for a while.
It's worth noting, actually, that Greenfinger can just run up next turn and totally block Mercia off from being able to run away.
That is such a risky play.
I mean,
Yeah, did you hear anything about what we were just saying?
Can't kill him. Can't kill him.
Well, that may be true.
Two of us
Oh,
are over
man.
here like, save your CO, take it easy. And Kael's over here,
Sweet girl.
nah,
Kill.
run up, put a wall.
Play.
Did
Five
you
of 'em.
then what? Get hit by a Treb, crit by a mage, and then finished by Mercia?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we
what
blocked off Mercia, but there's this giant rock flying towards me now.
I think definitely what he should do is take a wagon and that pikeman and just go right behind Mercia and the tread and cut them off right there.
Yeah, he can absolutely do that. That is a great idea. Although that might be a bit brave for him.
Yeah.
These are very conservative players.
I can only hope Game 2 is played on a map that's larger than this.
Jeez.
This is no hate to either player, by the way. They're
This
playing
is
the
a great
game.
game. I
They're
am
playing the game.
entertained. I am absolutely entertained.
Matches like this are how this game was partially designed, and this map especially, with so many low unit income units, or wow, so many lower income units being out on the field. Like, this is kind of naturally what happens on this map. There's a lot of units to slog through to win.
there's not a lot of terrain to move up through either. Like, it's gonna be someone making a small mistake and a huge engagement going off.
Like, this game did not happen because both players are, like, incredibly unskilled or incredibly timid. They're a little timid, but part of that was just because of the way the map is forcing you to play.
Yeah.
Remember that Gov won a match to get here, and Tyrus is matching up to him, so... One turn sunny, next turn favorable wind.
Oh man, and that trebuchet's not gonna be able to hit. So Tyrus is gonna stay on that trebuchet range, that +1 trebuchet range.
Seeing Tyrus slaughter the rest of Gov's units. Some mistakes there, as I think that cavalry should have just totally destroyed that archer, but whatever at this point.
I mean,
Honestly, I'm just
You know-
I'm excited to see if this groove goes off this turn.
Tyrus doesn't have to do anything. He can just hold that village and wait until
God,
he
please
just gets a
don't
figure.
do that, Tyrus. Don't do that to me.
Who was it in game 1 who really ended up story eater, who just ended up building dragons after dragons once he got the economy lead?
Oh, jeez.
Oh man.
We had some interesting plays day one, which
Oh man.
it was the 0-0 round in Swiss, and day 2 of the launch, and we saw dragons spawn into witches. We saw entire villages just go unclaimed for most of the game.
We had to teach most of the players about left and right trigger / spacebar.
Oh yeah, so that's
We
our
should
daily.
say that again.
Yeah, that's a PSA that we got that we'll just explain really quick to all of our viewers. If you
Yeah.
hit spacebar or a trigger on Switch, I guess same on Xbox, I'd assume, it will cycle to your next available unit. So make sure that before you end your turn, you're cycling units to make sure that there's no, soldier waiting next to an empty village on the other side of the map that you forgot about. That's our PSA. We've done our part. Go out and make us proud, chat.
Don't leave a witch next to a 2-health dragon
For
for
4
no
turns.
reason. Oh man. Yeah, it's really useful, and it's just quicker to play as well. It helps. So he's moved his trebuchet to a fairly threatening location.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very mad if there's not like 10 purple units inside this trebuchet's range by the end of next turn.
Just from my read of Tyrus as a player, though, I really don't think he will, honestly. I mean, it's valid not to. In fact, if you want the true, proper winning play, probably is to just not go in the trebuchet range. Yeah, if Gov wants to play this game till it ends, we're going to be here for a very long time.
Sorry.
We are all learning here. The best part is, I don't know if matches get shorter or longer the further we get in this tournament.
I mean, they'll generally be fairly long, but they'll be good play. Sorry to say that, but it should be a much better play at the end.
Yeah, but good play could mean taking a really long time.
I mean, it could play a long time, but there will be a lot of thinking. There'll be a lot of stuff to look at. It
Yeah,
won't
that's
just
true.
be like this.
Yeah, it'll be more turns, for sure though. Like, I mean, if this was the finals of the tournament, I fully expect Tyrus not to go in trebuchet range. Just hold the one village and just keep dragging the game out, right? That's what you do if this is the champion finals in this tournament. Oh man, Gov is taking actually a really long time on this turn. But I mean, yeah, Knights are gonna crit. He's just gonna walk through this and hopefully just end the game. Wait, how much? Tyrus has 1100 banked.
Building a giant, hopefully.
He just stopped caring about units. He's like, I have enough here. I'll win. All right. So I think what Tyrus does here on his next turn, he's just gonna mop stuff up. He should kill an archer with a crit. Yeah, he should just put him out of his misery. Killing the archer should be enough. He can't kill that trebuchet this turn, but he shouldn't have to. I don't know. Maybe Gov is gonna hold on to hope until he loses his trebuchet, though.
We'll see, I guess.
Gov is taking. Let's see.
I'm not sure what Gov is doing.
He's pulling his one health unit in a wagon, and he looks like he's gonna take it home. He looks like he wants to fight this to the last man standing. You know, I remember in Advanced Wars, I was always really glad that the kill all units win condition existed, because I was really terrible at building infantry back then. I would, so it would actually be easier for me to just kill all units, because, like, yeah, who needs infantry, right? Just kill tanks. That was my mentality going to campaign, right? So I just get to the point where I just have to have tanks sitting on factories until I finally win, and it would take me hours to do simple missions. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna build it infantry. I really felt that pipe levels were a lot easier, much easier than they should have been. Relative to the other levels, because like other levels was like, yeah, man, you gotta kill all the units on the map. You gotta hunt down that last APC. So I appreciate that you don't need to capture the headquarters in this game. Yeah, what is he doing now? He's pulled both of his 1 health units back into his wagons. It looks like he's gonna...
No, he threw the 1 HP sword at a knight.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I don't know why he did that, but he did it.
Tyrus is up to 1,700 gold. That is
By a giant.
enormous.
That's a golem and a half.
Or a trebuchet just marked its thing up there and killed the stronghold with it.
Yeah, that was a small mistake because that knight would have one-shot the archer, but it doesn't matter. He can one-shot that archer now too, with I think it'll be a one-shot at least. Yeah, just there's the golem. Yeah, he wants to bring out the golem now.
But why did he build it there?
I don't think Tyrus cares right now. He just is saying,
Just going forward.
maybe all his games online, the other guy just conceded at some point, so he's like, wait, how am I supposed to actually
How do I
end this
win?
game? Because that's definitely a thing that happens, right? It's like,
Absolutely.
you play online so much, you just assume that your opponent's going to concede at some point, and when they don't, it's like, wait, I actually have to remember how to win, not just build a big advantage? Because he's really not thinking about winning, right? He's clearly thinking about just, how do I grow my advantage more? Which explains part of what's going on, I think. So we just got an update from the tournament organizer, Skits, and he's basically made 2 updates. The first one is just about game length and turn length, which is all matches to be played in real time. Turns should not be taking more than 30, 60 minutes each. If you come to an agreement, it's
What?
if you come to an agreement, it's fine, but if you do not finish within 48 hours, they'll be marked as a draw regardless of the current standing. If it's clear that one player was not cooperating, then it's a win for the other player. This makes sense.
Right,
It can
those-
be shown with chat logs or just if you have any evidence, it'll work.
Well, those are more. Sorry, guys. Those are more announcements for just the overall format for Swiss, right? So for those
Yeah,
of you
I'm
who,
just saying those now, since he just posted some more updates. The bigger update is so first he's mentioned that he got the bot stuff working. Round 2 has started for all pools. Everyone should know this by now. Please check in and play your games, all that good stuff. He's people are saying that 1 player per pool may not lead to a satisfying ending for the Swiss bracket. So there's an option to vote if you want to change the number of players that advance to the finals. He wants everyone to note that the more players that advance, the longer the final bracket will be. I'll link the poll in the chat. Hidden commanders are not to be used, and he's aiming to have a map pool specifically for the final bracket. He's asking for help. You can go test it in map codes, or just discuss it in tactics talk.
so let me just give some reference to everyone watching right now. This is actually a great segue for us to quickly talk about the formatting because we won't really have time to do so later. But so we're doing a Swiss bracket. There are 4 pools in North America, 2 in EU. They're running a somewhat separate tournament. So you're in a pool with, let me double check one of the pools just to not massacre this number.
There's about 12 people in each pool,
Right.
at least in the NA ones.
And only,
1.
yeah. So 4 pools, about 10 to 12 people per pool. And the leader in each pool progresses to finals, so it's a 4-person singles bracket. That's the current
I think they combined
wave.
with the EU, right?
I'm not sure because there's only 2 EU pools.
So it could be a weird 6-person finals, or it could be
Yeah,
2 and a 4
2
would probably make
combined.
more sense.
I think they're probably
Um,
going to end up doing 2 pool, but regardless,
2 pool for sure in the EU. I'm not sure about the NA.
it's
'cause
combined. It's combined.
Oh, it is combined.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. 2 per pool sounds reasonable. 1 per pool is very cutthroat actually for a Swiss bracket. I was thinking. Plus it means that ties probably won't be an issue. At least in my pool, they shouldn't be an issue, I think. All right. So Gov is still giving everything he's got at this game. Clearly, Tyrus just doesn't know how to end a game, and I think that can happen when you play online a lot. When people don't play till the game's complete, you're like, oh, I have to kill a commander or kill the headquarters. How am I supposed to do that? I'll just build more units and more units and more units.
So we've been... The important part about this tournament is that it's not in bracket, right? It's in Swiss, meaning play 4 matches no matter if you win or lose, and you go in and out of your pool with a record at the end, right?
Yep.
And so that means that these players, and every player in our tournament, has 48 hours to coordinate with their opponent and figure out their match, right? I mean, I've been talking to I've been talking to Skits. He mentions how it's very... Oh, okay, here comes the stronghold attack, so let me go ahead and let you guys talk a bit about this. Not sure there's much to talk about. But
So he's just going to kill Stronghold and just going to win the game.
high-level commentary here.
Next turn, it's going to be over.
Yeah, most of the games really have not been that long, it's worth pointing out. Like, what, to get my 2 matches done, it was 20, 30 minutes, probably. Yeah, this is probably the longest game we've had all day. And I think this is longer than anything we had on Saturday as well.
I'll make a quick PSA for our head TO. One big announcement was that we are looking at map pools for future competitions. I think you guys have mentioned that back in the day in Advanced Wars, a lot of the best maps were from custom pools, right?
The only
Absolutely.
maps that are from custom pools.
Yeah,
So-
the only ones.
There are a lot of resources on the old AWEW forums that can go to both this game and Advance Wars on how to make good maps.
And you can tell that the developers read those forums just from the quality of these maps.
Yeah.
All the principles that you see designing these ones, you know that developers of Chucklefish either unlikely independently rediscovered them or actually just did their research, which is
Well, we
really
talk
good
about
for them.
we talk about the casual competitiveness, but I'm absolutely sure that Chucklefish said people are gonna in 2018. 2018 is very 2019 is very different from 2008 back in Advanced Wars last game released. So they
Oh,
knew that
man.
an online focus would happen in this game, and that this community would start growing out of it. The point I was gonna make was check out our Discord at Groove of War. It's where this tournament is hosted, and a lot of people are in talks to host more. But there is a topic right now where we are looking for map testers and map builders to sort of help us find the best pool possible, whether that's things already in the set or maps that have yet to be made. So if you're interested in helping us, at least in this corner of competitive Wargroove, find competitive maps to play on, then head on over. I'll drop a link in chat to that Discord if you guys are interested. And also, this Discord will be where
I'll
you
drop the link.
This Discord will also be where you find out more information about the next tournament, which as we've mentioned before, we are always learning like the best ways to run tournaments like these. It's just very unique.
Oh.
You can't just run sets over and over again.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So Gov is actually blocking the headquarters, really just dragging this game out as long as possible. This is some extreme stuff. I don't think we've had any intentional blocking quite like this before.
So Greenfinger can still die here. There's still like a very through just like
Greenfinger's not in range next turn because it's back to normal weather.
I mean, he could be in range next turn.
Not next turn,
it-
but the turn after next turn.
Is it bad that I somewhat want Greenfinger to die next turn to justify this round? I don't think I'm allowed to say that as a commentator, but I said it out loud anyways.
Yeah, turns are definitely taking a really long time right now.
But let me hear you guys, just from your competitive experience in the past. How do you, if you don't have turn timers, how do you speed up matches? What are suggestions?
I think any online tournament I had timers, whether it was turn timers or just a normal game timer. I mean, I guess the exception is StarCraft, where you had that infamous 4-hour match on Pro Play between I can't remember. I think it was Mana versus somebody else, and it was ridiculous. I remember that happening, but I don't think usually there's too many problems with people taking a huge amount of time, but you do need to have some rule for the 1% of people who will take an extremely long time.
And just
slow down everything.
Just to remind everyone watching right now, there are no turn timers in game right now. Turn timers
Yeah.
are not an option for custom games, only quick play.
That is a pretty big design oversight on Chucklefish
So
for everything they did right.
Any timing rule has to be self-enforced and self-created.
Yep. Oh man.
And also,
really-
you can't use an off-site chess timer or turn timer because so many people in this game are playing on Switch.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because I was just thinking, if I'm playing my Switch, I don't want to have to rely on my laptop and everything else. Getting a good timer for this game is going to be difficult, because turns are just going to take longer and longer the longer a game goes on.
Well, that means that you have to be more skilled. That's a point of skill as well.
That's a fair point, but I don't know if everyone wants to play like that, right? It'll be hard to find something that people like a lot. I think there could be different formats even, like kind of like chess where you have blitz versus just standard games. This game as blitz would be actually really interesting, because mistakes are very punishable, right? Oh, I accidentally put my commander out and overextended. I guess I just lose now. Blitz mode could definitely be fun. All right, if you're Tyrus, how do you end this game?
Well, I guess my first option is not to lose this game, right? Like, I don't want to like get drunk on power and charge a stronghold and accidentally lose my CO.
Oh, and that's game. He went. Wait, what? What happened there? Why did he? Oh no, that misclick. Or he's BMing on him.
7% wouldn't have killed the 2 HP unit anyway.
Could the
Oh,
soldier,
he
could the
almost forgot
soldier,
his swordsman.
yeah, could the soldier have not just moved down 2 squares, one right, and killed?
Well, you see, now because he has favorable wind, he will be able to hit that.
Fail!
I'm really scared, because if Gov actually kills that archer, and he kills that, he will have enough damage to end the game still, right? It's not like Tyrus is gonna lose off this, is he? Because Tyrus Tyrus has 2,200 gold banked. He hasn't been moving his golem up either. Okay, yeah, no. Tyrus should be able to end this.
That's over.
Bold. It's a bold statement.
Over.
It's a bold statement. They should be on this. I don't
It
know.
better be over.
I don't know if oh my
God.
I don't know if 5 Knight into 1 Stronghold is the optimal play here. Alright.
Oh my. Alright.
So that's game 1 to Tyrus, who immediately messaged me afterwards with an apology and a celebration. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break just so all of us and all of you guys have some time to just decompress, take a deep breath as we get into game 2. Any final thoughts on that match before we take this break, guys?
Oh man. That's all I gotta say, to be honest.
Game was decided, I think, just from Tyrus being the first to attack and take the advantage. Gov was too timid. And the game was over after that. It just took a long time to end.
Yep.
Alright, guys. We'll be right back. We'll see you on the other side of this quick break as we get into game 2 of potentially 3 of this series. Hello and welcome back. I'm Gavin, and I'm still alive along with my commentators Daak and Kaal.
We're here.
Still here. Not getting rid of us that easily.
If you're just now joining us, you missed game 1 between Gov and Tyrus. Tyrus took the game 1-0 convincingly. Don't ask me about length. Which I can say because Tyrus has already come in and joked at me a little bit about that. So, either way, we have game 2 coming up, and Tyrus is up 1. Gov won his... We've mentioned it a few times. Gov won his game 1, and Tyrus won by DQ. So this is Tyrus's first tournament set in this Swiss bracket. Definitely held his own. Obviously, he won. But
Yep.
I think all of us sort of determined that the game could have been over much sooner by both players.
Yep.
But
So,
I mean, like,
going into this
outside of memes, though, like there were definitive moments in the opening turns where one side could have won the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, both sides were just very timid. But I want to point out this map is wild for... This game is going to be interesting for 2 reasons. First of all, players start with a wagon, which is nuts for first turn advantage things. I don't know how that's going to pan out. But more importantly, we have a Sedge playing.
A Sedge, like the second worst unit in the game. Very slow charge speed.
I don't know.
When we say very slow, we mean very slow.
Yeah, I mean, he gets, what, 4% a turn? Can get 20 on kills.
4% per turn, 8% on attack or be attacked, and 20% on kill. It is slow. But it is
once he
also
gets it...
very good.
Yeah,
once he gets it, it never goes away in theory.
Right, your goal is to never let it go.
Right. For anyone who hasn't seen Sedge's ability yet, and most of you probably have never seen it, it lets you do... basically, his attack that does 35% of a unit's health, regardless of what the unit is, and then if it kills a unit, it gets reset, so he gets full meter back, and then he also gets to move again. So if you there's a couple ways to think of this. Like, let's say there's like a whole bunch of 2 health things in front of you, kill all the way. Let's say there's just 1 low health thing, you kill it with your ability, you head back out. Yeah, it's kind of like an assassin from League of Legends with resets.
Or I mean, a lot of people call it Gale Force from Fire Emblem.
All belongs
Yeah.
to Sedge.
Just to give everyone just a quick overview, it is going to be on green is Gov playing Nuru, and in purple on the east playing Sedge is Tyrus. Both players using those wagons symmetrically at top, but unlikely going to see the same symmetry on the bottom captures.
Yep. Well, I think in this game, Sedge is gonna want to drag out this game, so warning for everyone, this could already take a while. Because Sedge wants a long game. He wants lots of units.
There are a lot of tools to make this game faster than our first one. We have a Nuru with a tower, first off.
Yeah. I think that the fact that it's 1 Rex, 1 tower with so much income, because this map, it has like 1,000 income, is just going to be really good for Nuru. She's going to get a fast move charge,
sure.
she's going to get a unit advantage, and she should just totally run over Sled, but we'll see. Worth noting that I think it was a terrible mistake for Gov to make a dog on the first creation. You always want to spam swords for a while to get a good front line up, and also to create an efficient economy.
I agree with you in principle, but on the other hand, they have so much income already. Like, look, Gov has 600 gold right now after building a dog.
Yeah, but it doesn't
You can
matter how
afford
much. It doesn't matter how much gold you have. It matters that you're ahead of your. Or it doesn't matter. It matters how much more ahead you are of your opponent, not how much gold you have.
Yeah, but I mean, just for choosing which units to build. Like, spamming swordsman doesn't matter as much when you could just spam a more expensive unit.
I think it's pretty important. I don't think he'll be able to get a big advantage with any pushing. Like, the dog and the archer are not going to do much here.
Yeah, I think I criticize more the choice of a dog than not swordsman, though. I think we both agree we don't really like it. I just think we're disagreeing for slightly different reasons. Like, what's a dog going to do on this map? Even if a dog could do something okay, it doesn't have any flanking locations. Look, that bottom path, that's just one route. Bridges all the way there. The top is a one path surrounded by fours, and even there it has bridges. This map is really choky. The only thing saving it is that there should be an aggressive air fight. I think we'll see multiple witches on both sides, and it's worth noting for everyone who doesn't know, I think the witch crit condition should be relevant to this game if both players play it correctly.
So the witch crit condition is if the opponent is not next to another witch.
An allied witch.
An allied witch, right. So if you attack any solo unit not next to a witch, it's a crit.
Yep. What this basically means is that if you keep your witches together, they are much more effective at fighting other witches. That's about it.
Snowy weather is the bad condition
So-
on this map. If you're
Nuru is not going for that tower yet, which is kind of surprising considering it is a lot more important for Nuru than Sedge. We saw in my one game that taking the tower is not always trivial.
Yeah.
well, as long as he does eventually.
Well, as
pick
long
it
as he
up.
gets it eventually, it's
Yeah.
good. But
Don't end up like that, Gabe. That was bad for him. All right.
trying to
So it looks like
remember
the
how much
dog.
we trash talked you the game that you played.
yeah.
I have to go back and watch it. I'm sure there was plenty.
If you missed any games today, guys, for now we're not quite uploading them to YouTube right now, but you can always go back and watch the VODs on this channel. Click videos right above the player.
Yep.
Able to watch for free. You can actually skip ahead in those videos, which is a very very amazing feature.
Yeah. If we were to upload them to YouTube, we probably would properly edit them, cut out some of the dead time. That'd be really good, actually. That's a lot of work.
Either way, Commander Gov sent
Yeah,
his
getting that
commander
tower.
down bot.
Yep. Seems pretty standard. This game's gonna at least take 10 turns, I think. It just comes down to how quickly Gov can play.
I have a question for you guys. You guys have been in competitive Advanced Wars a bit longer than I have. Is there a particular reason why you don't have an odd amount of cities on the map? Like, if there were one city in the direct middle of the map, is that pretty much
Yes.
mostly because of first turn advantage?
Yes, it's
Yes,
exactly
you are
because of
precisely
first turn
correct.
advantage. It's terrible to have for symmetrical maps.
you remember
to have
that,
odd cities like that.
Yes, that one map where it has 2 barracks and 2 cities on the middle line. That
Yes.
map is an absolute mess because of
Absolutely
first turn
terrible.
advantage.
You never,
it is-
you never, ever, 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 ever want neutral barracks in a contested position on a map.
I mean, contested is okay, just not on the middle line. The middle line is cursed when it comes to properties.
Yeah,
The mid line is absolutely cursed.
yeah.
Don't put properties on the middle. It's bad. I've seen exactly one map where it wasn't a terrible idea, and it was a map entirely designed around that idea. I didn't play on it, but it looked
Yeah.
interesting.
Those asymmetrical maps can work, but they take a lot of work, a lot of planning, and a lot of experience. Do not
Yeah.
recommend.
Do not recommend, and they probably won't be played competitively. They'll be like an interesting one-off, but you don't want to play them competitively.
First major difference this set is that Tyrus' commander is going to hold the north side of the map, while Nuru from Gov is going to hold the bottom half of the map. I think, in my opinion, it's going to go a lot better for Gov. A lot more pressure you can exert on a lot more properties on the bottom half of the map.
Yep.
Also, a lot more room to move compared to Sedge, who looks like he's considering running through this mountain.
So, what units do you think are correct for this map? Because I'm looking at this map, and there's no unit I really feel happy about buying on a map like this.
Mages are really good here.
I guess.
I think
I think you're right.
Mages into the mountains on the north side is really strong.
I think range on the bottom side of the map is also equally good because
Harpy and Witch, you really need both those on this map. I think. It's
Absolutely. They will be pumping air units out soon.
Anything that can fire or travel over the water on this map on the bottom side would be really effective.
Yeah, I think you basically just want to be making a mage every turn from the fortress, and then from the top, from the tower, also make harpies once you get that 1,000. Just try to make a backbone in that kind of army.
I think then a unit that is actually worth considering that usually isn't is. I think this is the map that a Ballista really works.
Absolutely.
Like, I really. The amount of. Just as I was about to say the same thing. You have so much mountains to protect them. They will cover so much range.
It's Harpy number 1.
Here it is. Let's count them.
Yeah, I mean, 2 ballistas on this map. 1 on the corner of the mountains, and 1 covering at least most of the bridges at the bottom. It would be a pretty big deal.
I think I'll take this.
That said, we might not see much range tech play.
I think he's going to try and travel his archers up at the middle range, get them on the mountains, and just try to pick everything in the mid off. I think that's what Gov is doing. And actually, I like that idea. Because Archer will always be able to kite anything on that 3 mountain terrain.
That is a
I
very
think you just throw a
point.
trebuchet at it.
That's
It's
a very
just countered by a trebuchet. Plus, archers on mountains are super vulnerable to harpies because it is a case of whoever hits first wins, but harpies should win that, and harpies get the crit on mountains.
Tyrus banked 1,700 gold this turn. We'll see what he does with it.
I think he's making a trebuchet. He might be making a dragon.
I think a witch would be a good play here.
Yeah, a witch is a good play.
He has lots of good options for high-tech units here.
I think witch and trebuchet is probably the play.
Ballista, also a good choice.
Interesting.
Well,
Basically,
Ballista,
any expensive unit except for a gold. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Whoever asserts air, I think the winning strategy might just be trying to lock down the other tower with witches, and then just getting dragons, because dragons will be great on this map. There are so many roads. You can probably just win off witch bomber kind of compositions. Yeah, he's getting some fodder to protect that ballista. That's all good.
Definitely with the units in play, lining up to be a much more interesting game than the first. If anything, there's a lot more room for error, which makes for a much more interesting game right off the bat.
Yeah, just like the that game we had with the golems, the amount of error possible there was insane, and we did see it happen where what was his name? Misplayed fairly heavily.
Yeah. Rahlekk.
So Rahlekk, yes, it was Rahlekk versus RedHalo. Yeah, that was a really interesting game to watch.
Yeah, that you really need an income like this. I think 800 to 1000 to 1,000 income per map is really important for Wargroove.
I think it
less
depends.
than that, it's just ugh.
I think it depends on what you want from the game.
I'll take
I really
this.
don't mind the lowing. I think I like a variety. If I played one of them a lot, I'd get sick of it fast. One thing I'll say I don't like about this map right off the bat is it is really hard to get an income advantage over the other player. Like,
Yeah,
I
there's
guess
no,
maybe
there's no contested villages on this map, which is a big mistake. I mean, they've got the top, and they've got the villages around the top, around the mountains in the middle there, but there's nothing in like an open area where you can directly contest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you consider your original plan with those archers, that would be a decent point of contention. But I don't think like most players would actively pursue that strategy.
I don't think it's a particularly good strategy either. And now the Ballista's out, so that whole strategy is kind of shut down, I think.
I think he's still going for it because the Ballista does 45 damage to an archer though, so that's really risky. Most archers do not move quickly; they only have 3 movement.
The Ballista is very much in range if that archer has to. Yeah, that archer actually cannot move anywhere safe from that Ballista.
Yeah, once the Ballista locks on, it's... Yeah.
The Ballista needs to move a total of 2 squares forward for this archer push to not work.
Yep.
That said, this knight should, at the moment, not have much trouble taking this top left village.
It needs to be 1 higher.
But, I mean, eventually, if Gov doesn't put up a strong defense now, position those archers away from that mountain, that village isn't going anywhere. Get those archers in a place where they can start defending against this knight.
I mean, just speaking to the whole defendability of this map and how easy this is to stall, just like move your archer right before the bridge, and you've made it a lot harder to take the city.
Tyrus could have positioned his knight 1 space back and gone the crit. He's out of crit range now.
I do like what Tyrus is doing here with that knight though. And Ballista trying to hold middle just kind of totally invalidates the idea that Gov had going for that. I think Gov is probably just going to use that wagon to try and swing around to the bottom. But he's going to leave himself open in the mid because he doesn't have a lot to stop this swordsman and sledge that are coming up in cover with the Ballista. Because he can push that Ballista up a good ways too. There's really not anything to stop it here.
Yeah. Adding on to that,
wagon for the block, but you're trying to block archers.
Oh, that's good. I mean, if the dog can't come up there either, the archers can't come up there. Archers do nothing to wagons, if I remember correctly.
Well, the archers can just shoot over the wagon to help defend the city.
Well, yeah, that's true. But,
yeah.
I think it would be a mistake to put the archers up there.
I really don't like where the mage is right now because it's just not going to do much in that area.
He's not doing much in that area.
So we mentioned
I guess
the,
it
Should have stayed north.
It denies a bit of airspace, I guess, but it should be north where there's trees to hide in and get the crit.
Absolutely.
Way more to do.
I want to mention that neither player went for double witch. Both of them are harpy or Gov went harpy witch and Tyrus went witch harpy.
Well, they both Gov just finally reached full income, so witches are expensive units. They
both
precious.
got full income on the same turn, I think, right?
Yeah. I think one thing is to point out about horrible stalemates is that witches are really good at breaking stalemates.
Absolutely.
Hex is absolutely. Hex is not an ability you see often, but when you see it, it's amazing.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's a lot
it
better
makes
than
fun
you would
games
think.
too.
Yeah.
And when you start stacking them, like when you have a witch that gets in and doesn't die, so then you hex again, that's when it really starts adding up quickly. And the nice thing is that hex doesn't work like old health reduction things in Advanced War. Hex can actually kill, which is worth pointing out. Because in Advanced Wars, black cannons and missile silos could not kill for some reason.
Well, silos also didn't cost gold. Which
Silos
is
are-
the most mitigating factor to hex. That said,
Hey, Custom-
if you're in position that you can start raining down hex on your opponent, you're probably in a pretty good position already, or you are very soon about to be. The archer opts to fire at the wagon rather than necessarily positioning to defend the town, but I mean that's not the biggest deal. It's a trebuchet moves into place.
Yep. The trebuchet is going to shut down any kind of aggression Tyrus is planning.
Now there is this weird fun game where this trebuchet gets on the main road and the ballista is in range of the trebuchet. So this ballista could actually abandon the air front and just chase the trebuchet down with its one range advantage.
So I've actually had the situation where I have a ballista versus trebuchet before. Ballistas do no damage to trebuchets. Like, I think it's like 20%, so it really doesn't work at all. It was really disappointing to me, especially if weather changes and suddenly, oh, your ballista dies in one hit.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that sounds great in theory, but it just doesn't work. Maybe on this map it would work though, just because of the sheer amount of attrition that's gonna happen.
So let me ask you guys this: what should both players be doing with their commanders right now?
I think he's got a good idea with moving Sedge up. Unfortunately, he's been kind of checked by that trebuchet. Sedge really needs to get charge.
He wants
That's his
meter.
big problem. He wants charge because he does not get a lot of it. As for Nuru, she just kind of gets it normally, but so she needs to stay near wherever an opening in battle can be made. She needs to make a unit that can make that opening and create that and just go for it. And that's her biggest strength. And she's got her groove in 4 turns if she does no damage. So we might see some play around that.
Kaal's absolutely correct, I think. I would just like to see Nuru a bit closer to Sedge, so maybe he can threaten dragons, because dragons will absolutely annihilate COs on roads. Because dragon crit on roads plus 0 defense means that dragon will actually do 80% of a CO, which is absolutely insane.
So there's the attack on, or rather, there's the attack on that top left structure. It's gonna take a little bit of time for Gov to retake that, but he should definitely eventually do it. That knight is a bit scary though.
Yeah, but he's just gonna kill it with some archers, I think.
There's just a lot of things to kill in that general area.
I think he has successfully kind of taken the north there. It's just kind of a matter of if he can hold it or not.
He shouldn't be able to hold it, probably.
Yeah, in theory, he should not be able to hold it.
And the thing is that he could lose all those units, and just because the way the map is, that's not going to matter.
I mean, it definitely matters to lose a unit like a knight in the end in a big matchup, but the swordsman or whatever, and he can always retreat.
Now it's all choke points. Like, how much is that knight really going to do? I think the battle is going to be decided by some big air maneuver and not...
That's probably true.
Yeah, it's too hard. You can't outvalue your way through a choke point, right? You gotta break it somehow, is kind of what I'm getting at. And I think value matters a lot less in this game, and it's gonna come down to some big flashy attack.
Yeah, probably. I think it should be okay for Nuru to just advance along the bottom and try to get a hit in on one of these swordsmen to get some charge.
It would be interesting to see Gov go all in on moving things east, keep supplying air units, and then just eventually let Nuru's ability be the last reinforcement to try to take this bottom area, because I would say Tyrus's presence is a bit lacking there.
I really do like Tyrus's second buy, though, getting another witch, because he knows that he wants to go in with that Nuru. And he probably knows that he's going to be able to need more air tech, because that's the way this map is won.
Yep. I think Tyrus understands this map better for sure. So I think I lean towards Tyrus being more likely here, but it'll be hard. We'll have to see. I think I favor Tyrus in this kind of situation.
I think that Sedge just has a lot more pressure on the map right now than Nuru does. Nuru's just kind of stuck, really just stuck on a bridge, not really able to push that fast. If she does move forward, then these soldiers offer a pretty decent stopgap.
I think the thing worth noting is that, like, if the longer the game goes on, the more threatening Sedge eventually becomes, right? Nuru doesn't excel in long, drawn-out games because her groove isn't providing any value. It's all just speed and tempo and something situational, right? Sedge's ability will actually just generate, in theory, infinite value if you could get it going.
Groove, by the way, is 24 for Sedge and 60 for Nuru.
Yep. I mean, it's been 7 turns, so 7 times 4. Wait, did Sedge attack?
No. I don't think he ever crossed the midline.
Am I bad at that? Yes, it's 6 times 4. Okay, yes, right. Right, because Sedge had 6 turns. Yep.
That soldier at the top left, he's sort of been hiding there. I can see why, like, I can see why Tyrus never went for it, just because of the difficulty of terrain there. So that was a really smart move by Gov, just to sit it there, knowing that this push was going on. Eventually he'll have to deal with it, and when he deals with it, all of these units are going to start their slow march in.
You know, has there been any times where Tyrus has given up the ability to just poke that village? Because if he pokes it enough, that could be a small economic advantage over time.
Right, and that's important to note for a lot of you guys if you're new. Don't forget that you get your gold at the beginning of the turn. So if that village is neutral at the beginning of the turn, you're down 100 gold from your opponent, right? So you don't necessarily have to cap and hold, you only need to continue to attack and siege it. You also, I mean, you may use a unit to take down the city, but your opponent has to use another turn to get back the city. So it's a very minor economic turn that can happen just over the siege of a neutral city. You should always, like, if you're in a position to poke a city, you might as well.
Yep, it's just one of those, it probably won't win you the game because what you're actually going to do is you're going to force the other player to make a suboptimal decision because they can't let it go on forever. And as long as you've positioned well and you're not taking an absurd risk by poking, then you're going to be in a better position by the end of it.
And here begins that slow siege with the ballista.
Yep.
I don't know how I stop that if I'm Gov.
Yeah, it's worth noting. I think you wait for better weather. Maybe what you do is you throw your trebuchet into the ballista's range, and then you just poke that city.
Can it get in the ballista's range? It can't this turn.
It
cannot. No, it's gonna be one short if it moves up to.
Are you talking about the trebuchet?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the trebuchet will not be in range of the ballista no matter where he
The
puts it
ballista
on
has
the side.
1+ range, so if the trebuchet is at max range of the ballista, the trebuchet cannot be at max range of the ballista.
Oh, no, the trebuchet just moves 2 to the right, and then it can hit the city.
Oh, the city, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you were talking about the ballista. I still
No,
think...
it'll be in the ballista's range, is what I meant, not in the trebuchet's.
Okay, yeah, that makes
ballista,
way more
yeah.
sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I still think that
No.
even though the ballista doesn't do as much damage to a trebuchet, you're still just losing health over time.
I
Like,
think
it's still like something.
it depends on the map. Like, this is actually one of the few times where it works. Usually, it doesn't work this well, is what I'll say.
'Cause we're
But
talking
yeah,
about
I think you were
scenarios
right.
where
This is the time it works. It was more
works-
subjective than I thought.
it works on maps where there's a physical barrier between the units.
When there's a perfectly sized physical barrier, like if it wasn't exactly 5 units large, this wouldn't work. I keep forgetting that vehicles cannot move into trees at all,
No.
and that is disorienting.
Adds a lot of value to balloons on some maps.
Yep.
Again, I think that just Nuru's not in a great spot here. Not really doing much. Not exactly exerting pressure. Just looking at overall map position, I think it favors Tyrus quite a bit.
Yeah, no, Tyrus has been pumping out witches every single turn. And Gov just isn't building air units.
Oh, no ballista either, note.
I mean, he has mages, but mages die to get checked by bombers. Or dragons. And all of his mages are on roads, but I guess that doesn't matter until a dragon comes out.
I would be very eager to build a dragon if I were Tyrus. I would be it'd be a very bad move right now for Gov to make a dragon.
Dragons are the reward for air superiority, right? So,
Absolutely.
And clearly Tyrus has it. He has... What Tyrus needs to do, though, or at least consider, is putting his witches in pairs, just to make sure that they can not be attacked whatsoever, because it is a huge deal in witch versus witch combat. And most people just don't know that, because how relevant is it? Like, 1 in 20 games, probably less.
What does Gov do here? Because he's got like a small advantage top, but like mid is in trouble.
He builds a
Bottom is
ballista, which is
stalemate.
good.
I think you have to remember that he's got his groove soon, and he can just sit there and just wait for his groove and just slap something down and just annihilate that ballista if he really wants to.
Yeah, but it comes down to, look at where Nuru is. Nuru still has to be there.
Yeah, he needs to move Nuru back for sure.
Yeah. This is a strange map, so I guess Gov picked it. I guess he does like his drawn-out games. So let's figure out which of them figures out what witch's crit condition is first.
Which to protect the ballista, by the way. RP on the ballista as well.
No. He is rallying everything around this ballista.
Yeah, we're
Which
gonna
makes sense.
we're gonna see a rare display of what the air game truly looks like in this setup, in this matchup.
Yep.
We
You
don't-
know,
a lot of quick play maps, a lot of maps that people play, usually doesn't like get this built up, but we're about to see like just what we're about to sort of discover and learn together what optimal airplay sort of looks like here in a bit.
from my experience, I've had like one game where the airplay was particularly interesting, and it is a lot of just keeping just out of range, making little wedges, trying to drive the other air, because air combat is so first hit reliant, right? Even harpies will do like 60, 70, even up to 90 with crit on first hit versus another harpy, right? So it all comes down to these first hits, and because the range is so uniform, it comes into a lot of just small spacing and a little bit until you can actually win the engagement. I think we'll see Hex, but I want to point out Tyrus has built a dragon. This is, I think, the first dragon we've seen today. That's gonna change things up.
Since the air game matters so much at the moment, we'll go ahead
So,
and point
I
out
really-
that the witch has
Tyrus,
7
Tyrus,
movement to the dragon
Tyrus
state.
understands Sorry. I'm just gonna point out Tyrus definitely understands Witch's crit condition. This is excellent because even though this Witch will get the first strike, it doesn't matter. It's not gonna do anything versus that Witch. It's gonna do what? I can't tell with the symbols. Yeah, I mean, we're all used to seeing Witch's one-shot stuff, but it's actually only gonna do about 40 damage. That's it. That's nothing.
Could be immediately countered as well.
Yep. That Witch will just die. And another thing about Tyrus' position is that, yeah, that Ballista, Charge of Ricochet, Mage, that's a pretty strong death ball. But that's a lot of expensive units packed in one area.
Honestly, this
You know
looks
what
like this looks so similar to last game, just like a little bit tighter with a few different units. I'm really interested to see if either player actually does the aggressive play they need to.
I think that this is pretty one-sided. Tyrus has all the power here.
Yeah, I think Tyrus, his advance on the bottom just really can't be stopped. And even though that, and he's got the unit advantage too, I think, again, doesn't he?
He has a 1-unit advantage.
Now, when you say the bottom, do you mean the Witch and Sedge combo, or do you mean the at the very far bottom?
I mean the swords and the Medge, and then the Witch and
how
the
do
Mage in the middle.
How did a swordsman
I
get
think
through
the problem-
Nuru?
I think the problem is that Nuru is there. So as long as that he's pressuring there, Nuru can't leave, or he loses that area. And right now, Nuru needs to be top to help out with her groove. I think it's a big mistake to have her down there in the first place.
That's very true. Also, Gov just bought a dragon, and if
They both bought
Tyrus
dragons.
plays this right, then this should be game over.
I think the Ballista is a big enough threat for anything major to happen this turn.
Oh, for sure, but that dragon's gonna get over there in a turn or two.
Small push up top. This is a decent choice.
It looks a little bit desperate to me.
Should those archers have probably gone down to maybe poke the witches out?
Absolutely.
Obviously, his play here is to instead try to poke the village out, which we mentioned how strong that soldier in the mountains was, just being there to waste time and retake the city. Well,
Yep.
Tyrus took that same strategy, and now he's got his soldier waiting in the mountains. Be very, very
And
difficult
even-
to poke it out.
And even though archers do check harpies, when you have the water right there, it's really easy for the harpy to just harass those archers consistently with the swordsman to clean it up. If Gov makes a mistake here, then he loses both those archers for basically nothing.
What is Gov supposed to do here? He already made the mistake of his archers being a little bit too high.
I'm not
like
really
we
sure, to
mentioned.
be honest. I
Nuru
think he's
retreated.
really on the back foot again, just like in the last game where he just gradually got outpositioned.
Nuru moved back, but moved back and down.
That was very strange. I don't know why he did that.
I like that harpy position. That's a really great position for it to be in. It's safe from the... It's safe from... Oh, it is not safe from the mage, actually.
No,
I'm
I
a little
think
less sure about that now. That might be a mistake.
He thought the forest was a little bit more movement heavy than it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was great until I clicked on the mage. Yikes.
Does the Harpy dying to the mage here amount to much?
It's one less
Probably
air
not.
unit, which definitely matters, but it probably won't change. It probably won't put Tyrus behind.
The witches are split from their crit formation, but that's just by merit of trying to get away from the ballista. Ballista, by the way, at its current position, has free hits on the soldier and on Sedge.
I think the biggest mistake with what Gov just did is that he built his dragon here, but if he had held on to his gold, then he could actually threaten lethal next turn because he's gonna have charge in a turn or two. He can threaten Sedge. Sedge is standing on a road. Sedge should get off the road soon.
So the way that we did the math right is that a dragon on open road is 8 damage, right?
Yep. And he's gonna hide in the mountains, and I think that's good.
Yeah,
I don't
it
think
is.
it's for the dragon as much as it is for the ballista, but obviously he fulfills both conditions there.
Yep,
Maybe
it's good.
by accident, but it works. This trebuchet's been sitting here for a while. What should they be doing? It should definitely. I think it should be like up in front of the mage, correct?
Probably.
Really doing anything where it is now, at least.
I mean, it can't do anything, period.
I mean, that trebuchet's had 4 turns to perhaps travel down and like secure some of this space on the bottom bridges, at the very least. Like I think it's what you said earlier, Kaal. I think that this is just a slow push into outpositioning, or to Tyrus outpositioning Gov.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just to reiterate what I said last map, is playing defensively is playing to lose.
Yep. And the thing is that technically speaking, Tyrus is in the position of having a slight economic advantage, as slight as it is, in the form of denying income one every 3 or 4 turns.
He has moved his Nuru in range of the dragon.
That's bad. He can't stop that.
Bridges aren't roads, though. Dragons do not crit on bridges, correct?
I don't know this.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I actually have no idea if they count as roads. We'll find out, I guess.
I feel like
I mean,
that's a
either
very
way, he does it.
specific thing. It's still not good.
Yeah.
I mean, we're tearing hairs a bit because either way, Nuru's in so much trouble here. He's
Okay,
gonna bring
so-
his witches down, just in formation. He can't contest this. He has 2 witches versus 3 witches.
The
3
best- the
is
best-
more than 2.
The best solution is for this ballista to travel down as well. Like, all of these units need to travel down simultaneously. The
Yeah,
witches,
he's
the
gonna
harpy,
take a-
the ballista, and Sedge cannot chase that. So that's important to note.
Yeah, he's gonna take a beating up. Probably lose a village or 2, but at least he won't lose the game.
No, I don't even think that. I think that depending... If the dragon get covered by the witches, then the dragon will hold off the push.
I mean, I just think that if you're Tyrus, right, and he brings all these power, basically his whole power army down south, you can probably take one of the villages up in the middle.
You can try, but he doesn't really have a lot of forces other than those archers to do that.
He's gonna lose this village next turn. Finally getting
Oh, he
the
just-
harpy we talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I was talking about like some of the finer parts of air battle, I think if the witches are forced to go down south, that's a perfect example of Tyrus can bring his witches slightly to the left and now those witches are gonna really struggle to cover anywhere above those witches, right? Kind of puts a wedge in where he can go. And that could be a really big deal. I think getting a second ballista is really good here.
Absolutely.
But if I was Gov, I would get my ballistas off the roads. You don't want your ballistas on the roads. I think.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Run a dragon up to it and get destroyed by witches?
I mean, if your dragon is next to witches, it takes a lot less damage from witches.
These dogs, by the way, say that the dragon in the middle of the map went for the ballista, right? Gov could successfully counterattack and then body block with a dog.
That dog is hard to see because it's hiding behind a
The
tree.
dog has been chilling there doing nothing for so long.
Yeah.
It's been there ever since Kaal criticized it
I
turn
forgot
one.
it was even there.
It's hiding behind the tree.
It's just chilling.
Kaal criticized it turn two, and it's just been hiding the entire time.
Well, you can see the dog was not worth.
Duh.
Jeez. God dang.
There's the formation move bottom that we talked about.
No. I mean, he has to. So, if you're in this position, and you're Tyrus, do you still bother bombing Nuru?
If you can't kill her, I wouldn't. I mean, if that doesn't crit on the bridge there's no point.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Well, the dragon can be bait for you to clear out every witch that next turn.
Well, that might be a good idea, actually.
Because you have two mages to cover your
Yeah.
dragon as well. I think what
I think
what you do is you attack Nuru from the space the one health soldier is, so that way both mages can actually cover any counterattack on the dragon.
Yeah, I think you're right. It comes down to whether or not it crits. If it crits, he hits from the top and kills with the mage.
It absolutely
If it doesn't crit, yeah, it doesn't crit.
I'm not
But he looks
saying
like
it
he's
as a
gonna go for the
guarantee,
blow.
but
Yeah, it doesn't crit. That's a shame.
it should still be a solid one. 6 damage?
4 damage. Yeah, it did 43 damage. Yep, he's bringing... Yeah, I think he should have kept his witches a bit higher up. Don't think he should have moved all 3 down either. That might be a bit
I
much.
don't see
4
why
now.
not. So what can... So because he didn't keep both of his witches together, Gov does not have crit on his witches anymore.
He doesn't have crit protection.
He didn't move his ballista down either. That's the bigger issue here.
Absolutely.
It's essentially one witch versus 3 witches and a dragon.
And two mages.
You know, the more I'm looking at Tyrus's position here, the more I actually like Gov's. Just because Gov has the 2 ballistas and the treb in the better position.
I want to point out that if Gov doesn't kill that dragon, 3 hexes will set Nuru down to 3 health.
Yeah, that's a good point. he
Hex can kill,
he does
guys.
have a lot of hexes there. Actually, he's potentially 4 hexes if Nuru doesn't dodge.
Yeah, what's the easiest way to kill a commander? Just use 10 hexes,
He's just
obviously.
gonna hex her. But I think Nuru is, I think he takes out the witches on his turn. At least 2 of them.
Maybe.
That's what I would do. I mean,
Maybe
I-
Tyrus already screwed up by not hexing. Maybe he should have hexed at least once or twice.
Yeah, I think that is true. I think he really did kind of screw up there by not hexing.
Wait, he might have actually missed a kill.
Yeah,
Because
I
what if
think
he
he
bombed the
did.
dragon from the top, hit with a mage, and double hex? I think that might have been a kill.
Let's see. So it's 43 from the dragon, 25, 20, so let's say 23 from the mage. So that's 68. So those 3 it would not kill. It'd be a couple % off on average. But it'd be really
then
cool. If he got
what then
if he got lucky with the mage, if he got 25 with the mage, it would be a kill.
Oh man.
There is that fourth witch in the back, by the way. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
Did we
I think
factor
there's
that
probably
into
the
the
better
math?
play too. Just to use the hexes.
Yeah.
God, that's so terrifying. Is that there's 4 damage on command right now. And even if you don't kill the commander, that's still 4 health to everything around the commander as well.
Yeah, Hex is rarely good, but when it's good, it's really good.
It's just that the air superiority game with witches is just so intense. Like, if you win
Yeah.
it, you get dragons, you get whatever you want, you lock down towers, and you get to deal free damage. There's a lot to gain from spamming witches in these rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
The ballista
I
needs
love
to,
the-
Oh, the ballista's 1 turn late. Just it might as well not even. It might as well just defect. Next turn is favorable wind,
Which is actually
which helps a lot.
really bad for Nuru.
Because air units deal 20% more damage.
Yep.
So what's Nuru's only play here? Nuru's only play is to retreat back 3 spaces, heal, and then pray, right?
Maybe Nuru summons a witch here? Or Ballista?
I think that's probably a good move.
I think Nuru has to summon a ballista or a witch. I would
Yeah.
probably go for a
Ballista. So
personally,
your
yeah.
ballista doesn't die to the witches unspawn.
Yeah, I think he does a Ballista and also brings this mage down to heal her from 6 to 4. Also, she needs to get on the plains and stay off the roads.
It should
Those are the
also
3 things.
it should also be noted that when favorable wind kicks in next turn, that not only buffs the air units but also buffs the range of the ballistas too. So, and more importantly,
Oh, man.
Gov has first turn in the wind too.
Oh man.
So for those of you who don't keep track of weather does one thing to sea, land, and air. It extends range by 1 in the sea. It extends range 1 on the land and increases damage by 20% in the air. And unfavorable weather, bad weather, does the pure opposite.
Oh my
I don't
god.
know if that's the.
What is Nuru doing? What? What?
That's in chat for my boy Gov.
Rest in peace, Gov.
Well, he's not dead because he's gonna kill the dragon still with the witch, right?
I don't know anymore.
Oh my god, man.
Wait, if he doesn't kill the witch, if he's gonna hit the dragon, it won't be a kill. What then Tyrus can do is he can use his mages, heal up the dragon. The dragon's gonna crit on Nuru, hex to win. The game is
It's on a
over.
road! That tile's a road!
That dragon's not gonna die. It's only gonna go down to like 10 or 20%.
Just the thought process in my mind was first like, why didn't you move before you teleport? And then why did you teleport to the right? And then why did a trebuchet pop out of the beam? I was like mind blown 3 times in a row.
I bet you he thought it was a ballista.
Dude, one mage gets erased. He has a dragon, a mage, and to be fair, Nuru's could be surrounded this turn. The mage goes down, surrounds Nuru's left flank, so there aren't really. So the dragon can cover the bottom flank, the witch can cover, or the mage can cover the left flank. So I think Nuru can still survive this.
If Gov doesn't want to die, he absolutely needs to use his mage to heal. He needs to, I think. Because without it, he has... Well, how much does Hex cost? Hex is 300, right?
300, yeah. So he has
So
300.
Tyrus can Hex
Yeah, he can text 4 times.
No, the fourth one won't reach. The fourth one won't reach
Oh
Nuru.
yeah, it won't reach. Yeah. So he can text 3 times.
That's that'll drop it down to 3, and then the gust of wind will kill Nuru at that point, especially if it comes from a dragon.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
dragon's
because
gonna
he
be
can
at
heal the dragon, and
Yep.
hit 3 with hexes, and hit with the 5 HP dragon. That should kill, I think.
that should definitely kill. Because I think we're still going with the assumption that a 50% health dragon will do 50% of damage. That's 4 damage right there.
Oh,
That
she is
should
on the
be
road. Good point. I totally,
Yeah, I know. It's just so mind-boggling that he would go on a road.
I was just mind-boggled that he summoned a trebuchet, but yeah, the road is a huge blunder.
And the dragon went up there. That's game if Tyrus sees it. There's a chance he doesn't. It's worth pointing out. But that should be game. Oh, I guess Gov can still heal if he sees it,
I
but
think
he might
Gov
just not.
has to heal. Well, okay, so that dragon kills the witch, or kills the wagon. The mage comes up down to kill one witch. That's got to be the thought process there. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's less nuts. Okay. That's still in theory a kill, but now there's a bit of RNG, I think, in how much damage the dragon does.
Yeah.
I mean, just as easily, the dragon could have just killed the mage, correct? That would have been...
Actually, it probably wouldn't have killed the
No.
mage.
This would have been the better place because the mage is in the way of the other mage hitting the dragon.
Dragons do 65 to mages without crit, and that's on a it's on a forest, so
There you go.
that would not have done enough damage to the mage because the mage is entirely in healing.
So if I'm... Okay, well, contemplate this move, right? If I'm Tyrus, I might do triple hex next turn, with the 3 witches remaining. Heal the dragon, and let the dragon crit Nuru. 5-3.
I think you heal the dragon and see if the crit happens. Then, if it's low enough, you double hex. But yeah, he needs a bit of RNG, I think.
If he goes all in on it, it's actually a really bad situation for Tyrus. Like, Tyrus
Yeah,
has a
if
lot
he's
to lose
wrong.
on this move if he makes the wrong one. That's a ballista, that's a witch, a dragon, a RB, a mage to clear out another witch. If he doesn't if he makes a play here and doesn't win on the play, that's a straight up squad wipe.
Yeah, you're right. Man, what is this game even?
The mage needs to move up 1, take the village. There is a little bit of skirmishing up top just to sort of keep an eye on all that going on. Mage spawned from the top left barracks. There are other lanes on this map, just in case everyone forgot. How do you guys feel about this optimal air combat we were talking about?
Both players made some very questionable air decisions in general, and it is just absolute. Oh my goodness. They're playing a very chaotic air game, I'll say. I think chaotic's the only way I can fairly describe it.
That's a good way to just say it lightly.
Just some of the decisions I cannot understand where they started and ended. But man, all the things that could have been. I'm really curious, was there a way for him to actually have given that dragon the witch protection? Was there a way for that to have been happened? Because if that had happened, then he would have had the game so much more sealed. This game is wild. Alright.
I think Tyrus mostly played this pretty well, but I think him not ever using his commander is one of the reasons that Sedge is just not good
Wind is next
in
turn.
general.
Yeah. I mean, air combat is really difficult when you have these multiple witches and everything.
So he's
All
got
right.
the heal in. Let's see if he sees
He's
it.
got the heal. He's gonna see if he does enough damage to Nuru. If he does, then I think he'll. Oh.
I don't know if he did the math first.
Aw.
That's 3. That's enough. That's 3 witches. Hex.
No, the third witch.
Oh,
The
it's
third witch can't
witch
reach
is in
it.
range.
The third, really? What's the range
Yeah.
of it?
Yes.
It's like
4.
2 or 3.
Because I know it's a lot.
Wait, maybe it is 5.
Hold on, let's make sure. Okay, they're gonna show us.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out.
I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Yeah, 4 is not enough.
Yeah, I don't think 4 reaches.
Is it 5? If it's 5, it reaches, but
It'd be insane. if
It's one
5.
short. It's one short.
Yeah.
okay. But here's the thing. What Tyrus could do is throw his witch and actually block Nuru from No. Nuru can still he can still kill that dragon, and that works.
I think he needs to kill the witch and the dragon, and he'll be golden for next turn for killing.
He
her.
already invested 3 units towards this.
Yeah, kill
He's gonna get wiped, dude. He's about to lose all of his units.
Yeah, but he took out all. If he takes out the air units, then it's not so bad, right?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
needs to
he-
abandon right now.
What is? Wait, why did he throw that witch there? That's.
Whoa. That's not good.
He needed to use that witch because
That's
it
a
wasn't range of killing the
critical
dragon.
error. I think if he's gonna put it there, he should have witched in it. Oh man, Tyrus.
It's a good thing that Sedge is there to capitalize on this.
Yeah. as not good for his chances at the south. 'Cause he's about
Oh,
to lose
man.
almost all of his air units to the mage and these 2 witches on the other team.
So his dragon's gonna die to ballistas. His witch are gonna die to ballistas now because they're all in range of ballistas. Oh
Yeah.
man. So we're gonna game 3,
He's
boys.
in big trouble. This is gonna be game 3, I think. Yeah.
Oh man. Yep. Find another witch. You gotta. The witch wars are gonna continue. Wait, last turn I think Gov forgot to actually cap the village with his he forgot to cap the village with his mage.
Okay, chat. Here's your PSA part 2. Okay, repeat after me. I will hit spacebar and or triggers to make
Oh,
sure
boy.
that my mage captures the empty village. I will make sure to hit spacebar before the end of my turn. I will make sure to hit triggers at the end of my turn.
Oh man, all I can hear is that or not Star Wars, Laser Quest. Whenever I went to their club, you have the martial oath or whatever they made you repeat. I will not run, jump, or whatever.
Oh.
Like, Nuru just comes back to heals at full town, and those air units are all getting wiped, and Tyrus is going to be really sad.
If
You know, I guess
ever-
the way.
In chat, if you ever catch yourself not selecting a unit and abandoning a village for it, you must come back to my channel and drop a follow or a Twitch Prime. That is a requirement at this point.
Oh man. Alright. Gov is taking his time, and this is the kind of turn where he should be taking quite a while.
Absolutely. There's a lot of
There's a lot to
You must be
calculate
careful.
here. Man. Air combat definitely made sure that this game didn't end up like last time.
Yeah.
This is just entertaining in a just completely new way.
Oh, that was good.
Here comes the massacre on Tyrus' units.
Rest in peace, Tyrus' Air Force.
So effectively, Nuru was the bait, right? And this was planned from the start.
Absolutely.
And I just can't help looking back to the first time when Tyrus moved his witches there.
It was just one space.
Yeah.
Like, Daak can't even believe it. He's dying over there.
Well, I mean, he should have hexed in the first place when he moved the witches down there, and when he had the opportunity to hex and deal damage to Niru when he first moved the dragon down there, and he didn't hex. And this
I
is
will
why
say-
he's in this situation.
The one thing about it is that if he had gone down there and hexed, there's a much better chance Niru would have gone back and healed, maybe. But
That's very true.
oh my goodness, just this whole line of play has been I think that was a slight mistake from Gov. Not that it matters. I think he probably should have hit the witch and just killed the dragon with the witch. That might have been slightly more efficient, but it doesn't matter. He should be able to wipe everything out here. Use a trebuchet with the infantry to use his mage. He's making some weird trades. He needs to take Niru back all the way and heal and not onto the road. Well, I guess roads are safe now. There's no more dragons.
Yeah.
There's still 2 witches that can double hex you, though, to kill you.
Double hex won't kill right now because
Right, it'll be
hex has
3%.
like no RNG on it, so
Yeah,
it'll be
it'll
left
be
with
10%.
3 HP.
Mhm.
It is so nice they actually let you see percentages now.
So question me this, guys. I can't believe I'm saying this. Was summoning the trebuchet on the road the correct move?
I mean, it looks like it was.
I can't tell if this was a brilliant plan or a misplay that turned
300
into
IQ
something
plan.
beautiful.
900 HQ. We're playing 5D chess here.
We're
I
playing
mean-
checkers and Gov is playing 5D chess.
Jokes
Oh my
aside,
God.
if it works, then who cares?
Oh man.
And does the trebuchet like let's say that let's say that the position wasn't the misclick. Let's say that the unit was the misclick, right? Was the trebuchet a better unit theoretically than the ballista?
Well, it kills
like
a mage, and
yeah,
that
it was
was
a mage
pretty
versus
good.
a witch.
And what killing the mage was probably better than killing the witch.
That's true.
So, only in the case we make both those misplays is it correct, I think. So, I think it was intentional. I have no words.
God, I don't think
I have to question-
I don't think a post-game interview would be appropriate at this point. Like, I don't know how any of us could get through that, us or him.
Oh man, I don't know what to think about this game anymore. I thought I understood this game.
Truly playing Wargroove like Sakurai intended.
There you go.
Oh man.
Barring a colossal outplay, a colossal blunder from Gov. where
Oh,
just-
Can I just mention I didn't know that worked that way? That you split the healing on buildings?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I did not know that either. That is really cool.
It's very useful when the villages are close together like that, which they are not often, but it does help.
Do you have an option or is it just automatically like that?
It is automatic.
Hmm. Interesting.
And it costs the same amount of gold, I'd assume, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's very interesting from like the the map creator standpoint.
I think one thing that's worth pointing out is that I only learned recently that you can heal air units at villages now. That's a pretty big deal.
Yes. Did you play in the beta and you couldn't or something?
No, just from Advanced Wars.
Hmm.
You had to go back to the airport, right?
Yeah.
if you know what an airport is.
Airports were the equivalent of towers for everyone who might not have been able to figure that out.
Yeah.
I don't know how we can recover after that. Holy shit! Just watching Tyrus on the full retreat after that.
Man, we have to go to another game after this. Yeah.
If we get to game 3, I hope everyone in chat goes to the official Discord or whatever Discord you're on and just goes to advertise this as Wargroove as it was truly intended. I don't. Oh man. I hope that. I just pray and hope that game 3 delivers like these first 2 games have.
We are making history here.
How fitting that this is the last series of the night.
Yeah, thank God this wasn't set game 2. Yeah, Gov has a 9-unit advantage, just has air superiority now, relevant units like ballistas. He's gonna be able to take that top city, I think it's...
The problem with all this, though, I don't know how Gov actually breaks this line still, because there's still...
He can just walk into the bottom.
Walk into the bottom.
He doesn't have anything to stop him there. He can move his ballistas forward, he can move his he can heal his dragon at the village. There's a lot of stuff that he can do to advance.
I don't think he knows he can heal his dragons at the village.
He might not. I think he might have just been running them back to escape the witch.
Oh, that's also true. I don't know what to think anymore.
The last 3 turns, by the way, were favorable wind, so that contributed a lot to the madness. We're gonna be back to normal sunny weather next turn.
Thank God. You know, given all this favorable weather, if Gov had just parked his trebuchet in the in range of the ballista, he could have been done with that ballista. Instead, that ballista is still hitting that town.
He might not have known.
Oh man.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, I think we could say at this point that Tyrus does have a very uphill battle. I mean, Gov is just going to walk into the bottom of his base and destroy his ping fountain.
Well, I don't know about my fellow co-casters, but I sure am ready for 1 a.m. Eastern game 3.
I think I want to see them play on Glen next because I want to see a 30-minute Glen battle.
Oh God.
Dude, if these are the games we're having on large maps, I can only imagine just Honestly, I don't want a game on the Glen, dude. I want a game on the map where they can just show us the most stuff. I think we're denying the audience a great deal of fun if we play on a map where all they can do is spam pikemen.
Yeah, go Tonton Oasis.
Oh
need-
god. Oh man.
Or Lilypad. Lilypad has another one where there's a boatload of income and bases.
This series has been so insane.
It has been nuts.
And I love this
It's still not
Okay.
at 50%. Okay, there's the conceit.
There's
for
the
Tyrus.
surrender.
Oh my god.
Oh my
14
god.
I didn't think it was that bad. Holy crap.
I think
That might be the
Tyrus-
most one-sided kill board I've ever seen.
Tyrus shot us a note to our broadcast channel a term before this and said he was considering it. I can only imagine that this is one of those times where he said, if I do end up coming back from this, what do I lose during that comeback? I lose time, I lose part of my soul.
14-0. That is a. I don't think I've ever won 14-0.
And those were not cheap units that he lost either.
Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, I don't know. Where did he go wrong even? It's,
He chose that map, didn't he? Oh no, that was
no, Gov chose that one.
Gov's map, yeah.
Yep.
Now
So
it's
now he gets
Tyrus'
to
map.
choose the last map.
Alright, well, once again, to give us some time, to give our players some time, and to give our viewers some time to recover what they just watched, we're gonna take a small break. Thank you guys so much for watching so far. This is Groove of War, a week-long launch tournament for Wargroove.
That's the game we're playing. I forgot for a minute.
Oh man.
So we'll see you guys on the other side of a quick 5-minute break. Thank you guys very much for watching.
feel so free, so alive. It makes me want to survive. And the sky, it makes me feel so high. The bad times pass me by, 'cause today it's gonna be a brighter day. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel that sometimes you just need to run away? Reach out for the sunshine, yeah, forget about the rain. Just think about the good times, and they will come back again. Without you, there's nothing for me to do. Can you feel the sunshine too? It's coming through. It makes me feel brand new. When you're here, I wish you were always near. 'Cause everything's so clear. And today, it's gonna be a brighter day. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel that sometimes you just need to run away? Reach out for the sunshine.
All right, and we are back. Welcome to Groove of War number 1, a week-long launch tournament for Wargroove. I'm Gavin, and I'm joined by my friends Daak and Kaal. Guys, I only have one important question for you guys. How are you doing? Like, you guys holding up all right?
I'm alright. I think Daak died, though. He's not back yet.
He was having a bit of trouble towards the end of that game, but he'll be here soon enough. All
So
right.
this is a Valder versus Nuru.
So we've gone from
Mercia Greenfinger to Nuru versus Sledge, and now Nuru versus Emmerich.
okay. So they don't hold the Nuru Valder. They do. They've done their best not to give us a tournament completely with top tier commanders.
Yeah.
So we asked for a map that had a bit of everything. This map has a bit of everything. I'm excited. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I took a peek at the map, and this map looks fantastic.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent map.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't know
when
if
you
I
watch-
would want to play on this map, but I absolutely want to watch these guys play on this map.
Yeah. I don't know, I think I like these maps where it has a bit of everything. It feels
Absolutely.
really
Spicy
good.
gameplay.
And also, it has one rack, so I like playing Valder on it.
Yeah.
That's a lot of, that's 1/3 of the map just dedicated to open sea. And, really a third of the map just in slow terrain in general because of that river. All of that is traversable, by the way, that entire center little lake there.
Yep. And what's interesting is that if you win the naval war, you get air superiority. That's simple.
That's true.
And that is some very easy to traverse water. So I think naval combat will win you the game in this game.
I'm not entirely sure though, because the warship, the all-important, naval big unit, does not actually get you any advantages against a lot of stuff on the coast. In fact, I don't think it gives you a shot on anything other than the port.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you get to control the tower then.
I mean, yeah, you get the income, and you get the tower.
I mean, no, you take their towers and they can't build air units. No,
Oh,
you have
yeah,
air
that's
units.
correct.
That's what I'm thinking.
But I think too much investing into the sea, you'll lose the land battle if somebody wants to.
That's
So
probably
just,
two.
uh,
I was just gonna say I'm really impressed to see both of them going mages because this is an excellent map for mages.
Absolutely.
Air is gonna be relevant. There are there are forests where it matters. Great choice on both sides.
This is sort of set up this match. It is Tyrus on the top playing purple, playing Nuru, and on the bottom playing Emmerich is Gov. Gov won game 2, Tyrus won game 1. So this is game 3 of the set.
So I think we're gonna have Swordsman stand for this at the beginning here for a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, game 3, Groove of War. Tell all your friends. Damn this everywhere because we know that this game is just destined to be of the greatest you could ever watch. If the first game with all land was good, and the second game with land and air was great, then this game should be phenomenal.
Makes sense. I'll buy that.
So for those wondering, this is a dev main map. It's called Lockaloon. It's the fifth map down on the list. If you are curious and want to see it on your own games and play it yourself.
And also, if you're interested in following along with us on your version of Wargroove, the link to the map will be dropping in chat very soon. So how important is it to take in what order do you take these buildings in the ocean?
You would go for the rear first. You're gonna build Kappa and give for the income, in my opinion, and then go for the tower after. So it'd be the bottommost or topmost. Water village is what they're called. Then the next one, and then the tower, and then the other one. Water village.
I
think
think
they'd have thought of something better.
I would take the port, then I'd build a merfolk, do the same thing, capture the bottom one. But I think I'd build a second merfolk. My reasoning being, I want to capture everything here fast.
Well, I'd just like to.
And your
note
merfolk are really good if you go up the river, because they still keep their movement bonus on the river.
Yeah, merfolk in general are a really, really strong unit. A lot of people sleep on them. They are one of the strongest units in the game.
Yeah, it's not just because they have like raw power. Like their power isn't like phenomenal, but their utility is amazing. Like their range units, that alone is massive.
Yeah, they have 2 range, and I think it's worth noting that their raw power is actually not very good, but they have a ×2 crit. So when they are on water, they do a lot of damage. And when they are off water, they don't do much.
You could win with merfolk on this map, honestly.
Yeah, I think so too. I think
the water
are going to be real important here.
Like, and those 2 villages in the middle, whoever has merfolk win those villages, hands down. But then again, this is going to be a very high income game. I believe it's 1,100 on each side. You can buy some expensive stuff.
Yeah, it's 1,100. This is going to be a high tech game. And naval stuff is not actually as expensive as the air units are. So you're probably going to see a lot more high land tech than you did last game.
Oh man, I remember 2,800 battleships.
Yeah. Luckily, battleships are not as strong in this game as they are in Advance Wars.
Yeah, battleships were still elite.
They are still very strong. They're very good units. I think naval combat in general is better in this game than it is in Advance Wars.
I really haven't had a chance to play with too much naval combat. It's been a lot of just merfolk, and that's where I could have capped out on.
I think this map and Lillipad and Longshore on the base maps are pretty decent for naval warfare.
Yeah, most of my games have been on quick play still, so it's whatever the algorithm throws at me.
Yeah, I don't think it throws a lot of naval maps because there's only like 6 or 7 of them in the pool.
Yeah. There's also a lot of deep water here. And that's just gonna make the
That's a very quick trebuchet. Speaking of high income, from
Wow.
Tyrus.
that. Well, you know what? That's brilliant actually, because next turn it's a high wind, so that mage will be in range.
Yeah, that's true. Keep an eye on that weather counter. It is important.
That's definitely one of the mistakes I make in my games is I don't look at the weather enough. But
It is just a glance at the top
important.
right, and you'll be able to tell. It takes
It's a little bit
of habit
important.
to get into, but it is a good habit. Interesting to see them both throw the swordsman at the right side. I don't think there's much point in that.
I'd imagine that the majority of that move was just trying to keep symmetry here. He doesn't want to waste his. He doesn't want to waste his swordsman, but he also doesn't know where to put it. So you might as well mirror for a turn or two.
And for those that don't know, the naval units absolutely devastate. The amphibians, they do 80 damage on crit at range.
And they will crit.
To infantry, and they will crit, yeah.
Oh, we are seeing another trebuchet. This is a trebuchet from Gov. He, you know what? He'll be able to poke that city down next turn with the favorable wind.
Yeah, I think I like his placement of the trebuchet better than I like Tyrus's.
Spawn placement, mind you, that was purely by choice.
Tyrus is about to probably kill that mage for free though. So I think Tyrus is the winner here.
2 turns
Yeah.
of win, by the way.
Oh man.
If it's 2 turns of wind,
It's 2 turns of wind.
he might be able
I
to
think-
move up and devastate that fortress
Oh man.
with that barracks.
Game is-
Sorry.
This game is wild already.
Yeah, that is some lucky weather. Yeah, if I'm Gov in this position, I'm moving north 1 and I'm shooting that barracks.
Yep. I think you're right. Yeah, those forests are really dense. There's not a lot you can get punished by, I think.
So we're seeing the good moves from taking the amphibians, taking the water villages. I like everything that Tyrus has done so far, except for the placement of that trebuchet. I'm not sure I fully agree with trying to come up on the right side for this lake, because it should be relatively easy to defend. But we'll see. He might even move his trebuchet over, because he will be in range of almost everything over there, and have a really strong center position for his trebuchet that... No, well, he decided not to. The rest in peace for that idea.
That's fine. I think
Yeah.
that's fine, because it's kind of dangerous. I mean, maybe next turn, Tyrus moves his knight up a bit, and suddenly, oh, your trebuchet has to move back or else it's gonna die. And you accomplish nothing. I think something interesting about this is that if Tyrus wants to capture that village back, next turn his spearman can only go in a spot that the trebuchet covers.
That's right.
That's actually going to be turned into a non-trivial amount of economic damage.
If you're Gov here, do you think he attacks swordsman on swordsman to stop the push there? Because he
I'm
can't
not
really
sure.
stay where he is. Because the mage will come in and crit.
I think I bring my spearman over.
I'd actually really like a ballista here.
You know, Ballista will eventually pay off more dividends once air becomes a factor too, as long as you protect your Ballista.
Yeah.
Like
That's
very
true.
early
The problem with
investment
buying the
to pay off later.
ballista, the problem with buying ballista is I won't be able to buy another merfolk amphibian.
I mean, and he just has no units. He needs some units to protect all these expensive ranged units.
Yeah.
I mean, Tyrus does have a knight here, right?
Well, in that case, you might as well go Pikeman Merfolk next turn.
Honestly,
for
that's
the
probably
next
not a
two
bad
turns.
call for him.
Probably not. Probably for the next 2 turns. Like this turn is probably Pikeman, and then Amphibian, and then the one after that might be Pikeman and Turtle.
It might even be right to go. How much do turtles cost?
400. They're really cheap.
They're real cheap. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I totally would have gone turtle pikeman here. Just
Well, you still need the
Maybe
second,
even-
you still need the second Amphibian to take to do the 2 cap next turn.
that is true.
That's why I think that that's why I think like 2 pikemen and then a merfolk and a turtle is probably like the best pattern to go, and then you can start building up tech again. You don't need to, like, I think we all want to sort of like win the sea game over the land game right now, especially if you're playing like Emmerich, and you'll eventually
Yeah.
get that defensive groove anyways and make a counter push. You might as well just like hold on the left flank.
I think you're right.
That was a mistake.
Here's a
He's gonna lose that soldier Think.
which soldier?
on the right side. That does go crit to the mage, doesn't it? Or does the mage not kill soldiers like that? Oh, that's a bold push.
It would, but I don't think you want to extend that hard with the mage, maybe. But yeah, actually, that's probably correct to attack there.
What's gonna punish the mage? The only thing that can punish the mage is the commander.
Yeah, it's Emmerich. And
Yeah.
Emmerich won't be able to move up and do it because the trebuchet is
Nuru.
right there.
And Nuru.
He's taking the center position. This is what I was talking about.
The trebuchet is 1 space too short. Because next turn
2
he'll
spaces
lose
too short.
wind.
Yeah. I guess what he can really do to be nasty is put the infantry there, so that if he wants to, he does have to be in trebuchet range.
All right, there you go.
Yep, and then he can also cap.
And Nuru has her groove. I think Emmerich's in a good deal of trouble here.
Yep. Emmerich needs to run away and don't stand on roads. And probably not water either. Well, actually, yeah, because Nuru's going to capture a city next turn for sure. Or a tower.
This really got out of hand really fast for Gov.
Yeah, it really did.
I think this is commander positioning. If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't be so bad.
I think it's
Just-
a bit of a combination of commander positioning and there being a little bit of first turn advantage to the terrain on this map.
The mage is probably the most important unit to that.
Yeah.
Gov's mage being caught out in the forest, and Tyrus's mage being in range of that soldier combined led to the situation. Third merfolk, by the way, a merfolk pikeman build.
Let's see. Tyrus will have enough money for a dragon next turn.
Man, I don't even know if survival is good enough right now for Gov. Like, this is a very difficult situation to come back from.
Yeah, he's already lost the income advantage.
Because he can lose the... Because if Nuru... I mean, Nuru doesn't even need a dragon here. Nuru could summon Knight, kill the trebuchet. Then his trebuchet pushes up. Like, this could be the start of a very slow push downward.
I mean, he doesn't even have to push anymore. Just hold it. He has the income advantage. He has a trebuchet set up.
He has a positional advantage
I'm
too.
just saying he can extend. He can very safely extend the advantage.
I mean, he can even just start sieging that city, and then that's what, a 300 gold swing every single turn.
I really think that there was a big mistake by Gov back a couple of turns ago not to move his trebuchet into the middle first when he had the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, probably. But I think it also is not having an answer to a knight that is putting a lot of pressure on him as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That knight is keeping that trebuchet safe. It's a surprisingly good combination. And that trebuchet is in a really powerful spot right now.
Absolutely. Center control, very important.
It covers a city as well, so anytime it's not doing something, it's at the very least poking a city for 100 gold every turn.
Tyrus not looking good, just throwing pikemen away though. It's not smart.
Emmerich positioning on this next turn is going to be very impactful.
Where would you move Emmerich if you were in this position?
I would move him to the forest southeast of the village.
He can't reach that.
You can't reach that.
Can't reach that.
Nope.
In that case,
You've got to put him in that corner at the bottom middle.
yep.
I think I would go into the river, honestly.
No.
Then where are you going?
Against
You're
Nuru
gonna
with
get
the groove?
chased?
Are you insane?
Okay, but if you go
You shall
anywhere
lose.
else, okay, you want to go on that. There's only one good terrain tile, and that's that forest tile, right?
You go below that forest tile, I think.
If you go below that forest tile, then the
Nuru.
mage is gonna get a crit on you, and you're still gonna die to a dragon.
So in that case, you would go to the forest. You'd move one tile to the left. That's the optimal.
yeah,
In that
jeez.
case, that's the optimal move.
I think he's.
And then you can get hit. And then you get
You
killed
get hit by the
knight.
knight.
Yeah, I think he
think-
just can't move. He can't move.
No, then
I think
okay.
he-
So
I
what
think
happens?
He's kind of checkmated.
No.
actually.
Emmerich can move one. Emmerich can move to the tile you were talking about, the plains under the forest, and then the mage needs to move up and body block for him to at least block
Absolutely.
one attack.
I think that's the swordsman that just.
No, because
It's
then the
still not
knight,
good.
the knight is still gonna kill it.
Yeah, but that mean well.
Or Nuru moves in and kills it.
But then Nuru didn't groove to kill you, so
or just the swordsman just comes up and chops it. Then I think. But I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think
What
he's.
what a tragic position to be in.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Oh.
It's just awful.
Oh my god.
I'm fairly sure he's dead next
How
turn.
did this happen?
I expected this to go on for 17 turns, not 7.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty epic lethal if he can figure the puzzle out. Which is better, a dragon this turn or a revenant this turn to punch?
Oh, he should throw a dragon down. No contest. There's no anti-air on the side of Gov except for the archer, and archers do not do much
Well, I
damage
mean,
to
you don't even have
dragons.
to worry about the counterattack. I'm just talking about to go for the kill.
You can definitely go for the dragon, I think. Just the dragon, just the guaranteed win. You don't really need to calculate it.
The dragon will do what, like 35 damage?
Yeah, and then you crit with the mage.
That's still only 60 or so.
Yeah, the next turn you should win.
Emmerich, Emmerich is actually safe next turn. I think, but you put the dragon behind him.
Yeah, there's no way for him to escape. Oh, if you put that dragon on the forest tile,
No, you have to put the dragon on the river behind him. You're fine with him going to the forest.
what? No.
Because you're just gonna keep chasing him with the dragon. What's gonna stop you?
If he,
I mean, he can get a heal off the city if you...
you can't heal off your
otherwise.
stronghold.
Yeah, but he can go back. Right now, he's in range of the city, of the
Nope.
village to the
It's
south.
not his.
No, it's not.
Wait,
It's 3 movement on the. Wait, what?
it is. He's in range. He's in range. He can heal off of the
Oh,
city.
he is in
south.
range. What? What the hell?
Commanders have 4 move.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, I keep thinking the river is 3 movement. I don't know why.
You know what happened last game when we didn't get lethal on the commander, right? And there are 2 trebuchets and an archer, so
It does have the
Oh,
trebuchet,
no.
the counter to the dragon. We saw it last game.
Oh man. Trebuchets be the counter of dragons.
So he goes for the archer, and I think that was probably the correct move.
What?
No, that was
No.
yes, because
No!
if you're gonna win,
I mean, he
anyways,
wins, but it's not awesome. That's what we're upset about. This is the correct way to win.
because if you
No
don't go
doubts
for the
about it.
Emmerich's gonna go down and heal no matter what, right? So you might as well kill
Well, I
a
mean,
unit instead.
You could have put your dragon behind him, then he can't do that.
True. I think he just wanted to save HP on the dragon, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Like, I don't think it was a bad move. You're right,
I
it's just
mean-
less flashy.
I mean, he kills HQ next, right?
Does he? Knight's not in range of it.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, Knight is not going to be able to move through all those forests.
Ugh.
So what can the Trebuchet kill this turn? Literally, it can take the city, it can kill the soldier, and that's it. Like,
I think it's just mostly over.
Tyrus did a good job
Wait.
positioning, not overextending there.
Emmerich just needs to run to the port as fast as possible and put a harpoon boat out there. But even then, he's going to be in trouble because he's lost the entire middle.
And Tyrus is trying to bring Merfolk up into this, like, and that's just gonna make everything worse. Yeah, this is what happens when you don't have anti-air against Nuru.
And like I said, you should have built the ballista.
Yep.
Talked about that 3 turns ago. Well, Emmerich can very easily go down and heal, and he actually doesn't even have to heal this turn to survive the dragon.
Yeah. Well,
He needs to
What about
immediately
the ballista
take this
on the run?
mage, pikeman. He needs to take this mage, this pikeman, and that soldier, and immediately surround that ballista. Nope.
That is true.
I think he can get away with just the mage, can't he?
He's not doing any of them.
He just needs to move the mage down.
Yes?
Just move the mage down one.
There's one
all you have to do.
questionable space, though. I don't see how, but apparently the dragon can attack the space above the ballista, and I'm not exactly sure how.
He can't go through villages.
It's marked as an unsafe space, but I'm not...
No, it's marked as he can't go there, but all the things surrounding it are areas he can attack, so it looks like he can attack there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was just... Okay. It was
Yeah,
surrounded.
it's one of the confusing things about this black and this black scheme instead of the red.
Yeah,
Instead of a shaded square.
Yeah.
yeah.
They are communicating a lot more now. Oh no.
Okay, well, the ballista's
That's-
gone.
I mean, if he shoots the ballista, then the... You know, I know we were joking earlier, but... All Tyrus has is a dragon, kind of.
But he's got it in a place where he can't make anything. He's just gonna have that dragon kill every anti-air unit that comes out of there. And
Maybe?
He's got income
Oh,
superiority.
okay. Yeah,
Okay,
that's,
well,
that's
that's
game.
just-
Oh, he just committed suicide.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a good game.
Well... I don't think there's any explanation we can give for this one. I'm pretty sure Emmerich is...
Oh! Something else. He does not have any money. He could not have healed his Emmerich.
Yeah, but he surely could have moved it to a position where he's not getting hit by the Knight and Nuru next turn.
Yeah, he was only getting hit by the dragon next turn.
If even.
Yeah.
So he would not have died.
If he retreated, then Tyrus will have had to make a choice between the ballista and Emmerich. Because if you ignore the ballista, then the next turn a mage comes out, and now you can't attack either of them.
Yeah.
So... yeah.
Man, this is a crazy world.
There was a very easy way out of this that would have given him an advantage.
I think he just said good game because he lost so much position and he didn't want to fight out of it. So that's it for Tyrus.
And it's 1
Alright,
a.m.
yeah, it's gonna be a GG, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was well played.
Well played. What a
Thank
match.
you so
What
much.
a match.
Tyrus, Gov, when you go back to watch this VOD, thank you so much for giving us these sets.
Thank you. Thank you. This was a great gift.
Yeah.
And we've been making jokes, but like honestly, we've mentioned it a
love you
few
guys.
times. Like a lot of people are new to this game. They've never played Advance Wars. They've never played any tactics game like this, like Fire Emblem. And we're just happy that so many people are trying out this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy set. Like,
Alright.
how would you recap what we just watched, guys?
I would say that Emmerich just lost the position again. I think it was mostly what we saw throughout the series, where Gov just kind of gave away the position bit by bit and lost. And in the beginning, he gave away the position a lot faster. His right side crumbled. He didn't correctly move his trebuchet. He didn't make anti-air when he knew he had a group coming. And he lost because of it.
Yep. I think you're generally right. That second game still is in my head.
It was fun.
Mostly because I can't. That was
It was crazy.
a
but
wild game.
It was fun, and that's. I think that if you're having fun games at this stage in the game, like you're playing in the tournament for fun, you're playing against an opponent where you're having like a really crazy back and forth match. I think you as a player get what you want out of it.
That sounds about right.
Lots of room to learn, especially when your match is casted. Like Gov and Tyrus, I hope you guys like get through these VODs and sort of like are able to pick up some things that we are commentating on.
Yeah. We need it with love.
That said,
I'm gonna sleep now.
yeah. Do you guys have anything you wanna? Do you guys have anything you wanna say to just round out the night?
Thanks for having me. Thanks for watching. Join the Discord so that everybody here can play some more Wargroove with us for the next tournament, which I'm sure will be bigger than this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of
For sure.
interest. A lot of people have come to us and said, I want to play in a tournament. When's the next one? We've mentioned this is a 1-week tournament, so the next tournament will likely be very, very soon after this one, probably mid next week or at the end of it. That's up to Skits. We're not the TOs for this. We're just here to deliver the good stuff. Thank you guys so much for watching. You might have noticed this is my personal channel. I stream way more than Wargroove. I know you guys are mainly sticking around for that, but I'd appreciate if you guys give me a shot somewhere else. Thank you so much to all the followers who stopped by stream today. If you stick around after the stream, you'll see your name in a credits roll, and I truly appreciate every one of you who stopped by. Tomorrow on my personal stream, we're doing a sort of crazy-ish League of Legends event where we don't stop playing until we lose 3 times, and I hate the game, and I hate myself.
See the average League of Legends player.
Play till 3 losses. I mean, we'll be live for about an hour. It's no big deal. But for those of you who are here exclusively for Wargroove, I feel you. We're going to be back Wednesday at the start of Swiss Round 3. Wednesday at 6 o'clock with more featured matchups, more craziness, more Daak, more Kaal, I think. We'll figure that out. Crazy scheduling with this. We got Kaal on board, and we're like, hey, do you want to cast some Wargroove? You've told us you're an experienced player. I don't think... Kaal, did you expect to be here at 1:30 a.m. Eastern?
No, no, I did not.
Are you excited to do it again Wednesday?
I will do it again Wednesday.
All right.
So that's confirmation.
fantastic.
We'll see you guys on this stream the next 2 days. We'll see you guys here for Wargroove
yeah, one
on
more
Wednesday. Daak, take it away.
Yeah, if any of you have games lined up, once you know your games, if you want to be on the stream, send us a message, let us know. Booking games can be a pain sometimes. Just let us know, and you'll probably get on the stream.
So with that, guys, we'll see you later. Have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for watching.